Live from the heart of the New Zealand Herald and Newstalk ZB newsroom, we'll bring you the very latest election results as they unfold, with in-depth analysis from our teams of highly skilled journalists and trusted experts, plus reaction from party headquarters around the motu. We've got you covered from every angle, every candidate, every electorate, every vote. Your election 2023 live coverage starts now.
Good evening. Welcome to the Herald and Newstalk ZB's Election Live Special. I'm Madison Reidy.
And I'm Shayne Currie. The orange pens have been put away, the polls have officially closed. Tonight we'll find out which Chris the country has chosen to be its next Prime Minister.
Polling shows it's Labour's to lose and Nationals to win. And all eyes are on a potential kingmaker comeback. Could Winston Peters make the final call?
We're coming to you live tonight from the New Zealand Herald and Newstalk ZB newsroom in central Auckland. And throughout the evening, we'll be crossing to the Newstalk ZB studio for full election night coverage, hosted by Mike Hosking, Heather Plessis-Allan and Kate Hawkesby. We have special guests with us throughout the night and reporters all across the country for analysis and reaction from all of the major parties.
We'll bring you the official election results live as they come in. The count will come up on the bottom of your screen. And we have full visualisation of both the party and electorate data throughout the night. I'll show you how that works in a moment. But first, a lot has happened over the past 3 years. So let's take a look back.
Ka hoaki tono tātou. Let's keep moving.
It was a landslide for Labour in 2020, winning 65 seats in Parliament, enough to govern entirely on its own. It was an election campaign dominated by COVID. We thought 2021 would come with more freedom. Bubbles were burst and the old mug was ours. But the dawn of the Delta COVID variant destroyed those hopes. Strict border restrictions endured as we yo-yoed in and out of varying degrees of lockdown.
That New Zealand will move to alert level 4 from 11:59 p.m. tonight.
Auckland's longest lockdown lasted more than 100 days. We were called to roll up our sleeves for the greater good. Vaccine mandates were placed on millions of workers. All the while, there was infighting in opposition. The National Party rolled Judith Collins to name businessman Christopher Luxon as its leader.
We are the reset.
Enter 2022 and the toll of 2 years of COVID restrictions reared its head as hundreds of protesters descended on government grounds. The 23-day occupation came to a fiery end in March. Tensions escalated internationally too. It's been almost 600 days since Russia invaded Ukraine. The war only worsened supply chain shocks, pushing inflation here to a 30-year high of 7.3%.
And so today I'm announcing that I will not be seeking re-election. And I know that I no longer have enough in the tank to do it justice.
2023 started with a shock resignation. Ardern handing over the Prime Minister position to colleague Chris Hipkins.
This is the biggest privilege and the biggest responsibility of my life.
He was thrown in the deep end immediately, with the second most costly weather event New Zealand's ever seen.
Our focus now is on identifying exactly what Auckland needs, what they need now, immediately.
Floods across the North Island and Cyclone Gabrielle destroyed thousands of homes. The repair bill could run up to $14 billion. It isn't just the weather that's caused damage. Shops were ram-raided twice a day on average in the 6 months to May this year. Crime has clearly become more commonplace.
Police received multiple emergency calls with reports of a person discharging a firearm from inside the third floor of a building.
Add to that economic challenges. This year we entered a technical recession by the slimmest of margins. Banks kept hiking interest rates, piling more pressure on households. For that reason, this election campaign has gone hard on the cost of living, with major parties proposing their methods of short-term financial relief for working New Zealanders. of government. And no doubt all of that would have absolutely influenced the way all of us voted over the past couple of weeks. Now, speaking of those votes, let's go to the ever-important numbers. We have our data editor here with us tonight, Chris Knox. Chris, thank you so much for being here with us. You have put all of these numbers together. It's grey at the moment, but it's going to turn coloured tonight. So tell us exactly how it's going to run.
So any minute now we'll be waiting for the first votes to come in from the Electoral Commission. They've started counting the advance votes about 9 o'clock this morning. They should arrive shortly. So yeah, this is our representation of Parliament with 120 seats. And if you want to see how it's going, this is the previous Parliament. So we'll start to see it filling up like this as the votes come in.
And important to note that the winning government, this one was obviously red and green last time, the winner fills up from the bottom up, right?
That's right, yeah. It's the same kind of shape as when you actually look at Parliament.
So this is Parliament, but obviously the electorate votes are very important tonight as well. And important to note that if any candidate wins in their electorate, they automatically get catapulted into Parliament, right? So how is this map going to look? There's some colours there. What do those existing colours mean?
So this is the 72 electorates that are in New Zealand. We have one square for each electorate, and the colour is the colour of the party that's currently in control of that electorate.
So if there's an upset, it will flip colour, it'll look multicoloured in each electorate?
Yeah, it'll have like a red corner and the rest will be blue or whatever, depending on the direction they go.
And certainly some interesting electorates to watch tonight, which we'll talk about later on. But just firstly, there have been some troubles at the polling booths today. You've been in touch with the Electoral Commission. What have they had to say?
So they wanted to assure people that if you're in the queue, you get to vote. So polling booths stay open until everyone who's there has voted, and that they did have some trouble with one of their electronic systems, but they don't anticipate major queues at this stage.
Certainly were some queues that we had reports of because there were still 2 million people yet to vote today and yesterday, but we could be here past midnight. Shayne, it could be a long night ahead.
It'll be a long night, but looking forward to those numbers coming in any minute now. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Maddie. I want to bring in two of our very special guests tonight, two of our finest New Zealand Herald columnists from both sides of the political spectrum. Firstly, Shayne Currie and Matthew Hooton. Matthew, what are you expecting tonight? What are you looking out for?
The first thing I'll look out for is turnout. You've got an angry electorate, and it's never been lower than 74%. That was in 2011, and I think there's a chance that will be lower than that in that election. And then also the so-called purple vote, the Labour and National vote, that has been down to 62% a couple of times, but it usually sits around 80%, and I think we're going to see a very low purple vote tonight because people are very dissatisfied with the two main parties.
So we're seeing that rise of them as the so-called minor parties. Let's bring you in, Shayne, in terms of that left block of vote and the Greens. What are you expecting from your side?
I've been out to South Auckland today. I've run campaigns out in South Auckland. The numbers look pretty good today. Manierewa, Mangere, Manukau East. But we'll see. I understand that pre-votes were about slightly higher than 2017. Yeah, when you are on the left like I am, you do want a high turnout. That really does concern me. I think we'll also start to see a lot of those seats that Labour picked up in 2020 flip very quickly. Northland, Shane Jones isn't going to win that seat, by the way. 7th time lucky, maybe next time. But you'll see seats like Rangitata, Otaki, all of those seats flip pretty quickly. Right, yeah, there's about 10 close seats by my reckoning, and Audrey Young had a very good piece in the Herald a couple of days ago. Any particular electorate seats, Matthew, that you're looking out for?
Interesting, obviously in Tamaki, where ACT and National are having a fight there. Look, I think tonight, people are talking about 61. I think unless one of the two blocks gets 63 to 57, we won't have a result tonight. Historically, National loses two seats through the special vote. So unless National is on 63, it can't really be confident of forming a government, and vice versa for Labour. So we may not hear any big victory speeches tonight.
Could be a long few days ahead.
And I do want to ask you there as well about the difference between advanced and special votes. So tonight we're getting the advanced votes, but how do special votes sometimes play into this mix too? Do they typically cause people to lose or win seats?
In most recent elections, National has lost 2 seats. So that's why I say unless we see National winning 63 to 57, I don't think that it would be prudent for them to be giving a victory speech tonight. And then we won't really know the result until about the 3rd of November.
Wow.
And obviously Winston is a major part of tonight as well.
Yes.
How do you think that 5% threshold is going to play out, Shayne, for NZ First?
He's going to hit over 5%. All eyes will be on the Duke of Marlborough tonight. He will, however, hold it over till the 3rd of November. Those special votes are going to play a part. Shayne, back to your question in terms of seats to watch. For me, I'm particularly interested in Te Taiahahuru and Okoro Rāwhiti. I got a sneaky feeling that Labour might pick up both of those seats.
Now, you've spoken about the magic number being 63. Actually, the magic number technically is 61 to get over that to govern, which obviously Labour did last time with the biggest single majority government of all time. Staying on New Zealand First, though, the Nats actually haven't worked with NZ First since MMP started. We're now in our 10th MMP election. Say they do have to work together. Luxon has to pick up that phone tonight. How would you expect that conversation to go down?
Well, I don't think he will be, because we may not know whether New Zealand First is going to be over 5%. Unless they're over 6%, again, there's just too much uncertainty. So I think there's a whole lot of excitement, but as I say, if National New Zealand First and ACT are 63, then the front page tomorrow can say, welcome Prime Minister Luxon. But otherwise, it's too close to call.
Absolutely.
Big night ahead.
ahead.
Yeah, awesome. Look forward to it, guys. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm going to throw you now to Mike Hosking in the ZB studio.
Kate Hawkesby with you in a cast of thousands. Let me just get straight to the numbers because we're going to be able to go home by 8 o'clock. I'm calling it right away. Here are the numbers. National, do you want to go bottom to top or you want to go top to bottom?
Bottom to top.
Did you read my Herald column on Thursday?
Religiously.
What did my Herald column say on Thursday?
Whitewash for the right.
Well, all right, I said two-party, didn't I?
Yeah.
I said two-party coalition.
You don't know this for sure.
Do you want to give the number? Are you going to be a downer? Are you going to be a downer all night?
They've only counted 2% of the vote.
All right, here we go. Let me give you the numbers. This is too exciting for words. The National Party currently sits at 41.6%. The ACT Party at 9.29%. Add those two numbers together, what do you got? You want to do it in seats? The National Party at 52 seats, the ACT Party at 12. 52 and 12 is 64 seats. That's your election. So Winston Peters is across the line. He's on 6.6. So one of the scenarios was Peters doesn't make it. Peters does make it and isn't needed, or Peters makes it and is needed. Peters made it, he isn't needed. It's a two-party government.
At this stage.
Jeez, I don't know about you.
At this early stage.
What can we say? Help us out here. Do you think the numbers are going to move wildly?
I've no idea. I've been terrible at picking everything throughout this election, so I'm not going to pick anything right now. I'm just... look, this is what I think, Mike. I think that currently, based on what we're seeing, the most likely outcome is that we have a two-party government. I don't think it shifts enough for... I mean, is that fair to say? It doesn't shift enough for three.
Here are a couple of things to think about as the night goes on. First of all, the National Party number traditionally, not always, but traditionally tends to go down a bit because you get the rural numbers first. So you got a lot of early. These are all early votes. Here's my other theory. My other theory is people who wanted change in this country got out early because they were energised and exercised, right? So they got out early and they voted. You're seeing those numbers now. So the big key today, so there's 1.4 million people turned up early, leaves about 2. How many of the 2 turned up today? And if they didn't turn up today, why didn't they turn up? Did they not turn up because the Labour Party are losers?
Yep.
And didn't want to back a losing party?
Apathy will be a big issue for them, I think.
And so if apathy is a big issue, you've got trade. Let me give you the complete numbers now. So National Party 41.6. The Labour Party,
Don't peak too soon.
The Labour Party on 26.2. Watch for Hipkins to resign tonight.
Oh my goodness.
Green Party on 10. They will be gutted, because they were looking at 13 or 14% all day long and potentially their best night ever. So at 10%, that's a number that could rise too, couldn't it? So the urban, as the urban numbers come in as the night goes on and you've got the city vote and stuff like that, that number may rise a little bit. In fact, Labour may be looking in South Auckland once those South Auckland numbers come in to rise a little bit. ACT, 9.29. New Zealand First at 6.61. Te Pāti Māori, now here's the story of the night, or one of them, 1.85.
Which is interesting because early on you were calling the Māori Party to be the big winners.
Many months ago, I thought I couldn't see why they wouldn't be very successful because they've got a lot of noise and traditionally, historically, Māori vote in a block and we've seen that with Labour, seen it with New Zealand.
I think they're going to go up. I think they'll go
may
up.
well go up.
Yeah, because those electorates, I think, will start returning them later on.
Yeah, but
they're so big.
But if Rawiri wins a seat, and I think we can all agree he probably will, he needs more than 2% to drag another seat in. He needs about 2.1, 0.2, whatever the MMP rule is, right? They don't have 2.1 or 2.2.
You don't think Debbie's going to win her seat?
Well, the polling says no. The polling, interestingly enough, I don't trust because those are big electorates and there's 400 people.
Yeah, I reckon the Debbie Ngāru-Apaka seat is too close to call. I think there's a chance that she still comes in on that. Okay. Do you know the other thing that I just want to point out to you? I reckon that National Party vote holds up because what happens today as well is a lot of people will go into the booth with sort of thinking, geez, what am I actually going to do? And last minute,
100%.
they switched to
Couldn't
national.
agree with you. What did I say to you at home the other day, Katie? What did I say to you at home the other day? I said, in the sanctity of the voting booth, forget your polls, forget the I don't knows, I don't want to say, forget all of that. They want to stick it right up Labor and make sure it works.
And they don't want to flirt with anybody else.
So if these numbers hold, then that whole two-tick campaign has worked a treat for Luxon. Right, so to your point, Heather, even if Debbie does win a seat, that's it. Because they don't have the numbers to get any more.
Do they create an overhang?
No. Because if you win two, very good question.
They might create an overhang.
1.85, very good question.
So then you're needing 60. Oh, you still need 61.
Can you look? You said to me before we started, if I needed you to look at something, all right, this is your first test of the night. Are you ready? Look at Ireland for me, because Top have got 1.78.
Yeah, so we've got here Hamish Campbell in the lead of the National Party, and we have Raf Manji coming in second with 12% close.
Yeah, but what's the gap?
Current margin is 1,900, 12%. 12% counted.
Okay. New Zealand Loyal, Liz will be listening tonight to this, 0.69. New Zealand, 0.5%. Aotearoa legalised cannabis, 0.27. Democracy New Zealand, 0.24. And Freedoms New Zealand, 0.2. So the throwaway number is about 4% at this particular point in time. So that'll get put in the bin later on tonight. So isn't this exciting so far? We've barely done anything, and it looks like it's over. So what else can we say? So
but soon to call it over, I would have thought, at 4.6% of the results
I'm
counted.
happy to be proven wrong, but if it was...
But if we go by last election, early on...
You can't go by last election.
No, what I'm saying is
election.
The pattern, the trends, early on, often is indicative of the end result,
27. If the number was closer, if it was National 39 and Act 8 or 9 or whatever, and you were getting it 50.5 or 51, maybe yes, but you're not. You're dealing with 64 seats.
Debbie's in the lead in her seat. Just pointing it out to you, it's not a lot. It's only about 800 votes, but there we go.
Early night. Mm-hmm. Okay. So Jason Walls is with us, is he? Fantastic. Jason, evening to you.
Evening, Mike.
Where are you?
I'm at the National Party headquarters this evening. A very jubilant mood, a very joyful mood, I should say, around here already. As numbers came through, there was a big cheer as National Party faithful looked at the screen and saw a glimpse of hope. They saw themselves in the Treasury benches come when Parliament resumed. Here all night keeping count of what's going on, interviewing the people as they come through, the MPs. We're not expecting Chris Luxon until about 10:30 later tonight, but you can imagine he's with his feet up and a big smile upon his face as he's looking at these early numbers.
Why wouldn't he be there at 8:15? The thing's over, mate. Doesn't he know? Haven't you worked that out? It's over. It's 64 seats. It's done.
Well, I think Chris Luxon might be a little bit more cautious than you, Mike. He's got a party to keep track of. He's got, and you're in the studio thinking this is all over. I think he's going to be a little bit more cautious at this stage, but I'm sure he's happy somewhere.
All right, fantastic. Stay in touch. Food, check. Anything to drink? Anything to eat?
Well, there's a cash bar. I don't know what ZB's policy on me getting a drink.
That's a bit tight.
I know you would be able to. I would have thought they would be able to shell out a little bit more for the media here. There's a few bits of food around. I will have some, and I will report on that because the story of the night, what sort of food there is at National Party HQ. But we'll see. I'll get back to you on how much a glass of bubbly is.
Okay, fantastic. Go well. That's Jason Walls, who's at the National Party headquarters. Sophie Trigger is with us at the Labor Party headquarters. Everyone depressed, Sophie?
Yes, here at the Labor Party festivities in Lower Harton. It has been a slightly slow start, but as the vote count gets underway, supporters are fill up the hall. The food platters have started to roll out. I'm seeing plenty of sausage rolls, Chris Lipton's favourite. So the vibe is certainly starting to pick up a little bit. People are milling around me, and there's now a bit of a buzz in the air. And there are, however, still plenty of empty seats around me, but they are a bit of a hopeful red glow, which could be a sign of a party really holding out hope for that surge of support the left on tonight.
Yes, indeed.
We've had quite a few people arrive. Just in the past 20 minutes, including Ohadiu candidate who was actually quite surprised by the formality of the event and had to hop away to put on a tie. But we're expecting a busload of other candidates and MPs in the next little while, the likes of Grant Robertson, Ginny Anderson, Ibrahim Omar, which I have a feeling could really left here as well.
Okay, good to talk to you, Sophie. Are we hearing the clicks? And there's not just me, so there's a little bit of connection problem. You interested in Wellington Central, Heather?
I am actually, because of course it's a 3-horse race, right? And it is a swing seat traditionally. I mean, everybody seems to think just because of recent history that it belongs to Labor. It doesn't.
No.
It has swung plenty in the past, but it's a pride seat, isn't it? It's held by Grant Robertson. He's stepping down. Massive majority. Tamitha Paul of the Greens is in the lead at the moment, margin of 2,000.
Ooh, because James Shaw the other morning told me they were very hopeful. In fact, he was more than hopeful. He said they were going to win it.
They could well win it. They have a fantastic ground game, the Greens do, and they have a really strong presence in that city.
Okay, I need to apologise immediately. Maybe it's not over after all, because the National Party have slipped back to 51 seats and ACTA at 12, so it's only 63 at the moment. So it's going backwards at a rate of knots. So maybe I should shut up. Maybe I should shut up. Joey Dwyer's at ACT headquarters. Joey, evening.
Evening, Mike. How you doing?
Very well indeed. Did they react well to the initial numbers?
No, actually, it's very busy here, and people are trying to get a peek at the results. But what I can tell you, it is very vibrant, very pink. Lots of people. Just move with me now. You can see that there's a bit of tongue-in-cheek here. You got the ACT Party poster that was vandalised to make David Seymour look from the Barbie movie. But it's certainly going to be a heck of a party here. I've seen a couple of candidates already. Holgard and Simon Court. We expect David Seymour and Brooke Van Belter to show up just after 8 p.m.
All right, fantastic. We'll stay with that. What do you reckon, Katie? I mean, at 9%, let's call it 10%. Let's be generous. No, actually, we can't. At 9.36, we can't. We can't even call it 9.5. He'll be disappointed, won't he?
Yeah, I do think he maybe peaked a wee bit soon. I think ACT probably ran the best campaign at the start and were running, just outstripping everybody else. But then Winston came along and seemed to suck the life out of it, and everything shifted, didn't it? And that was a real shame. And I think obviously cannibalised a bit of ACT's vote too, because really they had cornered the market on angry people, anti-vaxxers, people who hated the government and really felt National was too down the middle of the line and wanted to really go hard right. And then so that, ACT had all them, and then suddenly Winston came along, and so I feel bad for them. But I hope, they're at 9.3 at the moment. Is that what you've got? Percent? Yep. Yeah. They'll be wanting a lot more than that.
They're not going to get it, though.
I reckon they might.
Oh, you think so?
I think they might.
Where do you
no,
see
but at the time they weigh into Epsom, get down to Remuera.
They might nudge 10.
Maybe into.
They might nudge 10. What do you reckon?
Kandala.
Look, maybe if they get, I think if they get 10, they are doing really, really well. I think at the moment 9 is kind of where Mike made us write it on the little bit of paper, the little secret bit of paper before I wrote 9 facts.
Let's do that. Do you want to? No, I want to make a thing of that, and we don't have time before the ad break. So I'll just see. Do you feel? I haven't seen what you put down by way of.
Do I feel confident?
Do you feel confident?
Oh, not at the moment, no.
Really? So, do you want to save it till later? Maybe.
I want to be able to amend it.
What about you, Katie? Do you feel good about what you said?
For ACT.
I feel fantastically confident.
I am bang on everybody except for the National Party.
Okay, let's go to the Greens headquarters. Demelza Jackson's with us. Demelza, what's the vibe there given their number? I mean, it's reasonable, but it's nothing. It's not 13 or 14.
No, it's not, but it is very jovial here tonight. We're expecting about 3 people. We've got lots of party faithfuls. I can spot a few candidates, but it's a sea of green. We had comedian Tim Batt hyping up the crowd for lots of laughs. The beer's flowing, the music's going. It's actually going to get very loud in here tonight because, funnily enough, ACT function on top of us. So we've been warned it's going to get noisy, and I think a few of the Green Party people aren't stoked about that either.
Nice to talk to you. We'll catch up throughout the night. Chelsea Daniels is at New Zealand First headquarters, which I'm assuming is at the Duke of Marlborough's. Oh, she's on the phone, are you? All right, Chelsea, evening to you.
Evening, and I am in the hellhole of the Pacific, which I have been just learned that is Russell. But I can tell you there is an open bar here. There's champagne flowing. I've had a couple of oysters. They're being nice to the media and giving us some tuna and etc. But everyone's just sat down to have some dinner. Shane Jones is here, and we're still waiting for Winston Peters. We're expecting him probably about after 8:30.
Okay, good to talk to you. Have another oyster. When did it become the hellhole of the Pacific?
Where's our champagne and oysters?
Russell's fantastic.
But did she call it a hellhole?
She called it the hellhole of the Pacific. I mean, that'll be from some reference of something in history. But I mean, it's a beautiful part of the world. See, now here's the interesting thing with New Zealand First. Across the line, 6.24. They've gone back a little bit since we've been on air. So across the line, but at this point unneeded. So sort of what was the point? What do? You just sit there in kind of opposition for 3 years, moaning?
I don't want to rip your undies, but do you, if you've got a margin of, let's say that they come in with 61, 62 seats.
Bring them in for
just
safety.
Bring them in case you've got an ACT Party MP who, does something weird.
Fair enough too. Sorry, who do I... Michael Nielsen is with us. He's at the Maori Party headquarters. Michael, evening to you.
Oh, kia ora, Mike.
What do you say? I don't know what to make of this. They've gone up since we've been on air. They're at 2.25, so you're in that margin now where if they get a couple of seats, that's fine, and one seat, then you can drag another one in, but they'd be wanting more, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. There's definitely a confident mood here compared to the previous election when they were fighting to get back in. This time they really think they're going to do a hell of a lot better. At the moment, definitely there's a little bit of concern around, but I think that, they'll be obviously hoping those bump up over the night.
All right, we'll stay with you. Appreciate it very much. Michael Nielsen, who's at the Maori Party headquarters. Right, let me just give you the numbers in case you've just joined in. So what we're looking at the moment is the National Party have got over 40%. They're at 40.6%. So that leads to 50 seats. So the number of seats is dropping. So they started at 52 about half an hour ago. They're down to 50, but they're still in government because ACT have got 12 seats. So they're at 62 seats at the moment. The Labour Party are going to have 33 if this holds, but they haven't moved. They're at 26.2. The Green Party at 10.95. We can almost call that 11. So they'll hold 14 seats. I don't know how David Seymour feels about that if he ends up with 12 seats, 14 seats for the Greens and 12 seats for ACT.
He's gutted.
Yeah, I would have thought he'd be pretty upset.
He's worked his ass off.
Mind you, having said that, can you be gutted and in government? You would, wouldn't you? I mean, if you're in government, who do you care? I mean, what do you care?
I mean, you know what? What I would say to him if he came to me looking super depressed about this, I would say, well, at least Winston's not there. So
that's true.
Yeah, exactly.
I reckon if this ended tonight, at this moment, he's in government. And he doesn't have to deal with Winston.
Exactly.
That's a win.
He's increased his caucus.
That's a win all day long.
Yep,
and he's good.
absolutely.
Has he? So just remind me of that. Has he gone up much?
Yeah, I think so. I'd have to go back and double check for you. In fact,
actually, that can be your job during the news, Heather. Second job of the night. Let's get into that and get some facts.
You are flat out.
It is. Yeah, it's going to be a busy night. Don't think you're going to sit there and have a good time. This is work, for God's sake. So sorry, where was I? The Green Party 11%, ACT at 9.26, New Zealand First at 6.2, the Te Pāti Maori Party at 2.2, the Opportunities Party at 1.81. I suppose Ilam's worth looking at 1.81. Isn't it? To see if Rafe, and where he gets, and the rest are all in the bin for the rest of the night. Anyway, this is Newstalk ZB and the New Zealand Herald's coverage of the 2023 election campaign. We'll break for some news and some sport.
Herald does have a sweepstake going on tonight as well, and I reckon at the end of the night we're going to put the Herald up against Newstalk ZB sweepstake and see who the real winner is. But going back to those results, we have Janae Tibbs-Shraney with us, our Wellington business editor up from Wellington. Amazing to have you back in Auckland, up from the gallery tonight. Janae, looks like there's two major colours on the winning side of that parliament. Can we call it, or is it too early?
Oh, it's too early, Madison, but at the moment it's definitely, look at that. That is blue, yellow, pretty big walkover so far, but we need to remember that it's about nearly 11% of the votes that have been counted so far. So just to remind people, these are the advanced votes. That constitutes 1.4 million votes. There's still more to go, but from what we can see at the moment, the result looks fairly definitive. I'll just walk you through these a little bit. National is actually way above at 40.7%. It is above where it was last polling at 36%. Also, Labour is well down. You can see there it is just losing an incredible number of seats. The Greens also not doing as well as they were last polling, and the same with Te Pāti Māori.
And to Mike's point, New Zealand First is over that 5%, but they're not necessarily needed.
Yeah, and actually 6%, that's kind of where they were polling before. And this is what National wants to see. This is what they came out and said so strongly just in the recent weeks. They said, vote for us, get us in without Winston Peters. And that's how it's looking. That's just absolutely incredible so far, 51 seats.
Luxon will be a happy man tonight, absolutely.
Yeah, let's bring in Shayne Currie and Matthew Hooton. Early impressions from you both, please.
Well, if I was at the Cloud, I'd be a lot happier than the folks probably are in Hutt Valley at the moment. We are at about 11%. That at that point, I think that trends do start to sit in. I think there's still a little bit of movement on the left, but it's not looking good.
Not looking like a great
You're calling it a night.
Yeah.
Matthew, is it
I'm
too
not
early?
quite calling it a night, but the trends are there starting to set in.
If that got locked in,
Yeah.
it's 63 for National and ACT, then Christopher Luxon can announce that he is obviously the Prime Minister. And he can also, well, we can announce that he could probably form a government of just national and ACT and wouldn't need New Zealand First. Although, as Mike and others have been talking about, the word is that if it was that narrow and National only had a 2 or 3 seat majority with that, they would bring New Zealand in anyway to get that bigger majority.
So it still could be an interesting night for Winston and an interesting few weeks ahead, depending on how those coalition talks go. The Greens seem to me to be well below their, pre-election
They do seem to be well below, and I think that there seems to be some bleeding from the left to the right. Shayne, it could be people just want a level of certainty, and they don't want a coalition of chaos, but I think there's still a little bit to go in this race yet.
Yeah. Matthew, you were talking about turnout earlier on in the night. Is this showing that turnout did not turn out for Labor today?
Well, we're still only, I assume, looking at the advanced votes because there's only been about 640,000 counted so far. Look, a point Mike made earlier, another good point from Mike. People who wanted change, who wanted national, who wanted ACT, they were incentivised to vote early. So it's possible still that National ACT will come back a little bit on that. I still think, as the polls have all been saying, and the Herald's poll of polls, the most likely outcome from this election is the 3-headed National New Zealand First ACT government, and that's what we're seeing so far anyway.
Shayne, any thoughts or prayers to Labor tonight?
No. Look, we'll do the analysis later on in terms of the issues for Labor. But I just go back to where Matthew is coming from. I think if he did want overall stability, Winston Peters, Shane Jones, folks like that, a better friend than foe.
What sort of things would he be asking Winston? What kind of concessions?
He doesn't have to pick up the phone on these numbers, Shayne.
Yeah. Well, it's 62, 63. Does he want to bank that and run for 3 years with that, or does he want to say to Shane Jones and Winston Peters, here's a couple of issues that we can give you as long as you support us on confidence and supply.
What David Seymour's going to want to do, assuming David Seymour wants to be in government, he's going to want to try and lock this in before those specials come in. He's going to want to say, look, we've got 63 seats here, Christopher. It's National Act, and he'll try and push out New Zealand First.
In terms of what, cabinet positions?
Well, at this point, Winston Peters and New Zealand First would not know what leverage they might have over Christopher Luxon. On these numbers, they would have none. But again, unless National Act are at that 63, 64, they can't assume that they won't need New Zealand First anyway. So, but if you're ACT, you want to lock it in now and try and do a deal, and then Winston maybe gets important after the special votes, and you say, well, I'm sorry, Winston, we've already formed a government.
Very interesting. Well, look, we're going to go back to ZB now and pass back over to Heather Hosking and Kate Hawkesby.
No,
all right, sorry, we're still live with us. So I just want to pick up a point in terms of the ACT National potential coalition talks. What do you think let's put Winston out of the equation at the moment, Matthew. What's Seymour going to want at a vote of around 9.5%?
Two things. Greater fiscal responsibility from the National Party than what they have been promising through the campaign. So, he'll want a smaller deficit and he'll want a surplus faster. The other thing he's been talking about, which I think National would struggle with and would be very divisive in this country, would be a referendum over the meaning of the Treaty of Waitangi. David Seymour in the last week has been saying that's his number one priority. Frankly, most of his voters, I think, their number one priority is getting back to surplus so that sensible tax cuts are possible as soon as possible. But, we'll see. Yeah.
We will see, and now we're going to pass you over to ZB.
In terms of radio, we're not waiting for graphics, we're not waiting for auto cue, it's not going to go through a production
This
team.
is happening live.
We're just giving you the results as they come in, so you're going to get them probably a lot quicker.
Election special, Mike's got my mojo working. That was my point of being here tonight. Get that mojo all over. Barry, where's Barry?
Barry, we've made the decision not to bring Barry in because he needs to get better, and he was sounding a little bit, he was a bit tired today, actually.
Was he close to coming in?
Yeah, well,
I'm sure he wanted to.
He would have if he could have. But as always, the wife knows better.
So I was going to say, did Barry make the call or did you make the call?
I think I might have made the call, so I'll have to wear it.
Very good. In Sydney, listening to you all. Mike, you're right. Winston's not needed. Are we able to watch you or only listen? You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on the New Zealand Herald website. You can watch us on the Newstalk ZB website as well.
YouTube is just Newstalk ZB, isn't it?
If you say so. If you say so. Don't read this out, but I worry that those people employed to collate... I was waiting till one came in. I worry that those people employed to collate and record the votes that are vetted for honesty is how can I guarantee that they read my vote correctly?
There's going to be a lot of that.
There's always someone, isn't there, for goodness sake?
Right, you asked me to
Yes.
tell you what happened with ACT last election. So ACT had 10 seats last election, and at this count, they're due to get, what, 12? 12?
Okay.
So that's an improvement.
Yeah, it is.
It's marginal, though, for all that work.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Now, listen, Blair Cameron's with us, who is winning Nelson by 28 votes. Sorry? For the Nats, yeah. Blair Cameron's with us. Blair, evening to you.
How you doing, Mike?
Very good. Where are you and how are you sort of soaking up the evening?
Oh, look, I'm at our National Party Hall here in Nelson with a bunch of supporters. It's very high energy. We've got a few drinks and food going around, and everyone's pretty excited for the night.
How's your campaign gone?
Fantastic. We ran a super high energy, positive campaign. I had an amazing team of volunteers that have worked their butts off the last few weeks, a few months really. And yeah, it's been super high energy, had amazing response from the Nelson public, heaps of enthusiasm. You know, it takes, going to take a big effort to beat an incumbent, right?
Yep.
But we've really put everything that we've had into it, and hopefully we get the result we want tonight.
Well, right, I can give you the I mean, you know the numbers. To give everyone else the numbers, 44% of the vote counted. You're ahead by 28 votes, so that's a nail-biter. Chris Hipkins told me the other day he was very, very confident Rachel Boyack would win. As you sit here with a lead of 28, how confident are you?
I'm feeling really good. I mean, as I said, the enthusiasm I've felt the last few weeks especially from everyone across Nelson, Richmond and Hope. It's been awesome, and so I'm really feeling good, feeling confident that as the results keep coming in, that hopefully we keep that lead.
Do you monitor the various booths that are coming in, and are you looking for booths that will give you a boost, or are there booths out there that haven't returned that may cause you trouble?
Yeah, I mean everything's happening so fast that it's a bit difficult to monitor the individual booths coming in. But yeah, we have our team here with that have all the screens up, looking at all those things. But yeah, no, I'm just soaking in the atmosphere, enjoying it, and feeling really good and confident that.
Well, what about your party at 41%? You've got to be thrilled with that.
Oh, absolutely, it's fantastic, isn't it? The mood for change across New Zealand is really clear. And it's fantastic that we're going to have a really good, strong national-led government from tomorrow on.
Did you believe, hand on heart, and you can confess now, did you genuinely believe you could get away with a two-party?
Yes.
Long pause, mate.
Yeah. Look, we'll see what the results are at the end of the night. But, it's going to be a really good, strong national league government. It's pretty clear at this point.
Good on you. All right, Blair, you go well for the night. So that's Nelson. That's interesting. Cameron Blair is up against Rachel Boyack. Boyack's the incumbent for Labor. 44% of the vote counted, and he's ahead by 28. That's a pressure you don't.
Do you want to know something about him, or is that weird? Is it like weirdly in the weeds?
Is it his internet history, or?
He's quite impressive, that boy. He's 31 years old, has an impressive CV, has stints at Princeton University, International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, Stanford University.
Stop it.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's impressive.
That's impressive. Well, he's going
should be winning
places,
by more than
presumably,
obviously.
right. So, do you want to do your picks?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do your picks. Katie's pick was, I know I'm opening this for the first time.
I think I'm already out.
I didn't know. So you had the Nats
Actually, I might be right about Labor.
Oh, let me.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, go for
about
it.
one out of all of them.
Thank you so much. You had the Nats on 38, and you had Labor on 26. 26, you couldn't have been more accurate.
Yes.
ACT you had on 11. You're not far out. What's this? I can't read your writing.
Greens?
New Zealand first. Sorry, you've got them on 5. The Greens on 12 and Party Māori on 2. So
I'm right on to Party Māori.
See, the interesting thing is you're not actually far out, and this is what we've tried to say in the polls. It's just one or 2 points either side.
I'm sorry. You've got to be more accurate than that.
What are you saying? Well, no, she's
if you're 2 points out, Kate,
she hasn't won.
Give us Heather's numbers are on 12.
Goodness sake.
Here
we go. Here's Heather.
Yep.
National 38.
Could well come back.
Oh, you think so? Do you think so?
By 3 points,
I don't
probably
think so.
not.
Labor 26, you're spot on
Yep.
as well. ACT on 9, you've done very well there, I'll give you that. Greens on 11, and that's...
Very close. They're on 10 points.
Yeah, 10
half
points.
a point out.
I'll give you that.
Thank you.
That's
I think
fair
she's
enough.
winning.
New Zealand first 8, you were hopelessly optimistic on that.
Heather.
Wild. You got sucked in by the rhetoric, for goodness sake.
No, I was
6.23.
You've been hanging out
I was
at the rest times.
preparing myself So
is that what it
now
was?
I'm pleased.
Yeah,
aren't
okay.
I?
So you're preparing for the worst.
Okay,
fair
Mike,
enough.
I'm ready.
Don't
where did
gloat
I-
too much
Where did
if your numbers are
no,
accurate.
No, I'm actually not that accurate as it turns out. I had the Nats on 39, so I'm 2
So
points
we
out.
all underestimated the
All
Nats.
underestimated.
So we all
See,
believed the polls. We all fell for it.
What's different about tonight? So if you go back to my Herald column a couple of months ago, I said 38. No, just to make
But
the
which we
point.
read,
To make the
obviously.
point.
Of course, we've all
I said
memorised it.
38 to 41.
Right.
As a range. So we're picking individual numbers tonight.
Yeah.
So I went low based on what I'd seen. So
Okay.
39, I'm wrong. Act 11,
Yeah.
I'm wrong there too. Labor 27. See, I gave them 27. You two gave them 26.
not-
So
not
I'm
far
wrong
off.
as well.
No, but you're very confident with Labor.
Yeah, a little bit. I figured it couldn't be as bad as 26. I thought 26
No.
is rock bottom and a dog of a night.
Yeah.
I mean, I might still be right at the end of the night. They get a little bit of that South Auckland vote and stuff like that. Greens 11. So how close
Yep,
to that am I? Yeah, I'm
yep,
pretty
you're
good. I'll
10
give
and a
myself
half.
that. New Zealand First 5, I'm wrong on that. So you two beat me. I can't hear you, mate.
Sylvia
We'll have to fix that one. Sylvia Wood is with us, the National Party president. Sylvia, evening to you.
Good evening, Mike.
You're doing well. How many drinks have you had?
Good question.
Well, I've stayed on the water
Okay,
for
fair
the
enough.
moment.
You're feeling pretty good?
Oh, look, it's a great start, but it's early days, and the campaign team has worked and just so hard, so well. Mike, I've just been asked to move to another cross.
Oh, have you? Well, that's not acceptable. Well, tell me who it is.
TVNZ
Oh,
have
look,
asked me
they're
to,
state-owned. They're state-owned. There's no
Don't
hope. The
bother.
questions will be boring. Listen, just a quick question. Are you worried about the number? Will the number come back or go up, do you think?
Oh, look, I really won't predict that. It's early days and it's a good start. So thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to have a chat.
And goodbye.
No
Thank you and
worries at all.
goodbye, she's
Sylvia,
saying.
you will not be coming back on the program tonight. Mark
get rid
my
of you
words, you will
fast
never
enough.
hear from Sylvia Wood.
She was not remotely interested in talking to you. But she's a lot calmer than you are. She's on the waters. Maybe that's the difference.
I'm on the waters as well. Let me just give you the Maori electorates because there could be a boil over here. Now, explain while I'm getting these up, Heather. Because you're the expert tonight, by the way, and I've delegated you the expertise on the overhang business.
Yeah, the overhang.
Because if they win, what do I want to do? Hauraki Mahuta's losing.
Which is remarkable, isn't it? That is remarkable.
She is she is electorate only.
Yes.
So she's out.
Yep.
So she's gone from Parliament.
She's been out of the country.
Minister of
There was a lot
of
of hype around Maipi, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was.
There was huge.
Do you think the home invasion tipped it?
For goodness
Look, it could have.
What is
yeah,
she,
because the
20 years old?
Yeah,
so
she's
she got
20.
enormous coverage. She got all that news media
she
coverage as well.
shouldn't be beating Nanaia. Nanaia's never been beaten
Can I
since
just
the
warn
establishment of the
people that
seat.
it's 10% of the vote and these are big electorates.
And it's only a margin of 158, right?
You know, so let's not get carried. Let's get carried away.
Yeah.
So Nanaia Mahuta is losing though, so that's not a good sign. In Ikaroa Rafiti, Mika Whaitiri, when I talked to Chris Hipkins about this the other day, he was absolutely adamant that Whaitiri was not going to lose, was not going to win rather. So Mika Whaitiri is not going to, so she took the big risk and she looks like she may well lose. So Te Pāti Māori will pick that up, potentially. Once again, only 15% of the vote and the lead is only 174. Where it gets a little bit clearer, Debbie is on, this is in Te Te Hauru, she's got a 2,000 vote lead with 13% of the vote in. So that's a big enough lead. Geez, you must be close to feeling, I'm across the line on that. Kelvin Davis is ahead.
So he was going to quit, wasn't he? If he didn't.
If he doesn't win, he's quitting politics. So he said that. So he's ahead, but only by 109 with 13%. Te Taitanga, Te Pāti Māori are leading that one. I don't believe that's right. Because Tirakatini, I'm absolutely convinced, given the Tirakatini-Sullivan dynasty and all of that sort of thing, and you've only got 13% of the vote in.
I don't know, Mike. I reckon you're too confident. I mean, look at what's happening right now. You've got Nanaia you've got Nanaia not leading. You've got Reno Tirakatini not leading. So you've got 5 of these seats now where the Māori Party's ahead. And I just think that we haven't really understood the groundswell that's been going on for the Māori Party. I think there is a chance they tip a few of these seats. So we've got them ahead in Hauraki Waikato, tipping Nanaia out. We've got them ahead at the moment in Tamaki Makaurau, tipping Penny out.
Can I just interrupt? And I hate to be rude, and that's the first time I've done that to you tonight, but I've got Greg O'Connor who's waiting for us, and he's desperate to have a word on this program. Greg, evening to you.
Oh, I wouldn't have said desperate, Mike.
Reasonably
lined
keen?
me up. It's pretty noisy here, but I'll talk to you anytime.
Yeah, you're a good man. Hey, listen, you're losing. Are you depressed?
No, heck no. This is I had a new grandson born on Wednesday.
Well, there you go.
Life's just good. So we'll just sort of sit and see what happens. Every election's different, and like the older police association days, we'll just come to a new fork in the road. But this is early days. Let's just see how we go.
Of course it is. We've got 22% of the vote in. We've got you behind by 211. How would you describe the campaign? Has it been good?
200, that's about 3 streets
Yeah.
of door knocking. So that's close. Look, it's been a good campaign, very respectful. It's sort of on my strong ground game, I suppose, versus a very high-profile candidate, probably the highest profile national candidate going. So that's really what it'll come down to.
Okay, do you feel confident? I mean, is this going to be tight, go all the way down to the wire, do you think? Because to point out, if you lose, you're out, aren't you?
Yep. Not on the list. No, that's it. All or nothing. So yeah, look, it is going to go down to the wire. That's what it's felt like right from the start. So, and hopefully we'll have a result tonight.
While you're feeling
waiting around for the specials.
While you're feeling kind of open and honest with us, should you have been the police minister? I couldn't work out why you weren't the police minister when they went with Ginny Anderson.
Oh, look, it's like in these jobs, you do what you're asked. I ended up the Deputy Speaker, which actually I learnt more about how Parliament works during 12 months in that Deputy Speaker role than I guess a lot of people would have ever had the chance sitting there 20 years. Just a completely different role. So you roll with the punches, and I certainly enjoyed that Deputy Speaker role.
Okay, 26% your party's got. You depressed about that?
Sorry, I missed that.
26%. Labor's scoring 26% at the moment, seems stuck on it. You're good for 33 seats, is that?
Oh, well, that's what the polls have been virtually saying, haven't they?
Yeah.
So, hey, as we say, early days. I'm not sure if we had been a dump of those, of sort of the early voters yet.
Yes, well, I think so. I mean, we've got, there's hundreds of thousands, 5, 6, it's about 700,000 votes in there.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, look, everyone's sitting down watching tonight. Everyone will have their own theory, seeing it through their own eyes. But if, as I say, I haven't actually I've been waiting for a while. I haven't actually caught up with the result at the moment. But if you tell me that, that's what it is.
Well, let me tell you, I'm here, Greg. 41.5% for the National Party. 26%.
I've heard that, Mike. That's all you're here to do is help us.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a team player, mate. 26 for Labor, 10 for the Greens. ACT New Zealand, a little over 9. New Zealand First 6, so they're in, but they're not going to be needed. So it looks like a National ACT government.
All right. Oh, well, that's, as I say, you're way ahead of me. As soon as I get off this, I'll go and have a look at those. But that's, I guess, what pretty much in line with what a lot of the polls have been saying, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, good on you, mate. Listen, good to catch up. Go well, and I wish you the best for the night. Greg O'Connor, who is in a hurry of Belmont, Peter Dunn's old seat, of course, up against Nicola Willis, who at 22.5% of the vote counted currently leads Greg O'Connor. The important point being he's not on the list, and therefore he loses tonight. He has gone from politics. It's 13 to 8.
Welcome back to the newsroom, and I've got 2 more of our stellar guests tonight. Straight out of the New Zealand Herald, our editorial director, Fran O'Sullivan of Business, and Claire Trevette, our political editor, based in Wellington, but up for the night. Claire, are you surprised? What are your initial reactions here?
Well, my initial reactions is that it looks like Christopher Luxon's message to the voters worked in terms of trying to vote for National rather to help him close out New Zealand First. The risk is that a large part, and they will be watching this with a little bit of nervousness, a large part of the votes up to, for the first part, are the advance votes, and National had quite a bumpy final week, 10 days of the election campaign. There will be a bit of concern that that may have backfired on them and dampened them down a bit in the future. It does look very much like a change of government. The question will be whether he has to wait for those specials to come through to find out whether or not he will need New Zealand First or ACT. At the moment they've got a comfortable buffer, but if that gets down to 1 or 2 seats, then they will probably have to wait for the specials because they are inclined to lose a seat or 2 on the specials. So
it still could be a few more days or weeks ahead. But Fran, tonight, do you think Luxon will actually reach out, even if he doesn't need him, to Winston Peters?
Yes, I do in some respect, because we've still got the specials to come through. I think one of the things, there is commonality, strange to say, and the commonality is all of them have been talking about, these 3 parties, having a budget before Christmas, He's not going to want to have Winston Peters hammering away, saying it was a vile attack on the working class, that type of thing. I mean, you would want to have some support for the economic measures in the whole, and I don't know what could be offered. You know, it's still a lot to play out here, in my view, but I think we're looking very much at a change of government and hopefully some really good, strong focus on the economy.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of the economy and that, so I've actually got a text from John Key. I asked him what his thoughts on the numbers were, and I haven't told you this yet because I wanted it to be a surprise. He says that he thinks Greens are killing Labor. I asked him if he was calling it now, and he said no, haha. But it's a great start. And he said, let's see, it's never over till it's over. One point he did make was that interesting in 2017 and 2020, the percentage changed by less than 1% from when 10% of the vote was counted right through to those final numbers. So Fran definitely could still have a long night ahead of us, you think?
No.
Yeah, no, we're looking forward to what lies ahead with 21% of the vote counted. So still a way to go yet. And, you know, the numbers I'll be looking at really in particular New Zealand First and, of course, National sitting almost at 42%. We're heading back now to Mike Hosking.
Could be a boil over here. 10 minutes away from 8. Kay Hawkesby with us along with Heather du Plessis-Allan. In Mount Albert, you would, of course, think that Helen White's going to bolt home. Mount Albert's as red as it gets, has been red since... When did it start? There's a quick pop quiz.
Forever.
46.
Heather.
Was it formed in 1946? Am I correct? Anyway, Melissa Lee is with us. Melissa, evening.
Good evening.
Can you win this?
Well, I am hoping to actually win it. I've been trying for a long time, but we seem to be ahead a little bit, and it's actually very exciting and quite nerve-wracking as well.
I'm not surprised. Do you know where the votes that haven't come in are still to come in from, and would they favour you or would they favour Labor?
Well, it's been a Labor seat for a very long time, as you said, since 1996, so we'll have to wait till the final vote has actually been counted. But we've been trying very hard. I've been out door knocking every day, and even in the rain, and surprising people, you know, drenched, and hoping to actually, you know, convince them to vote National and me as well. So it's been a very exciting campaign.
Yeah, exactly. If you can flip one of the most unflippable seats in the country, what does that say about what's happening tonight?
Well, I think it would be a landslide if that was happening, so.
I think it's close to, you're on, the party's on close to 42, you've got 52 seats. New Zealand First, you're not going to need them. You and ACTA look like, if things hold, you look like to be the government. So that's got to be a good night for you guys all round. Yeah, no, this is just for people who are not watching. You were crossing your fingers crossed. So it's a good night for you. What's your plan for the rest? If you win this, you're going to go off. Are you going to go missing tomorrow? What's going to happen to you?
Well, I couldn't actually hear because there's a lot of excitement in the room.
Surprised.
But I think you said something about what's my plan. I guess if we in fact win this seat, well, we'll have to go back and open an electorate office again in Mount Albert.
Good on you. Go well, Melissa. It could be an historic night for you, and I wish you all the very best. Lovely to see you. Melissa Lee, what a fantastic...
Historic because held by Labor since 1946.
So it was 46.
You bang on.
Come on, there we go. That's not a bad number. Now, the other one I'm looking at here, Napier. So Katie Nimmin is ahead with 23% of the vote. She's ahead by over 4,000.
Yeah.
So that looks like a flip as well. So some of the polls, there wasn't a lot of polling, maybe I missed it, Heather, but there wasn't a lot of polling around the individual electorates. But what I did see, it looked like there could be a big blue move on. And Napier was one of the areas that was polled, and it looked to be going blue. And at 4,000...
And you can imagine why.
My mate Stewie. What are you saying about Stewie? What are you saying about my mate Stewie?
But also...
Yeah. I'm just wondering if this is going to be like a landslide.
It could be. I mean, look, here's the thing.
You're not getting too carried away, are you?
Well, I'm feeling like I want to get carried away. I'm feeling like I'm winning Mount Albert.
If it is a landslide, it matches what we've heard on the ground, right? It matches the vibe of the country. It matches the wrong track, right track direction. 2/3 of us say something's got to change. And we've got big questions to ask about the polling in the lead up to this.
That's what I was going to say. It's an interesting disconnect, if that's true, with the media, because what they think is happening and what the polling says is happening and what we're being fed and fueled and told is happening is very different. And a lot of the politicians said that to us, and when I talked to them on my show, and I'm sure you guys the same, we're getting a completely different vibe on the ground, out on the hustings, out on the campaign. When we meet real people, we're hearing completely different stuff to what we're seeing reported on the 6 o'clock news. And
I mean, have a look where the Nats are. 42% 42%, and with how much is counted, to be fair,
Crazy.
it's quite low at the moment. But 42%, there is not a poll that had them that high. The closest was the 11th of September News Hub poll, had them on 41%. We all said it was a rogue.
Yeah, exactly. So the interesting thing about that is, and it's a very good point you make, the Pulse is going to have to...
polls are out.
It was within the margin of plus or minus 3%, which I suppose
But didn't John Key say the other day the way we poll now is so different because
100%.
we don't have landlines?
I've said all throughout the campaign, I don't believe any of the polls. You cannot... First, TV1's poll, for example, has half the people who have volunteered to be there. I mean, that's bollocks. That's not polling. And then some of these other ones that we saw, the Courier polls, 400 people. I mean, the Southern Maori seat is all of the South Island plus a chunk of the North Island, and they're finding 400 people. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, that's not a poll
Hey,
either.
listen, is this going to irritate you if I point this out
Probably.
to you? The overhang from the Maori
Yeah,
part?
no, I'm very interested in that because this could be a big talking point.
So what has happened is, if it is the case that the Māori Party manages to win 5 of those electorate seats, but only has at last count, 2.4, 2.5, let's say, they're only entitled to 3 seats. They create an overhang of 2.
Yes.
So your 120-seat parliament now becomes a 122-seat parliament. You Plus the by-election, it's a 123-seat parliament. What do you need in order to have a majority?
Well, half of 123. 62.
Right?
Yeah.
So that just makes it... They've got 63.
And this is where they've got to have a look at this rule. That rule about the dead person and you get a list MP and the list MP stays on once you've had the by-election. That is the stupidest rule.
It is a stupid
in the history of stupid rules. The National Party, by the way, are back up at 41.6, so that's back to 52 seats they've got.
Yeah.
The ACT Party have 11 seats, so that is 63 all by themselves. So it's looking good. I was looking up Whangaparoa, my old mate Mark Mitchell, and where is it? There he is. He's only leading by 9,000 with 19%, so he's home free as well.
I was looking at Auckland Central because that's been such an interesting race because Mahesh has done extremely well, and Chloe sort of went off the boil for a while there and sort of came to life like Winston in the last 2 weeks of the campaign. And he was ahead at the beginning, but she's back in front at the moment. But there's only a margin of 97 in it.
That's a separate race to Mount Albert, though, isn't it? So Mount Albert is an anti-government race. If Melissa Lee wins it, but Chloe's a story in herself, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, it's not. There's not an anti-Green move on tonight. It's an anti-Labor move on.
It's an Auckland City. It's a shambles move
So
on.
you'd congratulate Mahesh for running what clearly is a very good campaign against another very good campaigner.
And he would deserve to win. I mean, if this is a fantastic night for National, then I would feel sad for Mahesh if he didn't win that because
I don't know.
he's
Next
worked so
job,
hard.
Heather, where is he on the list?
Who?
Mahesh. If he doesn't win, does he get in tonight?
I don't think he does actually. I think he's far enough down to not make it.
That's unfortunate. There
he is, 43. No, he'd be in.
Would he be in?
He'd be in.
Well, that's it. Well, he deserves
Depending
that.
on
If you run a good campaign and you miss out just through no real fault of your own and you're not in Parliament, that's unfortunate. So so Kelvin Davis we need to think about because he leaves politics.
He's going to quit
if he doesn't win his seat tonight. Greg O'Connor we've already heard from. He's going to leave politics if he doesn't lose tonight.
He doesn't care because he's had a new grandchild.
He's had a grandchild and life is
life's great. What does he care?
And we've got what was the other thing I was going to say? We've got the
Ilam?
We've got
No?
Ilam. Yeah, Ilam. We are interested in. I don't think Raf is going to do it, but
No,
anyway.
Raf's not gonna do
Let's break for the news. This has been a fantastic first hour. This has been, as far as broadcasting goes, this is as good as it gets. News for you in a couple of moments.
No,
All right,
ask me exactly that. I know the answer.
Okay, great.
All right, well, plenty is happening tonight. We're going to go back to our data editor, Chris Knox, on the numbers. Let's look at that electorate map. A lot of the red seats have turned blue. There is so much blue paint over that map right now. We've already talked about Mount Albert, which was a Jacinda stronghold, but you have another mount to show us, an electorate where blue has really taken over.
Yes, so we got Mount Roskill here as well. We're looking. It's pretty close. It's a reasonable lead for National there.
What did that look like last year?
We look back
at
last
there you go.
time.
Exactly.
You can see
Wow.
that, probably the consequences of Michael Wood's disclosure difficulties are maybe.
Are we going to talk about the stock market? I'd love to, Chris. That's my game. That'd be good.
And Wellington Central, Chris, looking incredibly green at the moment.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really striking about this is that this is more non-Labor or National colours than we've ever seen in terms of winning an electorate. Currently, we're looking at 10 seats. Two ACT, 3 Green and 5 Māori seats.
And before that, it was only 1 ACT and 1 Green, wasn't it? So definitely a lot more
And
colour
1
on the
Māori.
board. Wow, okay. And actually, speaking of Te Pāti Māori, if we can... Oh, wow, Wellington Central.
She's well ahead.
She is well ahead, and that's still with... I've still got quarter of the votes in there. Shane's
Shayne
calling it over. Let's go to our
go.
guest then. Shayne Currie, you're calling it over. What makes you think that that's over?
The numbers and the trend lines. You know, what percentage of vote you got in? 26%. They're all urban booths. The rest won't take take long to count up. No, Tamitha Paul from Wellington Central will be off to Parliament.
And so how's Chloe going in Auckland Central, Chris? So that one's a bit tighter, right?
Close.
It's a tight race and there's less of those votes. And actually, speaking of votes coming in, the advance, that counter started to really slow down. Could this be the advanced votes for the night, do you think, Chris?
I'd say that, yeah, we've seen that, and now we're just looking at votes from today.
Wow, okay. And if we can go back to Parliament, you've mentioned Te Pāti Māori having quite a good night, but it looks like there's an overhang. Does that mean we have 122 seats in Parliament currently?
Yes, so currently we're adding up to 122 seats here because the 2.5% that the Māori Party has, it gives them around 3 seats, but they're currently winning 5, so that will grow Parliament by 2.
Does that mean they just, pull up extra chairs? How does that work?
They do. They just go and find extra chairs. And they're going to have to go and find another extra chair for for Port Waikato as well. So we could be looking, if the numbers hold, we'll be looking at 123-seat Parliament.
Wow.
Which obviously changes things a little.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing night so far. Thank you, Chris. That's great. The numbers keep rolling in. I want to throw to Shayne Currie again. If Labor stays on this number, 26%, that's almost halved the vote from 2020.
Yeah.
What happens now if we stay on these numbers with Chris Hipkins?
I get the view that those numbers are pretty well stuck. You might see a 1 or 2%. Hey, look, Mount Albert looks gone. Mount Roskill looks gone. 5 of the 7 Māori seats look gone. Wigram looks gone. It's a terrible night for Labour, and who ultimately has to pay the price? It's the leader. And I think if not today, very shortly, the Hipkins will have to resign as the leader of the Labour Party. You simply cannot get the thrashing you're going to get tonight and over the next few days and still be a viable leader of the party.
And then in your view, if he does do that, whether that's as early as tonight or this weekend, who steps up?
I don't know, because I don't know what the carnage is out there. Is Carl Cipollini still alive in Kelston? I'm not quite sure. You've got to see who's around.
She's still in Kelston on these numbers, 31% of the vote counted.
I don't know where we're at in terms of having any, where Labor is at in terms of having any list MPs. So, some of their brain power gone in terms of Little, in terms of Grant Robertson. It's carnage, and the leader will pay the price.
Fran, picking up that point, do you expect to also see Hipkins gone?
I'd be surprised if he did it tonight, but the interesting thing to me is a number of the people who would have been the heir apparents, they're not going to be there. And, look what was happening with Michael Wood, for instance. Would he over time have been forgiven by Labor? At the moment it looks like Carmel is the person to step up, but would that just be a transition? They're going to have to do what National did. They're going to have to rebuild that party, bring in good candidates. They have lost. It's first class, essentially, tonight.
Who else could go if Hipkins concedes, whether that be tonight or in the days following? Who else in his party do you think could also walk out the door with him?
Well, I think in time, a number of those, assuming they get back, people like Grant Robertson, I would be surprised if they would see out a term. I mean, if he does get back and, if some of the other cabinet ministers do come back, I think they will be there for some time, but I would expect them to retire. Particularly if you're going to look as if you're going to be in for 6 to 9 years in Oppo, they've got other lives to get on with. And to be honest, they've been through a pretty harrowing 6 years as well.
Absolutely, but I think that's the point. I'm not sure whether Robson Little is going to be back, and finding a lead out of that lot, finding someone who wants to take on the job, let alone let alone having some traction over the next little while.
It's a rebuilding job, isn't it?
Labor tonight has lost a generation of leadership. Let's be. It is dark.
Wow,
what do you think has caused this? Is this just not having Jacinda mania anymore? Is that the hole that's caused, or was it policies to be the problem?
Yeah, I put it down to a couple of things. I quite like Chippy as a person, but apart from the last week, it's been a very low energy campaign. But here's the other thing. The bonfire or policy, I think, costs Labor, because already, getting rid of them, but what did Labor stand for after that? And the other thing is that GST or fresh fruit and veggies. Tried that in 2011, didn't work then. It wasn't going to work in 2022.
Yeah.
Labor was just far too mild.
I think the big failure was to embrace capital gains tax
Yeah.
or a wealth tax.
Yeah.
They didn't have something to campaign on. And you look at the way the Greens, Marama, are out there passionately talking about a wealth tax, that type of thing. That should have been absolutely part of their agenda.
So obviously the criticism was that they'd become retail politicians once Hipkins had stood in. Just looking at the other side, the blue side, and the right-wing block of voting, we're all in for tax cuts, Fran? Is that why we're seeing now national?
I think if you've done the calculator, you shouldn't bank on it, to be honest. But however,
I'm going to be in for a decent tax cut. I'd make it sort of publicly known that I'm a landlord, so I'm going to do right out of this government.
Yeah.
But my brother, who's on minimum wage, security guard, he's not going to get the tax break.
But it's had cut through, Fran. The economic policies have had cut through.
Well, yes, but it's interesting to think, would they have been even further ahead if they'd actually put up a policy that didn't get attacked from so many quarters and reliable economic quarters. Yep.
So even though that sort of fumbled fiscal plan, if you could put it that way, it didn't hurt them too much.
41.9%, looking at where we are now. If you go back to Bill English, he was well above that. And, frankly, I would have expected, given the chaos and disaster Labor got itself into, losing all those ministers, the whole economic thing falling apart, I would have thought they'd be streets ahead, to be honest.
Fran, you've known Christopher Luxon for a long time. He's been involved in your Mood of the Boardroom program as Air New Zealand Chief Executive. What can we expect? What's he like?
Well, I think we can expect focus. He has actually he's a good campaigner, and we've seen that over the last few weeks. He's relentlessly on message. He'll work his team hard, but he does have some issues there to deal with. He still is a bit of a neophyte when it comes to politics. He makes mistakes, he makes fumbles, he says stuff that doesn't quite add up. So maybe when he's got a good team at PMO around him, that will give him the ballast. But he will have to listen to those advisors and make sure that he's absolutely on script. But I do expect, the 100 days program, all those things to happen and happen fast.
So Parliament sitting right through to December the 23rd.
Yeah,
he's got
absolutely.
Expectations on everybody there. Shayne, in terms of his discussions with ACT and David Seymour, how are they going to go now?
Oh no, I think Seymour is in a much stronger position. I think Winston might be there or thereabouts, but maybe a bit player, especially when I see the numbers even firming up even more. I think ACT will be quite precise. He won't want too many ministers actually, because he'll be a bit concerned about them. But he'll go after portfolios that we wouldn't expect him to go over after, such as education. I'll tell you what, he ain't going to put up with 5 or 6 charter schools. I think he's going to look for wholesale reform.
About exactly this. If it's just National and ACT, if you could give us perhaps 1 or 2 policies that you think are absolutely going to get over the line now that New Zealand First may not be in this coalition three-way.
How many?
No. I think there's a policy direction. We're going to see economic neoliberalism unleashed on New Zealand that we probably haven't seen since Ruth Richardson was around. And you know what? National asked for that mandate, and quite frankly, tonight they got it.
Thank you so much, Shayne and Fran. We're throwing you back to ZB now.
Heather du Plessis-Allan with some very bad news for you in just a couple of moments, along with Kay Hawkesby. Meantime, let me just go to Ireland and try and get this sorted out once and for all. Hamish Campbell is the Nats candidate, and he's with us. Hamish, evening to you.
Good evening to you, Mark.
So 36% of the vote, and you're ahead by virtually 5,000, so you're home free.
Oh, we don't want to take anything for granted, and we definitely don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but we've had a very solid campaign here in Ireland, so hopefully that's paying off tonight.
What do you need to see before you would call it and feel comfortable enough to say you're a winner?
I think kind of once 50% of the vote had counted, if we still had quite the margin, I think that would be kind of a comfortable margin.
Did you get a good vibe in the campaign itself?
Yes, we've spent a lot of time knocking on people's doors, so we did have quite a good feel. There's a lot of support for us in Ireland, so yeah, we did have a bit of an inkling.
Okay, and so Rafe Manji, I mean, the thing about MMP, I mean, he did the right thing, or TOP did the right thing, didn't they? Get a high-profile, in this case Christchurch person, into an electorate, give it a crack. They were never going to get 5%. They haven't got 5%. So they, in an MMP thing, did the right.
Well, I suppose that's their choice of how they campaigned. I think, but we just kind of stuck to our game plan throughout the campaign.
Okay, all right. Well, good luck tonight, Hamish, and you've got a good crowd around you and a good gathering. And
yes, no, I've just come outside because the noise is quite deafening inside. There's quite a lot of positivity and a lot of happy faces around the National Party camp.
You see Melissa Lee, she looks like she could win Mount Albert.
I haven't seen all the results, actually. It's been a bit of a whirlwind of an evening.
Well, good on you. Your party's on 42%. You got 52 seats at this present point in time, and it looks like you're across the line with ACT.
Brilliant. That sounds great.
Good on you, Hamish. Nice to talk to you. Appreciate it very much. We'll go to Paolo Garcia in a moment. He's the Nats candidate for New Lynn. We've got Mark Mitchell with us at... are you at National Party headquarters, Mark, or at your own headquarters? Is that your house? Yeah. Looks massive. It's sort of the mansion you live in.
No, at National Party headquarters. Just arrived.
Good on you. And so I looked you up before. You're fairly safe. Are you feeling good about crossing the line in your local electorate?
Yeah, quietly confident. I mean, still, how much is it? 25% of the vote counted, so still a fair way to go. But look, definitely tracking in the right direction at the moment. There's no doubt about that. 42%
or thereabouts for your party. You've got to be thrilled with that.
Yeah, very happy. If that continues for us right through to the end result, then of course we're going to be very happy with that. And look, to be honest with you, Mike, it's probably a reflection of the high energy campaign that we've actually, the campaign that we've run this year, in my view, has been outstanding.
Yeah, it has. As far as what you're looking at tonight, you're inside the machine, so give us an insight into what at 42%, do you think it holds? Do you think it increases? Do you think it drops? What are you thinking?
Look, it's really hard to predict, but of course I hope it holds, and I'd love to see it increase. But look, it's hard to predict. We'll just keep watching as the votes come in. There's a great feeling here. Look, I don't know how you guys feel, but it has felt like it's been a very long campaign. Yeah. And it's good to finally get here. And of course, at this stage, there's a real buzz here, a lot of excitement because everyone has worked so hard. But we just have to keep seeing as the results sort of as it unfolds as the night goes on.
Heather, she hasn't said it officially yet, but Heather believes that if the Maori Party win 5 seats, you're going to have, or even 6 seats, you're going to have an overhang. And the problem with the overhang is you're going to need more seats than you currently have to run a majority. You may need to include Peters. Does that bother you?
Look, to be honest with you, you guys are in the position that you're doing a much better analysis than I'm able to do right now. But obviously, we're just completely focused on let's see what our result is. We want the biggest possible result we can have. Chris has always said that to have a strong national-led government, we need to have the biggest party vote we can. And at this stage, it looks like the people of New Zealand have supported us with that, but we just have to see how the rest of the evening goes.
Good on you, mate. We'll go well. We might talk later on this evening. Been good to deal with you throughout the year, and we'll look forward to Minister of Police. Are you moments away from being Minister of Police?
I don't know. That's a decision for Chris, but I certainly hope so.
Good on you, mate. Nice to catch up. Mark Mitchell, who is at National Party headquarters this morning, it suddenly reminded me, Tamaki.
I'm just about to tell you about Tamaki. Brooke Van Velden is going to win it.
Are you calling it, eh?
I'm going to call it.
How many?
37% of the vote counted, 1,695 in it.
Ahead.
Simon O'Connor, I think, is we're going to be saying bye-bye.
And he's out.
And he's well down the list, so he's not going in.
Let me just get to, I know you're champing at the bit there, Heather. Just let me, I've got Paolo waiting on the line, so I just want to get to New Lynn. Paolo, evening to you.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Very well indeed. You're going to win?
That's what we hope to accomplish.
I've got you 33% of the vote in. You're ahead by 144. You're against Deborah Russell, former Minister of Statistics, of course. What sort of campaign's it been?
It's been a hard slog. We've had campaign signs destroyed constantly. We've raised them up constantly. You know, we've walked the walk and delivered flyers and letters. We've been out there, and it's been a hard run.
But if you win, it's all worth it.
Absolutely. Nothing can be won without hard work, and that's what we've done. So we've done everything we can, and so we can be relaxed about the result.
Good on you. What do you make of the 42% you've currently got? That's better than any poll had you at.
That is fantastic. It's amazing, and we'd like to see that go higher still, but it's amazing.
Good on you, Paolo. You have a great night. Nice to talk with you. Paolo Garcia, who's the national candidate for New Lynn. Just a quick point. At the current polling for the National Party at 42%, they win 48 electorate seats. There are 4 off the list. So they're an electorate seat party. There's only 4 on the list. So that's not many. Whereas if you look and, say, flip the Labour Party, they're going to win 12 electorate seats, and there are 20 off the list. So it's interesting, isn't it? Right, Heather, sorry to hold you up.
That's okay.
So
All right.
you have got...
seats.
She's the bearer of bad
Do
news.
you want the overhang stuff, or do you want the
I don't know that
seats?
I want to kill the buzz.
Oh,
just
okay.
to this
Interesting
picture.
seats? Interesting
It's-
seats.
it's-
Here we go.
Let's do that. Let's do it. So Rongotai.
Okay, so Rongotai, Julianne Genta's in the lead, beating Fleur Fitzsimmons, who is a very well-known Labor candidate in Wellington. Julianne's only leading by 148, so, you know, it could go either way, but the Greens are in the lead there.
Okay, West Coast Tasman.
Oh, West Coast Tasman. This is interesting. Damien O'Connor is losing to Maureen Pugh of the National Party by 10 votes. Not a lot.
But Maureen Pugh is effing useless, according to Simon Bridges.
Well, that makes it so much worse, doesn't it, for Damien?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry. So he's winning or no?
He's losing to Maureen Pugh. I'm going to give you a couple more rural seats, which I think are important. Wairirapa, Kieran McAnulty's losing, and Tuki and O'Rourke of the Labour Party's losing.
Kieran McAnulty's losing. Let me just interrupt. Your friend, very good friend, has just rung in, Katie. Carmel Sepuloni, evening to you.
Yeah, kia ora.
Are you depressed yet or not?
Am I Katie's very good friend? That's great.
You're my
I thought
bestie,
you were.
Carmel.
I thought you've spent the last couple of weeks together on the program. What are you making of your numbers so far? 25.9.
You can't read anything. You've got to wait until the whole lot come in, and then we've got specials to come. I can remember watching election night results and being with the Kelston seat, and then being behind at some points and going, oh my God, what's happening? And then all of a sudden things turned around. So it's only when the final results are through that we've got an indication of where things are at.
Are you confident that you got some good turnout in South Auckland today?
South Auckland, West Auckland, for sure. We had people lining up to vote in West Auckland, lining up in large queues, actually. And so it looked like people had turned out. And Sydney, when we were out in South Auckland with the Prime Minister yesterday, so many people were coming up to us and just saying that they'd already voted. But, yeah, it sounds like they were going gangbusters at the polling booths today. A lot of special votes taken, though, and that was what some of the vote taking and creating the queues. And then, of course, that means that those votes won't come through on election night.
No, that is true. What we can't hide from, though, Carmel, is you are no longer government. At the end of the night, you're in opposition. Is that fair or not?
No, I wouldn't say that yet. We're not there yet, Mike, and so you've got to wait until all the results come through until you can determine that.
Would it be fair to suggest that the chances of you being the government at the end of the night are a little slimmer than they were perhaps 6 or 8 months ago?
Oh, look, I'm just focused on enjoying and celebrating and the final result.
Fair enough too. You have a good night, Carmel Sepuloni.
It's complicated, Mike. It's
very,
complex.
very complicated.
I'm surprised she didn't say that to you. It's complicated.
It's not that complicated. She's lost. She doesn't want to say it.
Complex.
I'll come back to your seats in just a couple of moments. Your overhang. I'm going to argue with you on the overhang because I'm looking at National 2 seats at 13. That's 65.
They need 63.
So do you want to do the overhang
game
thing
over.
or not?
Yeah, I want to do the overhang thing.
Okay, all right.
When are we doing it, now or later?
No, we've got to take a
Later.
break. At about 11:15, 11:20. It is 16 past 8.
Welcome back to the newsroom. Yeah, on that overhang, I'm going to go to Chris Knox, our data editor now. Let's talk about that overhang in Parliament. The swell and the strength of Te Pāti Māori, that looks like it could almost push New Zealand First into a coalition three-way. Am I looking at that correctly, Chris?
It's getting close enough that it's a possibility. So we're looking at a 123-seat parliament at the moment, and then with one to pick up with the by-election, so that we'll need 63 to govern. And I think National and ACT are sitting on 65, so it's going to be very close if they follow the traditional drop two.
And I was going to ask you if you could please show me an electorate where Te Pāti Māori has overtaken Labour, but it's more than one. So just pick one for us, Chris, and show us how
There's
it's
5,
going.
but I think this one...
Wow.
Yeah, so it's close, but we're still... the fact that Nana Mahuta's not dominating that electorate, that's kind of been part of her traditional power base, is quite interesting.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of current government ministers in strife, Matthew, around various electorates. It's a bloodbath, isn't it?
Completely, and Labor is paying the price for the disgusting way that Aucklanders were treated in 2021 with that second lockdown, which wouldn't have been necessary if Chris Hipkins had ordered the vaccine in time. And then we were locked in our homes for far longer than was justified, and they're paying for it in Mount Albert, in Mount Roskill, places that you would never imagine. that National will win. This is almost like 1990.
Speaking of sentiment, because obviously all of that to do with the past government's term would have played on the minds of everyone. Going to bring in Murray Kirkness here, NZME's managing editor. Hey boss, how are you doing tonight?
Very
you
well,
good?
so better than Chris Hipkins, I suspect.
Yeah, I can imagine, exactly. Let's talk about sentiment. How does these results tonight compare to the sentiment that we've seen over the past weeks, months, even years?
Well, I think, Chris, if we go back to the countrywide, there's 12 or 13 Labor seats represented there. And if you compare that with this time 3 years ago, it's an enormous change, isn't it? I mean, we knew there was going to be a vote for change. How would that be? We weren't quite sure. But, I mean, it is... Chris Hipkins is not having a good night. And the fact that Megan Wood is in trouble, the fact that we've seen Kelvin Davis is in trouble, someone like O'Connor in the West Coast is struggling. There's some pretty amazing names and numbers at this stage. Te Pāti Māori, I think, has had a great night. Interestingly, perhaps being a bit provocative, as you might expect, but John Tamahiri, of course, saying, well, I'm happy to take a phone call from Chris Luxon. We wait and see.
Everyone's picking up their phones tonight.
The only one of the Maori seats that it looks as if Labor will win is the one where the Maori Party candidate was a Labor minister.
Yes.
So it's just a complete rejection of the Labor Party across the Maori electorates as well. It does mean, as we already said, you'll need 63 seats to form a government. National Act has 65 at present. There is no reason for them to deal with New Zealand First and Winston Peters. If they want to deliver a government of change to deal with the economic and fiscal crisis, they can do that if they choose. And it'll be if they then decide that, oh no, we'll bring in Winston Peters anyway and we'll give him a provincial growth fund and some baubles, that will be the National Party in particular signalling that they're not a serious party. They're just going to cruise, as the John Key government did. But this allows the first genuine government of change in New Zealand since 1990, if National wants to pick that up.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Now we're going to change back to ZB.
Like it's going to be. It's about a 5,800 lead for Catherine Wedd of the National Party, 28% counted.
Okay, and Wellington Central, this is an interesting race. It won't make any difference to the night, but Labor were hopeful, but as I said earlier in the evening, James Shaw was absolutely adamant they were going to win it.
Yeah, it's a pride seat, It's bragging rights. And so Labor, Grant's handed it over to Ibrahim Omar. He's losing to the Greens' Tamitha Paul, who's a baby. She'd be Gen Zer. She's got a 3,300 lead with 30% counted.
Geez, okay. I don't know if you come back from that, do you? I mean, that's 1,000. I don't think you come back from that, do you?
I think she's going to take that one.
So that's interesting. Now, here's the really interesting one.
This is your favourite.
Wigram,
yes,
which is in Christchurch. And Christchurch, generally speaking, with the exception of the Banks Peninsula moves around a bit. Islands was traditionally blue, but the rest of it's red as.
Yep.
Wigram is Megan Wood's seat, and
she's losing. It's 28% counted. She's losing by 168, so she can come back. But it's not a good look.
It's not a very good look.
It's a terrible look.
Judith Collins is with us. Judith, evening to you.
Oh, hi, Mike.
What a night.
She's as amped as you are.
Geez, it's incredible.
You
on the champagnes, Judith?
Well, I'm onto the water now. Oh. I think it's
pace yourself.
I take it we're safe in your seat. I'm just looking you up at the moment. Yeah, you're bolting home.
Right.
So you're home and hose. You're 7,500 ahead, 38% of the boat. What about the party boat, though? What a good night for you guys.
Oh, look, in Papakura alone, it's about 51% so far, the party vote. The party vote across the country is showing that people really do want a Chris Luxon-led government, and I'm so proud of the work he's done and the whole team. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it.
Exactly. How do you? I mean, you've been through this a lot. How do you explain the polls? None of the polls had you on 42%. They had you on 30. What did they have you last week? 34, 35, 36.
Yeah.
Television 3 was busy saying Nationals crashed. I mean, what crap?
Yeah. No, I think you've said that very eloquently, Mike, and and so truly. Look, I said for a few months now, when I've been going to supermarkets, when I've been going in the office and going around Papakura, people were like angry, and they weren't angry at me, and they weren't angry at National. They were really angry at Labor, and they hated that they were being gaslit over things like the cost of living and the crime rate, and the fear that people have for their own homes, to be able to pay their bills and to actually be safe. And they really hated that they were being told that they were wrong. Yeah. And actually, I just thought it's going to be, I feel like 1990, maybe being a little bit too optimistic at the moment, but I just still feel it's really going to be a big night.
Yeah, I think you're right in the sense that you've had this mood. What I couldn't understand with the polls is you've had this mood maybe for 6, but certainly for 3 years. And then all of a sudden the polls didn't reflect that. And I thought, what the hell's going on? And what was going on is people were just, keeping their powder dry until they got to the polling booth, and here we are tonight.
That's right. I was outside a polling booth today in the car, having gone dropped off someone who wanted to go, a friend who wanted to go and vote, and I just stayed in the car and I just watched people going past, and people were walking into that polling booth with a determined look on their faces. It was no smiles, nothing except I'm going to go and get this job done, and you could just see it.
Yeah. What do you want in the, a bit earlier, but why not? You've been around long enough to be able to tell us what you want. What do you want? Tech?
Oh, look, I love all the tech and science stuff. It's so positive, and it's all about growing the economy. But, I'm a team player. Chris Luxon will be the person who decides these things, and I just think he gets to say what he wants. He's been such a good leader. He's lovely to work with because he actually works really hard, got emotional maturity, and he gets the job done.
Nicely said, Judith. Well done. Go well tonight, Judith Collins. Social media questions.
Couple of questions on social media. Can the Nats and ACT govern without Mike?
Pretty hard. I mean, I'm there to give them a little bit of help along the way to start off with, but once they get rolling, they'll be right.
Yeah. What's Neva wearing?
It's a good question. I haven't seen
She's
Neva.
wearing black. She looks lovely. She's in a black.
Does she look good?
Yeah,
okay, she looks good.
Black
Fantastic.
And is New Zealand First having a bad night?
No, they're not. I mean, it's 6%. They're not at this particular point. Well, actually, going back a little bit, but they're not in government. But they're across the line, and that will allow Peters to get to Parliament to hand over, presumably over a period of time, the next year or so, to whoever, Shane Jones, I'm guessing, and they're back in the game. So so your first goal is to get across the line. Second goal is to get across the line and be needed in government. They've got the first goal, not the second. I think that probably... We need to go to Golriz Garraman. You don't hold up Golriz Garraman, do you? No, you do not. At 8:25. Golriz, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thanks.
Good. 10.25%. You guys happy with that?
I've been in the Green Party long enough to know that, remember when that was our highest polling. So it's 14 MPs, but I think it's going to go up. It's going to keep going up for us.
What do you base that on, though?
The fact that we do very well with the special votes, which are all the urban votes and the overseas votes.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, specials, yes. So that downtown-y Auckland, Wellington thing's going to go well for you. Wellington looks good tonight. You're following, obviously, Wellington Central and Rongotai.
Yeah, amazing.
And Auckland Central, Chloe's. You think Chloe's going to be okay? It's a tight race.
Absolutely, it's a massive campaign. If anywhere around Auckland Central for the past few weeks and months, it's just been glowing. Everyone's involved in that campaign.
Yeah, are you worried you're going to be in opposition? It's a sad thing for you, isn't it? You've done well, but you're in opposition with it.
Look, I'm going to be really sad for the climate. I'm going to be sad for the domestic and sexual violence work program that Marama Davidson was leading. But it's a democracy, and we will keep pushing as hard as we can, whoever's in government, for that kaupapa.
Good stuff. All right, Golriz, go well tonight. Golriz Garraman.
When she says Auckland Central's glowing, there's only 550 votes in it between Chloe and Mahesh.
Yeah.
Is Chloe in the lead?
By 550, yeah, with 32% of the vote done. Look, we've got to take a brief break. I'm reluctant to take a break for this because this is too much fun. But I'm under instruction to do that, and Neva will give us an update. Neva and Black will give us an update, and we'll get into more of this. Just before we go to the break, national climbing 42.3. They're now at 53 seats. ACT on 12. That's 66, Heather. Well, you can take that little overhang
Winston
of yours.
Fades
yeah, it's Winston,
distance,
exactly.
He's fading away.
News for you in a couple of moments. 8:27.
Welcome back to the newsroom. It's all go. We're going to throw directly over to our Wellington business editor, Janae Tribshani, to take us through some of the electorates. Tamaki, first up, it's absolutely turning yellow, right, Janae?
Yeah, that's right, Shane. This is a really interesting electorate that's received quite a lot of profile during this campaign. Brooke Van Velden is ahead of Simon O'Connor, 10,000 versus nearly 8,000. This will be great news for Brooke. I think she's had a really strong campaign on the ground. Brooke's a hard worker. Maddie, you've probably seen Brooke out and about.
This is my electorate. And Janae and I were talking about this yesterday and what this could look like for National and ACT. And actually, interestingly, I've kept looking at these the party vote in this electorate. is actually far more national, but ACT is clearly one on the electorate roll. So this is pretty incredible, but she has been out in force. Like, that pink coat I have seen day after day. There's been ram raids in the area. She's been there taking photos all over social media. And I know that you've been watching her social media campaign as well.
Yeah, I have seen the pink coat all over the social media, and I think that's been very effective. Brooke is actually someone who is quite well known around Wellington because she was instrumental in the end of life choice bill. She was a really hard worker before she was an MP, worked hard on that bill, and now she's being rewarded at the polls.
And if we can go down to the capital, Shayne, and just have a quick look at Hutt South.
Yeah, so the couple of interesting seats here. Hutt South, Chris Bishop, Ginny Anderson, has always been a tight rivalry between those two, and it looks like it's pretty tight, but it looks like it's going blue to Chris Bishop, also a hard worker, someone instrumental to National's campaign. I don't think Ginny will be too happy with this so far.
No. And then overall, Shayne, we're looking at 30% of the vote counted so far?
Yeah, that's right, 30% counted.
It's still well over 42%, or just over 42%.
Yeah, it's still pretty convincing, and actually divided up is another interesting one here. Tight race. Kieran McNulty, who's been one of Labour's strong performers, he's done well with civil defence, that portfolio. He will be disappointed with this result so far. Tight, but
I think he'll scrape in on the list just if they.
I was going to ask that.
25%.
How much does he need this to win his electorate to actually get into Parliament?
I think 25% will get him there.
Okay.
And he may well be a potential future leader, depending on the future of Chris Hipkins, of course. I'm going to bring in, thanks Shayne, I'm going to bring in Matthew Hooton again. I'm really intrigued about New Zealand First, actually, Matthew, and where you think. Firstly, will Luxon pick up the phone to Winston, or do you think now New Zealand First actually, this is the chance for Winston in the next 3 years to hand over the reins to Shane Jones?
Look, 5.9, they're back, but they may lose that in specials. People, New Zealanders abroad are cosmopolitan, international people. They aren't New Zealand First voters by and large, and so there is a chance that they would lose, go below 5%. Now, in that case, National and ACT get another 4 or 5 MPs. They have an overwhelming majority over the left. I just can't see that Christopher Luxon is justified in calling Winston Peters, who is a person who is a handbrake on this country's progress and has been for 30 years, when the New Zealand people throughout the country are voting for change. And you see the Tamaki result, you see how well ACT's doing, you see how well the Maori Party is doing. To then, as the incoming Prime Minister, say, oh, actually, I don't really want to do anything, I'm going to bring Winston Peters into my government, that would be a betrayal of this result, which is a demand, for substantial change in this country, which we haven't had, as I said, for so long.
So, Murray, what does Luxon do? Does he pick up the phone and call John Tamahere instead, maybe?
I think that's unlikely. I suspect, like Matthew has suggested, that he'll want to obviously just be the two-party coalition, and I think what we'll see from ACT is that Seymour will demand real change, and I think the challenge is now on these numbers, on Luxon and National and Seymour to effect the kind of change that that Labor supporters were promised 3 years ago, and essentially was not delivered over the past 3 years, let alone the last 6. But the last 3, you'd have to say nothing has really been delivered. And again, I think you're right, Matthew, about being locked down. Those Auckland numbers suggest quite a lot of anger in Auckland towards Labor. The challenge is now, can they actually make a difference?
Yeah, and so then the Seymour-Luxon discussions. Matthew, the Seymour Deputy Prime Minister on 9%?
I would think he could ask for that if he was interested in what he would call a bauble. But they will be interested in policy change and Christopher Luxon. That may scare National. And that may be one of the reasons they might want to call the Maori Party or New Zealand First, because they are people who are adverse to change. But as you were just saying, this country last time voted for Sweden in the South Pacific, right? It gave the Social Democratic Party a mandate to address inequality, to change the tax system, to do all sorts of left-wing type things.
That's right.
They were both too incompetent and too lazy to even try over the last 3 years. They let down their supporters. They've lost half their support as a result. Well, tonight, people are voting for Switzerland or Singapore of the South Pacific, and we will see if in 3 years Christopher Luxon has delivered that or just fiddled around with Winston Peters for 3 years.
And I think that's the really interesting thing. I really do. The Greens are interesting. 10.3%. What is it, 30%?
Will they be happy on that, do you
well,
think?
that's right. 13 seats is predicted at the moment.
They were hoping for 19.
Correct.
They were putting out on social media yesterday in
I think it's a
Capital,
reasonable
19.
result. I don't think they'd be thrilled, but nor do I think they'll be gutted.
How do you think the Greens may feel, though, about having such a strong Nats Act government where its policies are so different to its?
I'll be overjoyed. That's a joke.
I think that was sarcasm.
Well, no,
I have to
I think the
hesitate
Greens,
just in case, Ross.
look, that's disaster for Labor. They've lost all their potential leaders, pretty much.
Yes.
They've been thrashed in their heartland in Auckland. They've got only a little over twice the Greens' support. They have failed completely over 6 years as a government. If I was the Greens, I would have an aspiration to build on this and start to become the main party.
Yeah, well, that's right. Absolutely.
And if we've got a right-wing change government, there'll be an opportunity.
That's right. Possibly a new opposition. We're going to throw back to Mike Hosking in the Newstalk ZB studio.
Just generally being Phil Twyford.
I just think there was a lot.
Just all-round uselessness.
Just being useless.
It's
just a surprise it took us
Mount
long.
Roskill, speaking of geniuses.
Michael Wood is losing by 1,500 votes, and that's with 35% counted. Now, the important thing to know about both of these guys is that at the moment, they don't make it back on the list.
No.
So they're gone.
Well, see, the Labor Party list, you can go through this.
And we won't miss them, let's be honest.
I think we can be honest and say that. The list at the moment currently is sitting at 19. So here's the weird thing about MMP. If you don't do well in the electorates, which they are not, and you still get a reasonable vote, and they've got 25.5%, you do well on the list. So they've got 19. So it's a reasonable number on the list. So the theory that a few of them won't be getting back, the famous ones, the big names won't be getting back,
No, they get
isn't
saved.
actually
Yeah,
true.
they
Yeah,
get
they'll be
saved by
okay.
the bloodbath in the electorates.
East Coast. Now, Tamati Coffee is probably setting the record tonight for a person who stands in an electorate keeps losing all the time.
Yep, and it looks
different
like
electorates, different loss.
He
I don't know why he
tries
bothered.
another place.
Yes.
Doesn't work. He is losing to Dana Kirkpatrick, the National Party candidate, by 1,900 votes with only 18% counted.
Is there? Can I set you the task of finding me a good news Labor electorate story?
Oh, sure. Why not?
I mean, come back to us by about quarter to 11,
Been a while.
quarter to 12. Something like that. Have you got music? Is it me or what? I'm listening to the music. What are you doing there, Glenn? For goodness sake, get rid of the music.
Hey,
yes.
the polls were wrong. The Newstalk ZB coverage is informative and hilarious. It's coming in on the feedback. Just thought I'd drop that in for you.
Modesty's prevented me
Polls-
reading out
it's
how much
interesting,
love
the
we're
polls,
getting.
though, isn't it?
The polls are a disgrace.
Yeah.
Here are my learnings. Can I just spend a couple of minutes on
Do you think they're going to dissect this afterwards and actually look into it and
Of
have a
course
good
not. It's
hard
too
look at themselves?
embarrassing.
First of all, the
Of course
Electoral
they
Commission
won't.
cocking up, getting out everybody's vote packs and then collapsing on the day when people were trying to vote and they, lost their system. Second of all, the polls, the media coverage, the level of bias. I mean, do you think they'll dig into all this stuff
No, of course not.
afterwards?
It's too embarrassing. So here are the things I've learned. We're over-polled.
Yeah.
And I don't mind a couple of solid polls that we broadly agree that could be moderately accurate. But those Guardian people, who the hell are they? And
I
why-
love a poll.
Well, I love a poll, but what's the point when you get to the night?
Well, I like a poll that's accurate. So haven't had any.
That
this
is my
election.
point.
We had
So
like
the-
23 polls.
Yeah, so the Guardian,
All bar two out.
who dabbled in polls for the first time, why? Because polls are expensive, and so why spend the money if you're going to be that useless?
That's a good point.
So let's
Pollsters, I think, will be having a good hard look at themselves.
Well,
I
they
do
have,
think
they have to. I think polling's over in terms of accuracy. And John Key said it to us on the program the other day. He said that it's too hard.
Yeah.
Because those courier polls
'Cause
that
the
we were looking at
mechanisms
the
have
other day,
changed.
you had 5,000 phone numbers to
yeah.
drum up 400 or 500 people. No one's interested
No.
in talking to you. And all of these business, I did not believe for a moment these television polls in the last couple of days when they were saying 10, 11, 12% of people are undecided. What crap?
Mike, if they came to you and they said, look, the thing is,
I'd
we
tell them to bugger off.
we were accurate, but people changed their mind at the last
Oh,
minute on
what?
Friday
It could
or
be, could
Saturday.
be the big jump of
Would you believe it?
undecideds.
No, of course
Okay.
not. No.
What about the undecideds?
Yeah, well, maybe.
They, as I said to you, I think the other day, they will have broken, if they were undecided, which I don't believe, I think they were
They've
just
decided
I'm
they
not
want to
sayings.
change. They
would have gone to national.
Yeah.
They would
I've got
have
So
all-
alternative
Labor was
theory.
banking on them.
For you, which is that if you have a look what happened with the advance voting, a massive block of advance votes came in yesterday, and I think a lot of people sat down, waited for that last leaders debate, made up their minds at the very last minute.
A lot of people said that
went
to
in.
me.
So,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you
yeah.
reckon maybe they don't show up in the polls?
You never know if you vote day one 2 weeks out.
Yeah.
What happens when there's a scandal breaks?
Yeah.
Somebody does something catastrophic. Luxon has a heart attack in the final debate. Yeah, or what? whatever. It's proven that the National Party can't afford their tax cuts, and you go, oh my God, I've already voted and I swung, you know?
You've got to wait till the last
If you're a dyed-in-the-wall voter, then you've voted anyway, it doesn't really matter. So if you're one of those in the middle, could go either way, Labor to Green, you know, Labor to National, whatever, then you wait, don't you? I suppose at the end of the day. Other thing I've learnt is the debates, I think, are dead. I think those debates
the format of them might need to change.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's nothing wrong with discussion, but this back and forward yelling, screaming, yahooing, I mean, if it's entertainment you want, I guess, but in terms of informing people...
Are you not convinced by my argument that perhaps the last debate was what allowed those people to make up their minds yesterday?
Depends how many people actually. Depends how many people actually watched it.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
precisely.
I don't even know that many people that are watching.
And the other thing that worries me deeply is the number of people who don't seem to know how MMP works properly.
I'm worried about that as
well. Broadly they know, but in any sort of detail,
they didn't understand which vote was more important. That the party vote is what counts, and they just didn't know. And I think sometimes they went into the booth and thought, well, I'll just split it, but I'm 50-50. I care about the environment, so I'll tick green, but I want a change of direction, so I'll tick national. It's just like it literally makes no sense. So people are texting and offering to buy you a bourbon, Glenn. So that's nice. We maybe get their number.
Hello, I'm voting for that. Yeah, absolutely.
He's voting for that.
The other thing I've learned today, I was talking to my daughter in Melbourne, and she can't vote on The Voice because she's not a citizen yet, but she voted here. And she went out, but she was down there at the poll with a friend of hers voting on The Voice, and they have democracy sausages. And we don't have democracy sausages here.
And we should.
Is democracy
Opportunity
sausages sort of like Prezi cards?
Very similar.
Cheap Prezi cards.
Same thing.
I think this could work
It's a
for
democracy
us. I think
sausage.
We're there as a country.
Unlike this country, you can be any race to get a democracy sausage.
Oh.
You don't have to be a specific
well, that's
race.
not going to work for us in New Zealand.
Tamati Coffee.
Did he ring in? Did he ring in?
Tamati Coffee.
Maybe he's rung up to
Coffee.
defend himself.
Tamati, good evening to you.
Good evening, Mike and team. How are you?
I'm extremely well. Are you depressed?
Oh, that's harsh.
Depressed? Why would I be depressed?
Well, we had you. Heather gave the numbers. It wasn't me, Tamati. Heather gave them.
Losing by 1,900 with 19% counted.
Yeah.
Oh,
Soz about it.
This is my fourth rodeo, and so what I know is that actually there's more.
Too many rodeos, Tamati.
No, but hey, experience tells me let's just wait for a few more votes to come in.
Okay, fair enough.
We start getting depressed.
Where are you on the list? Excuse my ignorance, but where are you on the list? And if you don't get in the electorate, are you back or not?
36 on the list. It's not looking good. We're potentially losing some cabinet ministers on latest polling, but we'll see how it goes tonight.
You're at 25.7 currently. That's the Labor Party. Is that catastrophic?
Oh, it's. You know what? We've been preparing for this. We've been watching the polls. This is no surprise. We saw this coming. Anybody that's surprised hasn't actually been tuned into what's been going on nationally.
What has gone wrong for Labor?
Oh, do you know what? I think that we've been...
Just a short list for now. We're short on time.
Thank you, Mike. Look,
Top three things you did wrong.
Look, we've navigated the country through a crisis. We've been in everybody's faces, made some really tough decisions, and actually, maybe the country are talking. Maybe they actually just want change for change's sake, instead of what I believe, which is that we're actually the better team to take everybody forward. But the people decide.
If it doesn't go well for you tonight, are you done with politics or not?
Oh, look, let's see. I've got two kids staring back at me tonight in the back corner of the hall where we're having our election night party. I was ready to retire from politics back in March. I pulled up my sleeves just to run back in after Plessis-Allan had, resigned from politics. So I'm doing a good bit of service for the party, but actually I'm still hopeful.
Of what? You coming back?
Of a good result tonight. We haven't written off the seat yet, Mike.
Oh, your seat. Okay, no, fair enough. I'll give that to you. Go well, mate. We might catch up later on in the night. Appreciate it very much. Ginny Anderson's with us from... where are you at, Ginny?
I'm in the Lower Hutt Town Hall.
Fantastic. You going to win or are you going to lose?
Oh, it's on a knife edge at the moment. It's about
Certainly
500 votes in it.
Exactly. So 40% of the vote counted, and you are down by 528. How do you feel your personal campaign's gone?
Well, in Hutt South, it's not 40%. Last I saw it was just over 30% count. So
I've got live
so
numbers.
500.
I've got live numbers, and I've got 41%. You're down by 528.
Oh, 528. Yeah. I went up. That was good.
Yeah. So you're down by 528.
We've had. Well, I was down by 586 before I came on your camera. So
well, that's what happens when you talk to me, Ginny. They flock to you. So 528 down. How do you think your campaign's gone?
We've worked bloody hard. We've been out every single day, connecting with voters, talking on the doors and making sure people know what Labor's done for the hut, and we've done a lot.
Really? And so if you lose, are you back? Do excuse my ignorance once again on the list. You've got at the moment 14, 18 on the list. Will you get back on the list?
That really depends on other seats, Mike. There's a whole range of seats around the country for Labor that are below me on the list, but they also may or may not win, and it's unclear now to be able to make that determination.
It's a pretty ugly night, 25.7 for the party at the moment. Did you expect it to be this bad?
We knew those polls were looking at around 20 with only 40% counted. Things can still change, so we're always hopeful, but that's about where the polls had us over the last month or so.
If it ends at 25 to 26, do you expect Chris Hipkins to quit tonight?
Look, I have no idea what's going to happen there. That's all decisions to be made when people see the final results, and when maybe also people have some time to take into consideration what the next steps will be.
It's always been a close seat, you, Bishop, you. What have been are the issues local, or is it just the mood of the country?
There's always a mix of both, so if the party votes down, it always makes it harder to win the seat. And that's the job ahead of me tonight, that you're working on your track record of delivering things and helping people in this area.
Yeah.
And some of those people might not vote party vote Labor, but still want me to be their representative.
You'd still, if you come back on the list,
many people.
Sure, if you come back on the list and stuff, you'd want a fairly senior portfolio. You're happy with police and justice and all that stuff?
I'm quite comfortable in that area. It's where my strengths are, but that's clearly a decision of the leader of the party to make.
Good on you. Nice to catch up. You have a good evening tonight, and we'll see you on the other side, as they say.
See you later.
Good on you. Ginny Anderson in the Hutt South electorate. So she's currently at 41% of the vote. She's down 528 votes. Now, I'm led to believe that Paul Goldsmith is with us as well, and Paul is at National Party headquarters as well. He, of course, runs... But Paul, evening to you. Did you run a proper campaign in Epsom, or did you just pretend to run a proper campaign in Epsom?
Well, we ran a proper campaign for the party vote, which is the only thing that matters in an MMP electorate, and we seem to be doing pretty well on that front. In terms of the seat, yeah, we did all right.
Yeah, you most certainly are.
Look like we're going
the
to
reason
win.
I asked the question to people who haven't followed this, the deal was off. The deal, that you once had with David Seymour was off. It's supposed to be open gloves and all that sort of stuff. Seymour will bolt home tonight. I mean, you must be thrilled at 42% plus for the party.
Very much so. I mean, obviously there's still a lot of votes to be counted, but it's a very positive start. There's no question about that. And if we can form a good, strong government, then that would be a great thing for the country to get us going forward.
Currently, you've got 65 seats. I'm not sure how you're not forming a good, strong government with 65 seats. That's about all you need, isn't it? I mean, is it going to seriously change much between now and the end of the night?
I mean, look, in the last couple of elections, it hasn't changed a great deal. But, this one might be different. You never know. So all we can say is, the early signs are very encouraging. And there does seem to be a strong mood for change. And so that's very exciting for us.
Indeed. Did it feel this way on the campaign itself?
Yes, it has. It has felt very good out in Auckland, certainly, and it's always felt a little bit better than the polls were, and so certainly the indications that we're seeing so far measure up with that.
I tell you what, the mood there, even though it's only 9:15 at night, the mood there must be ebullient.
Yes, it'd be fair to say it's reasonably buoyant at the moment.
Good on you, Paul. Go well, mate. Appreciate it very much. Paul Goldsmith, who runs in Epsom against David Seymour. Seymour will, Epsom, what have I got? Seymour's ahead by 4,500 with 45% of the vote counted, but there's always been that sort of...
And Brooks ahead for people just tuning in the Tamaki electorate. This is a big one too, because ACT gets a second electorate seat, of course, if Brooke Van Velden from ACT picks that one up and out Simon O'Connor.
So she, you think, has one? So,
yeah, I mean, she's ahead at the moment.
Certainly they're calling it tonight in terms of the... So ACT will get 12 seats, 2 of them electorate, so they've called it.
But she's run a fantastic
list.
campaign and has been everywhere.
Well, she's a class act.
Every day, just, everyone's... By the way, Megan Woods, you're talking about Wigram, she's back in front at the moment. There's only 196
tight race.
Votes in it, though. So.
Jeez, I tell you what, if she loses and Mount Albert flips on, it'll be... Anyway, listen, John Key after the break for you. 13-9.
He's out.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I'm joined now by Fran O'Sullivan and Shane Depoe. Fran, on you. Christopher Luxon. He's, baked in at the moment at 42%, which is much higher than any pre-election poll that we saw. A lot of electorate seats. What's that kind of going to mean for the party vote list for the National Party?
I think what it does, on that list, you'll see a range of diversity candidates, particularly women, who, will get pushed down by the number of electorate seats coming in. Christopher Luxon really did want, and he had a large part also in the rating of the list, the ranking. He did want to see more women, more ethnicity candidates within the caucus. It doesn't look as though that will be achieved.
I think there's a few Māori. I think there's a few Māori MPs coming in, Shayne.
Yeah. There's a couple of Māori MPs and a Pacifica MP, so it will be slightly more diverse than certainly where it's at now. But you know what? I don't think the focus or the eyes will be on that. If I was a National Party supporter, it was simply being on let's get ready to govern and run with the mandate that we've been given.
Yeah, the discussions with David Seymour likely to start as soon as tomorrow, Fran. Phone call tonight. But how
if
far?
they were drinking people, they're not too
How far to the right do they go?
One's at the Maritime Room and the other one is in Shed 10. They're not that far away.
They can just catch up in an after party, perhaps.
Well, they
is
could.
that here? Where is that?
Yeah, down there, down in Auckland.
How far to the right do you think ACT will pull National?
I think what they will do is they'll give the support, obviously, for National's agenda, and they will feint to the right. One of the things where I've suggested having a bit of a backstop with Winston Peters and also with Te Pāti Māori is if they go as hard as National predicts, look what happened back with Jim Bolger and Ruth Richardson when they took a scythe to jobs, and that's what it is about as well. If you can't turn the economy around and get the growth you want by the time of the next election, you're going to need friends because you will lose that thumping lead that you have now.
Yeah, and there's a history listed in this. Last election, Labour won Rangitata, and today looks like they're going to lose Mount Albert. Things can change quickly within 3 to 6 years, and I think Luxon will be aware of that.
Yeah, well, we'll come back very shortly with our special guests. We're heading back to the Newstalk ZB studio to catch up with Mike Hosking, Heather du Plessis-Allan and Kate Hawkesby.
With Mike Hosking, Kate Hawkesby and Heather du Plessis-Allan. So Heather's got some fascinating news. Ginny Anderson, we had a couple of moments ago. We think she may not make it back on the list if she loses a seat, but let me just confirm that for you in a couple of moments. So John Key's with us. Good evening.
Good evening, Mikey.
Better than any old poll you could have thought. 42%. You'll take that?
It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. I mean, look, if it holds up, and I'm sure it will. I mean, history sort of shows you it doesn't move around enormously once you've got the sort of level counted. I mean, you'd have to say what the polls have done is they've overrepresented Labour and underrepresented National. And I think partly it's a very technical reason, but because you compare to the last election and therefore you say that's what my sample needs to look like, it's just had too many traditional Labour voters in it and not the soft Labour voters that were there in 2020 because of COVID and various other responses. So, yeah, it's looking like a remarkable night for Chris Luxon and for ACT. But I think there's a few things to watch. I mean, the overhang on the Maori seats is interesting, but they're very close in a number of those seats. I wouldn't be surprised if Labour pull a few of those back, so the Maori Party only sort of ends up, it's still a very good night for them, but maybe only 4 seats.
I'm glad you said that because I in my wildest dreams, I know seats, but I in my wildest dreams do not see Tirakatini losing in Southern Maori. I mean, that dynasty doesn't give up that seat, does it?
Exactly, yeah. No, I think, and, Kelvin Davis up north, I mean, look, we have to see. I think, it's interesting with the Greens, they always, and I think we might have talked about this at one point, they always do worse on the night than their polls. It's a trendy thing to tell pollsters, I'm voting Green. Sure. So at one level, they're doing really well in the electorates and they're crushing Labour because they're basically splitting Labour's vote. But at an overall level, they are, doing worse than what the polls said. They're a bit above 10. Having said all that, again, the thing to watch is some weird stuff that comes down the pike. So you've got the by-election in Port Waikato, which will, one would assume go national, as we held the seat. But on the other side of the coin, the specials have in recent times gone a couple to Labour or the left. And the reason for that is that special voters are dominated by two sorts, really. Students who vote out of place, and so therefore you have to count their votes later. and people who rent often aren't in the electorate that they're voting in. So and you obviously got the offshore vote. So I don't think it'll be as bad this time. Maybe it's only one, but you might see a little pickup for the left on the specials.
But at 53, which is what the Nats have got at the moment, and 12 for ACT, that is 65 seats. That's done, isn't it? And even if the worst came to the worst, you pull old Winston in, he's got 7. I mean, you're heading towards 70 seats.
Yeah. Look, that's right. I mean, I'm not sort of suggesting it changes the outcome of who the next Prime Minister will be. I'm just saying that, there's stuff that settles down at the end that gets quite interesting. And you've sort of seen it, in Ahuria, for instance, where, it's a bit of a tight race with Nicola and Greg O'Connor. I mean, there are some remarkable ones, like Mount Albert. I mean, God, would you ever have thought National could
Exactly.
Stuff like that. So, I mean, again, there's a bit of runway to go down. But, I don't know. I mean, I have been of the view National would get home. I actually thought privately we might do a little better than what I was saying. I didn't think Labour would actually come up. But I've got to be honest, this is a stronger turnout than what I thought. I just thought we'd be in the very high 30s, but it's looking like it's in the really early 40s.
You got to give some credit to Chris Luxon. I mean, that guy has stopped the leaking, been a fast learner, got out there. He can debate, he can hustle, he works hard. He deserves all credit, doesn't he?
Oh, 100%. Look, firstly, he's going to be the fastest who've got there in modern day history. So David Longley and I both got there in 6 years. He will have done it in 3. And people shouldn't underestimate how hard that is. He had a career which obviously was an incredibly stellar career at Air New Zealand, but was offshore for a long time. So there's the sort of gaps in your institutional knowledge you need to learn. He hasn't had, the big caucus that I was lucky enough to inherit when I became the leader back in sort of 06. You had the Bill Englishes and the Murray McCulleys and Jerry Brownleys and very experienced, wise old heads. He hasn't had that. He hasn't had the budget, a big leader's budget. But, you wrote a really interesting point in one of your columns a while ago about Chris Hipkins.
Oh, don't remind him.
I know.
Don't remind him of his columns, John.
He is going to be. I can't even wait for Mike's 1 minute at 6:05 on Monday morning. Honestly, mate, I reckon you should give yourself 2 minutes. The way you called this election from 2 years ago, you deserve an extra minute. But you did say Chris Hipkins said he was a hard worker. I've interviewed him for a while now as Prime Minister. It's not apparent to me that he is. Luxon is the complete opposite. I went around and had an hour and a bit with him today, and just sort of had a good chat to him. And look, honestly, he when people say I left nothing on the park, he looked exhausted, and man, he's really given it everything.
Good on you.
Was he upbeat when you went round, John?
Yeah, but I know that feeling. That's that feeling of, on the one hand, you just want people to vote because you've been on the campaign trail for so long, you've shaken so many hands and kissed so many babies. It's time for New Zealanders to decide. But on the other side of the coin, look, everybody knows there's an enormous amount at stake, and the pressure is huge. And for all of these things, the pressure is so immense on the leader. Like in the end, you are the face of the party, and ultimately, if you're Prime Minister, you're the face of the country. So it's he's a very strong guy. Honestly, my prediction is that people will come to realise over time what a great Prime Minister he will become, because he's a very, very solid guy.
There's something about being in the office of Prime Minister that gives you a je ne sais quoi with the public, doesn't it? I mean, you saw that, you found that and experienced that, and I suspect the same thing will happen with him. Absolutely.
Look, power comes with the responsibility and the role, and that's why people, like, if I'm blunt, did I think someone like Jacinda necessarily in day one? I thought she could be okay. It was obviously she'd probably get a crack at the leadership of the Labour Party if she wanted it. Did I think she'd be a Prime Minister that held the mana that she did for a period of time? I probably didn't. But actually, to be fair, she did it, and the office helps make anybody in that role. And I think we all know that we've been there. I mean, the other thing about tonight, and I don't want to be dancing on the grave, but I tell you what, in 2020, Jacinda delivered a result I never thought was possible under MMP, an absolute majority, and there are a lot of reasons for that. I mean, you can go through them all, but COVID, who's going to change government with COVID?
Exactly.
But man, they've probably gone from that to, I can't think of them having a worse result in recent times. I guess it was 2014 they got pretty hammered, but even so, I mean, you're basically kissing goodbye to half of your caucus. That is going to be brutal.
I reckon. Good on you, mate. You're going down for a drink tonight. I'm assuming they're all down there. Goldsmith's down there, and Mark Mitchell's down there. Not me. I'm not going drinking.
Yeah, good.
But I mean, you'll be down there with headquarters, won't you?
Well, it'd be rude not to.
I reckon.
yeah. We'll get along, yeah.
Good on you, mate. Go well. So, John Key, it's a couple of minutes away from the news.
All right, well, we have some commentary tonight suggesting that Christopher Luxon is going to be the country's next Prime Minister. As we get more votes in, though, that obviously will still be confirmed. Our reporter Wilhelmina Shrimpton is outside Christopher Luxon's house in Auckland in Remuera. Let's go to Wills now. What's happening out there, Wills?
That's right, so just across the road behind those four walls behind me are Christopher Luxon, his family and some close National Party supporters. It's been relatively quiet towards the beginning of the evening. Things have slowly started to ramp up. We've had some young Nats come and go. We've had some neighbours coming in to check in and see what the go is. But apart from that, the only sort of sign of any election festivities are these beautiful sparkling lights in the front yard. Now, we actually just had Christopher Luxon's wife, Amanda, his two kids, William and Olivia, come out to greet media. They were nice enough to bring us some beautiful mini pies, which I feel are an essential for any election campaign or election night, a couple of pizzas, some soda waters. And the vibe check was actually pretty good. They were pretty coy and reluctant to give away too much as to whether or not National has obviously taken it, whether or not they're celebrating. I mean, the numbers are going that way, very much so. But they were just very positive, talking about how proud they are of their father, of Amanda, of her husband. They talked to us for maybe 3 or 4 minutes and then were swiftly back inside. We asked whether or not there was any kind of celebrations, any kind of decorations inside, but they just said they're just waiting for the results to roll in, as we all are. They'll be glued to those screens, watching those numbers tick over. We are expecting Christopher Luxon to leave his house very, very soon. Most of the leaders usually stay around in the privacy of their own homes or a private gathering until those results become clear. And the way that it's going, it's probably going to be pretty soon. So we should see him hop into his car outside his front door, come through this gate, up the road and down to the National Party headquarters, where no doubt he'll be greeted with a raft of celebrations based on the way that those numbers are going. But we will keep you updated as to when he's going to make that move.
Wills, I hope you at least took something to eat. It looked like sausage rolls or something, so I hope you at least took something to eat. I think it's going to be a very long night ahead of us still. Obviously, though, inflation and interest rates is what Luxon has promised to get under control. We're joined now by our business editor-at-large, Liam Dan, and again with Matthew Hooton. Liam, can they actually do it if that's what he's promised?
Well, it might be happening anyway. I mean, there's a big economic cycle turning in the world. Look, all the policies that have been promised on the campaign trail, you kind of take it with a grain of salt from here. Even with the best, the most stable government, an outright majority or whatever, it takes a while to get that policy in place. Some of it's around spending cuts, battles with bureaucracy. Tax cuts aren't promised till July next year. So what we've got in the short term is a really tough patch for the economy, you know, with the rates at high levels. Inflation still taking a while to come out. New figures on Tuesday will probably show it's actually gone up in the third quarter on an annual basis. And the extra uncertainty of, you know, are we going to have a recession and job losses and things like that, unemployment rising. So the worst bit is ahead of us. So what does that mean? I think it means it's on Luxon. He's supposed to be the great leader. Here we go. So some confidence, some sense of hope, some vision. That's his job to sell in the next few weeks.
But surely he's just going to say this is the disaster that Labor left him with, right? He's going to pull that line again.
But I mean, recessionary environments are often about confidence. There's a sort of been a nervousness. Things like property, investment and construction. You don't want to spend too long dwelling on what's gone on in the past. He has to immediately, almost weirdly, pick up from what's been left off and start selling his own vision of hope and economic transformation to get us through the bit where we don't have that much policy control.
An economy run on hopium, perhaps. Matthew Hooton, what's your thoughts on tax cuts? Are they stimulatory? Goldman Sachs says they're not. What do you think they're going to do to the economy?
Well, not necessarily, depending on how they're funded. The National Party tax package, I think we can say, should not be proceeded with because it was so poorly designed. But National has a mandate for tax cuts now. I think it should deliver some form of tax cuts. I think it would make more sense for them, though, to negotiate a sensible tax cut policy with ACT, their coalition partner, that is not inflationary and won't lead to interest rate hikes. So they've got their opportunity to do that. They will, of course, now be able to bring foreign buyers into the property market, which will boost the property market, for better or worse, of course.
Depends who you are.
It depends who you are, but that, house prices should go up as a result of, more demand coming into the economy.
Well, on that, we do have our resident property expert here with us tonight as well, Janae, our Wellington business editor. I know that you are on the numbers tonight, but given that we are talking about property, you have covered the impact of these potential policies at play seriously over the past couple of weeks. What kind of boost could an ACT coalition without New Zealand First mean for property, especially things like foreign buyers and what that does to that?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, and there are quite a few factors at play. I think overall the impact will be that it'll put upward pressure on house prices, which will boost confidence, and that has a stimulatory effect throughout the economy. But I'll just go through a few of the factors here. So firstly, National is planning to reverse some of the taxes that the Labour government put on, reduce the bright line test to 2 years, that's that capital gains tax, also get rid of the interest limitation rule, so you can, that helps investors with their cash flow. That's a problem they really have at the moment, right? So that boosts the property market. Then you have immigration, which is where the big question mark is at the moment. Those numbers are really high, net 100,000 person gain, right? Another boost for the economy. A huge question mark around whether that does in fact drop off to what Treasury thinks at around 40,000 net gain a year or not. But then you have the big huge factor here, which is interest rates, right? And does the Reserve Bank hike the OCR another one more time, perhaps even 2 more times, and that puts a dampening effect on property. So those are the 3 major factors: tax, immigration, interest rates. They're moving in different ways. I think overall the impact would still be a little bit up.
Another call that could have to be made perhaps is Nicola Willis to Adrian Orr. Do you think that might happen tonight, or would that be too early, Janae?
Too early. I think Nicola Willis, if she was the Finance Minister, would leave Adrian Orr in that job. I know they have had a terse relationship, but I think they'll be right.
Well, you pick up a good point actually, and that's the public service roles. And I know probably National will be gunning for a couple of top roles. One is the Police Commissioner, Andrew Coster. Another, I think, might be Pharmac Chief Executive Sarah Fitt. Matthew, what are you kind of expecting in that area?
Well, I don't have much confidence personally in the Police Commissioner, but I think that the idea of a new government coming in and removing the Police Commissioner is constitutionally dangerous. So I think, the police have to be independent from the government of the day, and these are the sorts of things I think Christopher Luxon doesn't have a good feel for. Through this campaign, he's sort of made statements, and you think, but that's not within the power of the Prime Minister. And other times he sort of says something's difficult, and it's been the opposite. So he's going to have to learn quickly what those powers are, and I think moving in and sacking the Police Commissioner is not one of them.
And this really speaks to how fresh of a politician he is, doesn't it, Liam? I mean, you were telling me before, is he not the fastest rise?
Yeah, he's effectively a first-term MP at this point, to become Prime Minister. People will point out slip-ups, difficulty sort of handling the media, and opposition's a funny job. A Prime Minister's job is probably more structured, and he's learning fast. You'd hope so, but there is scope there. When you consider the learning curve he's been on, he's had to give up. He was talking to us, Shayne, wasn't he, about the corporate language that he uses. He's aware of that and trying not to say going forward and all that sort of jargony sort of stuff.
Unprecedented.
Yeah. Speaking in
Circle
quarters.
Back. We could go on.
So, but I mean, on the property, I think the baseline is people expect National to come in and sprinkle some pixie dust on the property market, drive some momentum. Luxon has been very strong on the campaign trail about talking about economic transformation, Ireland, Singapore, those places that he says he's an expert in. And so to just rely on immigration and property again, I think a lot of New Zealanders understand that that's a fairly limited formula. And so we would like to see some of that transformation coming through. So that's the challenge, is not just to sort of pull the easy levers, so to speak.
I think the fragile state of the economy and the fiscal crisis and the monetary pressure is another reason that he just can't afford to bring in Winston Peters and be giving $3 billion provincial growth funds and $1 billion more for foreign affairs and $1 billion for the racing industry, we just don't have that money at the moment to pay off Winston Peters on the things he would care about.
And I think business will be happy with some stability if it does pan out the way it's looking with a two-party coalition. There will be some relief within that sort of broader business community for sure.
Thank you so much both for joining us. We're going to throw you back to ZB now.
It is. Welcome back to the coverage. It's 8 minutes past 9. Just out of Australia quickly. 10% of the vote is in. It does include New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia. The Victorian vote is going to, of course, be towards the yes. So it's 55-45. 55-45 to the no camp. Northern part of the country, it's party time for New Zealand First, at least to a degree. They're across the line at 5.96 as you were. They look like they're getting 7 seats. One of the people coming back to Parliament, Shayne Jones, is with us. Shayne, evening to you.
Yeah, g'day. Greetings, folks.
You looking forward to getting back to Parliament?
Oh, well, we're watching as we consume crayfish and quaff red wine. We're watching the results bob around, mate, but it's reflective in what we've been encountering in the community, that there's a desire to have us back in Parliament.
Indeed. What about the overall result? You're not going to be needed. How disappointing is that?
Oh, well, let's wait until the final count is out, but the most important thing is to re-establish the movement on the landscape of Parliament.
Are you surprised you got 6? Were you expecting more? Are you surprised you got across the line? Where's your head at?
No. I think that when the polls started to go beyond 5, Mike, and they bobbed around between 6.5 and 8, I'm not particularly surprised as where we are. I'm just relieved at this stage we're above that 5% threshold.
What are you going to do in Parliament if you're in opposition? I mean, apart from establish yourself, I mean, you're going to challenge the government? Are there ideas you want to put forward? Are you representing the angry people? What are you there for?
Well, mate, the system works on the basis of there being a formidable and a credible opposition. That's how the New Zealand parliamentary democracy works. But let's just wait and see as to where the final vote is. It means new people coming into Parliament, establishing themselves, projecting their personalities. The party ran with a manifesto that resonated amongst certain quadrants of the community, and I've no doubt that we'll continue to find a political market for our message.
You've got what time's the ferry? Is it 10 o'clock? The last ferry is at 10 and Winston's got
Yeah, I think the owners of the Duke have got their own water taxi, so...
Oh, there you go.
We'll be well and truly catered for here in the Far North.
Fantastic. Congratulations tonight, Shayne. Heather, I'm behind on jobs for you because you were still going to give us the overhang. You need to introduce us to who these 7 people are. So Winston Peters is 1, Shayne Jones is 2. The Murfitt woman who was at number 11 who thought that dead people emit Bluetooth signals, she's not going to be in.
Oh, thank
but
goodness.
How many weirdos are there in 3, 4, 5 and 6 and 7?
Well, I mean, number 7 is Andy Foster, who's a terrible for Wellington, so we know him already, and so that's a disappointment that he's there. Jenny Marcroft, was Jenny
She was
Marcroft,
there before. Yeah.
Wasn't she the one who left because they were misogynists and then she came back?
Correct.
And
Chloe's doing a speech. Do we really want to hear that? Is that something you want to hear? Why would you interrupt the program with that, Glenn? Here she is.
We've all been paying attention to what's happening around us right here in Auckland Central, but can we just have a moment for Wellington Central? We spent a good few years getting that Tabitha Paul on the Green Party vibe, didn't we? But look at what we have achieved.
Your mic's on.
I also want to meet Ricardo Menendez March. Where are you, Ihua? That campaign out there in none other. There's Ricardo. Give a big clap for Ricardo.
Well, that's just Glenn, that was a production mistake. We gained nothing.
We were indulging Glenn there.
So sorry, where were you? Andy Foster.
I'm sorry. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. New Zealand First has got another one.
Oh, breaking news.
Tanya Unkovic, motivational speaker.
She was the one on the Telegram or one of the weird social media things that said something strange about people.
Yeah, she.
Parliament.
Yep, by the looks of things, she's a motivational speaker and evangelist Christian.
Okay. Leaders know that, do you reckon?
Oh, by the way, the elephant in the room is that you owe Winston Peters tonight, don't you?
Yes, I
do.
This
is the travesty of this outcome.
I'm happy to pay.
You've got to pay up on your bet.
I was right in picking a two-party government. I was wrong in him not getting across the nothing. He owes me.
Was it $200?
Well, it was double or nothing. He owed me $100. He never paid, but. So I said double or nothing, so it's 200. I owe him 200 minus the 100. Anyway, Peter Goodfellow's with us, who's one of the main men of the National Party. Peter, good evening.
Hi there. How are you?
Very well.
Sounds like it's pretty busy, but it sounds like it's a great place, your studio.
It's a fantastic place, and if you get bored there, you come around here, Peter, because I tell you what, we know how to party here at ZB. Hey, how are you feeling tonight?
Oh, look, yeah, clearly this is a great result for full kudos, full marks to the team who have pulled off, to the leader, to Chris Luxon. This has taken a lot of perseverance and a lot of energy from him.
Have you, we had John Key on the program just before 9 o'clock. He said the numbers at this level, the numbers stick. You're at 42, it sticks. Do you feel the same?
Oh, I wouldn't disagree with John Key. I worked with him for long enough. Look, it may soften a little bit. I'm not quite sure where all the votes have come in from. So it could soften off 1 point, and to me the overhang might be an issue for us.
Explain that, because Heather was going to explain. She hasn't got to it yet. So the Maori Party have, say 5 seats. You're looking at a parliament of 123, 124, so you need to split that. You need 62 to be government at that number. You've got 62.
Yeah, that's right. And so overseas votes still to come in. They've always broken largely against National and Act, but that might be different this time round. We've certainly put a lot of effort into overseas votes. So, yeah, it's on a, they're always close. These elections are always close. This one is still close.
Fantastic. What do you make of some of the stuff that's going on in the electorates? I mean, Melissa Lee is within a hair of winning Mount Albert, for goodness sake.
Yes, yeah. The West Auckland is really just coming quite strongly. I mean, we've got some great results out there. So I think it's a reflection really of the work that's gone in from the party over many, many years to actually be representative in West Auckland and have candidates that are from the local area who understand what the concerns of the local people are and work very hard locally. And Melissa's been in that electorate for a long, long time, and she's had the toughest opponents against her, but now she's looks like she's pulling through, so full marks.
It's a great night for you. Good on you, Peter. Appreciate your time. You go well and have a good evening. Nice to see you, Peter. Good fellow. We haven't mentioned, have we, in Wairarapa, Kieran McAnulty. Now, here's the reason I want to raise Kieran McAnulty. I've got to go to a break, but just quickly. If Hipkins quits tonight, and I'm led to believe that if it's a bad result in his mind, he will.
He shouldn't, because as you said and John Key was saying earlier, the office of Prime Minister, having held it, you carry that little bit of gravitas with you, because who replaces him as leader?
That's my point. Kieran McAnulty would have been one of the players, wouldn't he? He'd be a contender.
He was pretty clear that he really didn't, and it really sounded like it was a proper ruling out, though. It sounded like a proper ruling out.
Well, who's the leader then?
Well, they were banding around
Kelvin. Number 2. Isn't that how it works?
Kelvin.
Weren't they banding around Aisha
Kelvin's
Verrill's
not
name?
even. Yeah, they were banding Aisha Verrill. Kelvin's not even. Kelvin, last time I looked, he's not even winning.
No, actually, can I, Mike? I've got to throw something at you because I'm obsessed with this. Okay, if you're leading by 880 votes with 34%, 35% counted, is that safe-ish or not?
Who are we talking about, Kelvin?
Well, I'm asking you that question without you knowing.
If you're leading by 800 with a third of the votes.
A third of the votes.
Depends where the booths are.
So this is Te Pati Māori beating Nanaia Mahuta.
Yeah, no, I'd be worried.
And Te Tai Tonga,
because that number's expanded throughout the night, hasn't it?
Yep, Reno Terekatene, losing by 732 and 34% counted.
Ooh.
So it might be firming up.
Could be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it could be.
Who's giving the speech?
Brooke Van Velden.
Oh, is it? Good, she's won it. Here's Brooke Van Velden. Good call, Glenn. That's the first speech tonight you've called right.
30 street corner meetings that we've conducted in 3 months. It has been wonderful to meet so many locals, but to hear your voice, and I can't wait to go to Wellington and share those values of the people of Tamaki and continue to listen to people on the street. I am committed to being accountable to the people of Tamaki and making sure that I take your values and your voice to Wellington and being back in the community on Monday, ready to work hard for you. So thank you.
Good on her. Because she's ahead.
So that's bye-bye to Simon O'Connor from the Nats.
Simon O'Connor's not back. He was. I don't even.
And he won't be back on. No, he's
gone.
not
even on the list of reviews. He's 53 or 50. He's a mile down, and she won, and she's won by 3,335 with 53% of the vote. She's thrashed him. She's killed him.
Yeah, he's 54th on the list.
That's a beachhead for ACT, I suppose, isn't it? I mean, it makes no difference.
It's huge. It's second electorate seat.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like it doesn't change anything. They've got the same number of seats, but good on her. That's a great victory. More in a moment. 9:17.
Welcome back to the newsroom. We're expecting to hear very shortly from Winston Peters, actually, but before that, I'm going to bring in Shayne Currie once again. I just want to talk a little bit about Labour. We talked earlier on about Christopher Hipkins and his likely future as leader, or unlikely future as leader. But are you expecting a particular name to rise up, Shayne?
Well, I don't want to be accused of picking over the corpse of the 2020 caucus, but I think Labour needs to face some reality. They need a change, not only of leader, but a change of policy. If David Parker, who is a proponent of some form of wealth tax, survives, he may well be their temporary leader.
David Parker?
Yes, both in terms of policy and in terms of leadership. Another person we're not sure whether he's going to survive tonight is McNulty from Wairarapa. There's a couple of options, but the pickings are slim. Shayne.
Grant Robertson, who was the finance minister, looks like he may not again, Liam. He's just come out saying that tonight is, quote, clearly not the result we're looking for. At this point of the evening, we would look to be in a better position than we are. You've obviously dealt with him a lot as finance minister, as I have, Liam. How would you say he's gone as finance minister, and how disappointed will he be given the sort of effort that he had to put in over the past 3 years in government?
Well, it's felt like he's been taken a sort of step back in the last since Jacinda Ardern stepped down. Really, it hasn't felt like he's been in that core leadership strategic position quite the same way. Probably a bit disappointing. He had some battles that I think maybe he didn't win inside cabinet around various policy things. I mean, we know he wasn't a huge fan of the GST tax thing. He was very good at getting out and speaking to business about things like productivity and, giving them a message that they wanted to hear. But after 6 years of it was wearing thin for business, and there was a sense that he was going back to a cabinet that didn't really buy it. And so I just think he sort of, I don't want to accuse him of losing enthusiasm and things, but it just felt like he was stepping.
But Liam, they are in disarray tonight. And Shayne, your view, how long will it take to rebuild this party?
Oh, it's going to take quite some time, because a lot of the brains trust have gone, and I don't think a lot of them will be back. For instance, I don't think Mike Wood will be back. That's a horrible result for him in Mount Roskill. Maybe part of that is personal vote in terms of what happened to him and him having to exit cabinet. But geez, it's very barren ground all around. 6 out of the 7 Māori seats seem to have been gone. I've been speaking to people on the ground. They don't expect them to pick them up. Here is the thing. Today we have seen the power of the kohanga reo generation. There's been a generational shift in terms of Māori politics, and quite a strategic one at that.
Great, thank you. We'll leave it there and we'll return to the Newstalk ZB studio.
So if you look at the National Party vote, it's gone down to 41.66, which means they're at 52 seats, not 53. Active not moved all night. Their vote's rock solid. It's been low 9s all night and not moved. The Greens haven't moved. No one's moved, apart from the Labour Party have gone back just a smidge, and the National Party have gone up and down a little bit. So 52 and 12, though, is still 64. So give me your overhang thing.
Okay, I'm going to give you not the beat up version, but the realistic version, okay? As it is, so Parliament's 120 seats, and if you get more electorate seats than what you are entitled to on your big party vote,
which will be the Maori Party tonight,
it creates an overhang. Now, there is likely to be, by the looks of things, an overhang of 4 from the Māori Party, realistically. This is Nanaya's seat, she loses. This is, I'm going to say Pini Henare wins his seat. This is the Debbie Ngare Wapaka seat, she wins. Yep. Let's say also that Takuta Ferris wins down south and Rawiri wins. So they create an overhang of, I think, 3 there.
So they've got 2.5%.
They're entitled. No, they create an overhang of 2.
Yeah,
so
of 2. I think. Yeah, I was going to say it's not 3.
Overhang
it's
of 2 plus the overhang from the by-election.
Did you call Penny Henare losing? Because he's only down by 8.
Winning. No,
yes,
I say he's winning.
I agree with you. And you think Kelvin Davis will lose? He's only down 93.
No, I say he wins.
Okay, so that's 2 seats, and the other 5 go to the Maori Party, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And you think that Southern Maori's going to go?
Yeah, but just based on these numbers, right?
Okay.
So they create an overhang of 2, plus you have the by-election overhang of 3. So now you got 123. Now you need 62 to win.
Yep, which they've got.
And
then some. Having said that, if what you've just explained, if people couldn't understand the party vote and the electorate vote before tonight, this is just going to blow their mind.
I know.
Because they're going to go, how come there's so many people there?
Right.
And do they have seats? There'll be a story. TV One will do a story about how many seats, and they'll walk around to the different seats.
And how
do
much
they have
these
enough
guys
seats?
are costing
exactly,
us.
Precisely, exactly.
Graphics forever.
But as we said earlier on, that overhang thing, that by-election, I tell you what he made, Andrew Bailey, I thought, made a very good point, and that is who's turning out to a by-election having waded through this cluster for 6
we're all
weeks.
so well and truly over it.
Yeah.
I feel so sorry for Port Waikato.
Yeah, exactly. So who are winners and losers tonight? Did we finish the conversation if Hipkins quits? And so who's the leader? Because this is going to happen shortly. If he quits tonight...
I don't think he will quit tonight.
What do you base it on, though?
He quits tonight or tomorrow.
Look, can I tell you, he told me he will quit.
Well, you shouldn't say that if he told you that.
It's too late now. I don't think he told me off the record. I think but he said if it was about the only rider he put on, if it's a bad loss, I will quit. And I don't see how this isn't a bad loss. I told him not to quit because I think that he was given a hospital
I'm sure
pass.
he loves taking your advice.
Well, he may as well tonight because I told him.
But isn't it a bad buzz to quit on the night? I mean, don't you just go quietly?
Quit on the night.
Yeah, exactly. In general, you get a shot.
Yeah.
In general, you get a shot, and if you didn't...
But he got such a hospital pass. I mean, 100%. He had a short run.
He can't possibly have known about Nash and etc.
No.
When he took that job.
So I'll fire some names at you, and
All right,
you decide who you'd
here we
like
go.
to have as the leader.
No,
Calvin?
I don't want. No,
Carmel?
No,
Grant's not, and Megan's obviously not going to do. Jan?
Do you reckon Grant
Is Grant going to quit?
Grant's
tonight?
going to quit.
Absolutely.
Grant's
Yeah, I think he's gone too.
David Parker's going to go.
Yep. Did they all call you and tell you as well? Did they?
They did not call me and tell me.
Off the record,
but
on the record.
They will be going.
Your dream leader?
Who?
Willie Jackson.
Oh, for goodness
Man,
sake.
can you imagine it?
No.
How crazy.
Willow Jean Prime?
I mean, come on.
No.
I mean, this is what we're dealing with.
Are these your best names?
No wonder they say
These
Aisha.
are
no one
Viril
else.
names because they're all as rubbish as each other.
So give me your
This is the
highest
problem.
ranked person. So Aisha Viril
That's what
would
they're saying.
presumably be one.
She looks like she wouldn't
come
be
on, Mike.
interested
She
at all.
can't even answer a question without sounding like she's terrified.
Yeah, no, he is beating Kieran McAnulty. It's exactly right. Mike, I need to talk to Mike Butterick because things are going really well in the Wairarapa. Mike, evening.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm well. How good would it be to beat Kieran McAnulty?
Oh, look, it's what we've all been striving to do. So at the moment, though, Mike, it's water and bridge. Get them in the right order.
Yeah, no, that's good. Well, I've got you at 55% of the vote done, and I've got you ahead by almost 1,500. I'd be calling that, Mike. You're not as bullish as I am.
Oh, yeah, I'm a cautious man, Mike. We'll play it safe.
What percentage of the vote do you need to see before you've get the call? Would you expect him to call you, by the way, and say, well done, congratulations?
Oh, look, well, I'm sure we will go and catch up. I caught up with Kieran last election, and I'm sure we will, and I'm sure we'll have a beer.
Yeah.
And, we've played it pretty well here in the Wairarapa, so we've campaigned with a lot of respect and dignity.
Because he's a good bloke, you're a good bloke, you're all good blokes in the country, so that works out well. But I mean, at 1,500, I don't see... Do you follow the booths and everything like that? Do you know where the votes are coming in from and whether they'd lean your way, his way, any of that or not?
No, look, short answer, Mike, no.
And so are you ready to come to Parliament, go to Parliament?
Well, yeah, I certainly am.
What do you want to do?
Do the best that I can possibly do for the people that I'm there to represent.
I'll tell you what, you have been coached beautifully. These are straight out of the
Sounding
nation.
like a politician.
That's absolutely fantastic. What do you make of what Chris Luxon's done for your party?
Oh, look, I think we've been incredibly united and focused, and I think in terms of this campaign, that focus and that unity, it's about, we've really tried to go out and be at the top and talk about the things that really do matter to people, because it's really tough out there at the moment.
Yeah, good on you. Well, go well. If you win tonight, I'm calling you, Mike. I mean, you might want to call it, but I mean, I've seen enough here, short of something random happening, that you're the new MP for the Wairarapa.
Well, hopefully, Mike, hopefully.
Good on you. Mike Butterick, who is, potentially now this... If you think we're having fun tonight, this is the Duke of Marlborough.
You can't beat the Duke of Marlborough.
And they are getting on it. They're getting down.
Boomers dancing.
They're getting dirty. And they're standing by for Winston Peters.
Boomers know how
Which is there. It used to be, it wasn't, I don't know how far back you go, Heather, but there was a time when Winston really didn't turn up until super late.
He's getting on a bit now, though.
You what?
I feel like he might have done that in 2017.
I think you probably
hey,
did.
Okay. In all seriousness, this is who I think your leader of the Labor Party
Who?
is. Carmel Cipollone.
Oh, for God's sake.
No, I'll tell you why. This is why. Because it's a caretaker role. It's nothing else. And so you give it to somebody who can just answer questions without stuffing it up.
She doesn't answer questions.
Well, that's fine.
She's too complex.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all too complicated.
It's too complicated.
Brief break. More. We'll go to the news and then we'll get back into this. It's 9:28.
What's happening across social media? Obviously, we've just seen that New Zealand First rave, but I hear there's a bit of a rave happening on social media too. We have Varsha Anjali, our social media manager, here with us. Varsha, tell me about what's happening on social. Is Facebook, Twitter or TikTok all the rage right now? Where are candidates?
Well, the candidates at the moment are still quiet, they're watching the coverage, but I mean, in general, this election, we can see the energy has really been, coming out there with National, ACT, New Zealand First. They've really been playing the big game on TikTok. So it's really interesting to see that coming out with the results.
I feel one of the turning points of the campaign was Winston on the horse and the rodeo.
That was incredible. Right? How did that go down on social media? I mean, that was clearly a well thought out campaign to his voters.
Well, that's the thing, you had Winston doing that. You had David Seymour really, getting into the memes and we all remember the Party Vote Ken billboards, and I think that really worked for them, and then in comparison, where was Labor's social strategy there? We didn't see that. They weren't engaging with the younger voters in the same way at all.
Yeah. You spoke about energy, and if I can, more energy, more footwork. Who do you think landed best on TikTok? We saw Luxon doing his skincare regime. Was it a little bit try hard, be honest?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things that certainly gets people talking. I had my housemates talking about that as well, so it was good. Maybe a bit on the cringe end, but you could see the effort there. But I think the social media king out of the candidates, I mean, did we see Shane Jones' singing on TikTok?
I didn't.
I did. It was terrible.
I'm kind of glad I didn't, to be honest.
Journeys, Are We Believing? Queen's Another One Bites the Dust. So good.
Yeah. No, it's been an intriguing campaign in that respect. And of course, Chris Hipkins was locked away for about a week with COVID. Didn't really make the most of things, I didn't think, in terms of his social media presence.
Yeah, he could have been doing like dancing TikTok vids. I mean, come on, the man had, 7 days at home?
Yeah, and you also, he did kind of indicate that in the last, the third debate, that maybe he could have led a more aggressive campaign, and I think you can see that like in their social strategy as well. Like where was that connection?
One thing that they all seem to do in common, though, is that they all brought their old leaders out of retirement, right? You had Labour rolling out Ardern, even Helen Clark, and also National rolling out Key in what some even called a bit of a hostage video. How did any of that go down on social media?
Well, yeah. It was fairly heated, I'd say.
The comments, were they? Wow, okay.
Yes, because it was interesting what COVID kind of did. Back in 2020, everyone banded together, but you saw something quite different this time around.
Yeah, interesting picking up Matthew Hooton earlier, thinking that the Auckland bloodbath tonight for Labour is very much down to the COVID response after the 2020 election. But certainly if we can cross over now to our data editor, Chris Knox. Chris, you've got some interesting stats for us in terms of the 2020 Parliament versus what we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, so you can see here the massive change in the makeup of Parliament. Labour's, on current numbers, Labour's dropped 33 seats to only 32 seats.
It looks like Labour has lost all of the seats that National held in the previous government. Is that correct?
It is,
the
yes.
Scale of the loss
so National
tonight?
had 33 seats last time.
Wow.
And that is the scale of Labour's loss currently, and obviously the big move is the re-emergence of New Zealand First, and the Greens and ACT have each picked up a couple, and Te Pāti Māori as well.
Yeah, can we just switch into some electorate seats there, Chris? I think there's still a lot of interest in, particularly in some of these Auckland seats. Can we just have a look at Brooke Van Welden, who of course has just joined the ACT party down on the waterfront?
She's far ahead,
she's
isn't
creamed,
she?
Simon O'Connor, really, hasn't she?
Absolutely. What about Auckland Central? We've heard from Chloe Swarbrick tonight. She was very upbeat. Just how big is her lead? Yeah, no wonder she's happy.
Solid there.
There's still a large part of the vote to go. If we actually do look at the amount of votes that have come in, how's that progress looking tonight?
Yeah, so we're almost 1.5 million votes in so far, and 46% of voting places counted. So,
and how many people are actually eligible to vote, and how many typically don't vote?
I think there's about 3.8 million eligible voters, and no, that's too high.
No, that's correct.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, I had that number in my head.
and last time I think the turnout was about just under 80%, and as Matthew Hooden was saying earlier, it sort of ranges between 70 and 80.
And if we can just, Chris, if you can flick right back to our introductory screen, just to have a look at the New Zealand First. It's been sort of hovering around that 6% mark all night, and it is now just over that 6% mark. And of course, Winston Peters has now emerged at the Duke of Marlborough up north, so we're going to be hearing from him very shortly as we return to the Newstalk ZB studio with Mike Hosking, Kate Hawkesby and Heather du Plessis-Allan.
.nz as the results roll in. Election night 2023 on Newstalk ZB.
Mike Hosking, Heather du Plessis-Allan and Kate Hawkesby at 26 minutes away from 10. We'll go to Brooke van Velden, who's won Tamaki in just a couple of moments. Just quickly from Winston Peters, who's just turned up in Northland.
I must say that when we first said a few years ago that we were going to make a comeback, they all laughed at us.
That's right.
But they're not laughing now, are they? The second thing is, I want to say how grateful I am to those people, all members of the board, critical people in the electorates all around this country, who, despite the ignominy of working for a great party called New Zealand First, stuck with it day in, day out. And I will never, ever forget how important their work was, because we were in a campaign where the most significant comment they would have received was, "You're setting out to do the impossible." But don't ever forget this. We are so grateful to our members of the board, every electorate official all around this country, and all those people who did the hard yards and believed in us and brought us home. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There we go. Winston Peters just a couple of moments ago from the Duke of Marlborough. He'll be happy because he got 6%. The surge wasn't on because he kept talking about, oh no, we've got special polling and it's way more than 6%. It wasn't. So 8 seats. He's gone up actually in the last half hour or so. He was in the 5s and with 7 seats, but he's gone back up to 8 seats. But a couple of moments ago we told you, of course, and had it live, that Brooke van Velden's won Tamaki, which is one of the seats in Auckland, traditionally a blue seat in Auckland, now an ACT seat in Auckland. And Brooke is with us. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mike.
Did you think you would win by so much?
Oh, look, I still haven't seen what the results are looking like, but they look like they've been tracking up through most of the night. I'm just really thrilled for all of the people who have backed this campaign from the local community, remembering we started with nothing. And it was all grassroots local activism, people putting up signs on fences, helping out at 130 street corner meetings that I've conducted over 3 months to get out in the local community and let people know about their choice. This has been a National Party seat for 63 years, and people said it was never going to be possible, but it just shows that local democracy is alive and well in New Zealand and in Tamaki, and thank you everybody for backing the campaign.
65% of the vote in, and you're ahead by 3,876, so you've thrashed it. What did you do? Is it you, or is it ACT, or is it Simon O'Connor's a bit on the nose, as they say in Australia?
Well, look, I put it down to a lot of hard work, but a lot of effort even from the local community. You know, we have had people constantly out printing mail, hand delivering it, making sure that we are in the community every day, listening to people. And I'm committed to continuing to listen to people as I serve as the local MP for Tamaki.
It's one of those slightly odd things about MMP. You didn't need to do this. You're back in Parliament anyway, being number 2 on the list. Why win a seat? What's the point?
Look, I didn't stand in Tamaki for any strategy for ACT. I did it because local people asked me to do it. You know, it started off with a handful of people saying we want a hard-working, approachable, accountable local MP. Brooke, we would like you as our MP. and that momentum continued to build. So I put up my hand to give the people of Tamaki choice this year. That's all it's been about, choice in democracy, and people have backed our campaign wanting a hard-working local MP, and that's what I'm committed to bringing and continuing to be on the ground every week in Tamaki to make sure that the people of Tamaki's voice is heard well and clear in Wellington.
At 9.23% nationally, you happy with that?
Well, look, I still think it's not enough yet to say where the election for the party vote has gone. You'll be hearing from ACT leader David Seymour later tonight when he arrives at the Maritime Room here. But the mood on the ground is that we do look likely to have a government, but also a government of real change. So thank you everybody who has backed ACT this year, and let's see where the election night takes us. I have talked to David very briefly, and he's congratulated me for Tamaki, but we'll see what happens with the overall party vote.
Good on you. Nice to talk to you. Go well tonight. Appreciate it, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Brooke Van Velden, who's picked up the Tamaki seat. I mean, that really is, because you've got a couple of things going on. One, you've got National having a fantastic night, except very, very clear message to Simon O'Connor.
And that's a very traditional blue seat, as she
100%.
said, for years and years. But Simon O'Connor made a couple of fatal faux pas, and one, of course, was his abortion comments, and I think that's probably tipped him out.
Do we know?
And as she said, she ran an excellent grassroots campaign. I mean, she was literally on the streets every single day, everywhere.
Who's on the list? 12 people. So you've got David Seymour, you've got Brooke Van Velden. Who else have we got that's new that we don't know from last time? Second question is, what do you reckon went wrong with their, because
so you got some good people there. You got
Nicole
Andrew
McKee's,
Hoggard. Nicole McKee, she's number 3.
Yeah, see Hoggard. Now where's he? Is he?
He's number 5.
Yeah,
yep.
so he's the
Karen
former Fed
Shaw.
Farmers man. Yeah,
She's
Shaw's
good.
been already in.
She's great.
She's good. Nicole McKee's there.
Simon Court.
Yeah, he's been there.
Mark Cameron.
Yep.
And then they bring in Parmjeet Parmar, who's the defection from National. Laura Trask, I've never heard of before. Cameron Luxton, who was running in Hawke's Bay, I think.
Where's he? Yeah.
Yeah, and then Antonia Modkova, never heard of.
Okay. So Hoggard's a great win because he's a former Federated Farms and a good bloke, and one of the classic examples. But what happened to they seem to have some trouble with their lists, some weirdos.
Well, they got rid of them though, didn't they?
No, I know, but they shouldn't have been on the list in the first place.
Here's another failure of the media. I mean, they were absolutely savaged for who was on their list, but nobody really bothered looking into who was on New Zealand First's list, and you know, they didn't face the same scrutiny that the ACT candidates did.
I think that was because I suspect it was because it was a direct hit from the other side, right? So that was a classic political attack on the kind of exposed rump of National, which is the minor party. So that was the first mistake. Actually, the party let David Seymour down because he, as far as I understand, doesn't have anything to do with the vetting. So the party didn't vet properly.
Yep.
Then he made the weird mistake of doubling down on the Guy Fawkes joke, which made things worse. He also did the the confidence without supply.
Yeah, that was a dumb
also
move.
shocked people. So I think there was, and then he got really weird and wooden, didn't he? And a bit robot-y.
I think I think he's such a
compounded.
principled, serious, earnest guy. I mean, with obviously a great sense of humour.
Although
but
the French love the cock.
Pardon?
So the French love the cock. Kate, where have you been, Kate?
Heather, it's been a good show till now. If it's getting a bit late for you, and suddenly the steam.
I think it's a direct quote, don't I?
I do not want to end tonight with a BSA complaint. For goodness sake.
What are you talking about?
The point I was trying to make is that he can be quite funny when he wants to be.
Oh, okay.
And the twerking,
Thank goodness you made the point.
Exactly.
Oh Lord, I feel
can I just give you
losing.
Mount? Just a couple of the earlier ones that we were so interested in, but big numbers in now. So Mount Albert with over half the vote in, and Melissa Lee's still in front by 460.
Is that the talking point of the night? That is phenomenal.
If Mount Albert goes blue, I don't know what other talking point you want to go down.
Is that a smackdown of Jacinda?
100%. Because the woman, Helen White, was, or is it? Because Helen White wasn't Jacinda's pick. She took the other woman whose name I've forgotten.
Camilla Bellich.
Bellich. And so they picked White. So probably not. Jacinda's probably she shouldn't pick Bellich. But it probably actually doesn't matter. Oh, hold on. Oh, geez, you're not with so much alarm, Sam. Geez, I mean, we're just going. I'm in the middle of a rush. So Sam's yelling in my ear. I think, God, what's happened? So then Mount Roskill, just the other one I want to get to.
To be fair to Sam, you said you couldn't hear him, so that's probably why he's yelling.
He's trying to fix that. Carlos Chung is still. Listen to this number.
Yeah, that's big.
Mount Roskill, 50% of the vote done. Michael Wood down by 1,645
Okay,
votes.
so you look at the two in combo, Mount Albert and Mount Roskill, and I reckon these are direct smackdowns of people who they've had a guts full of, and I do reckon it's a payback for Jacinda, because Jacinda disappeared off to Wellington.
Yeah, she let them down.
Left them in lockdown, didn't even come
This
visit
is
them.
actually all her fault.
Yeah, we blame her for the whole
entire
lot.
thing is her fault.
The Labor Party should be blaming
She's
her.
a vacuous, hopeless case who the moment it got tough, she buggered off to
And then she
Harvard.
does the Facebook Live. They were probably going to get 30%, and then they just crashed.
Condescending. Matthew Hooton, God bless him, he goes, Jacinda Ardern, she could swing this election with 1.6 million people on social media. I thought, what?
Swing it
Wake
in
up.
the other direction.
By the way, is Murray Olds there?
Special sting.
This is Newstalk ZB Breaking News.
Murray Olds is with us across the Tasman. Good to see you, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good evening, Mike. Looks like Labor losses on both sides of the ditch tonight.
Okay, so you can call it at this point because it's 55-45 to no, but New South Wales, Tasmania, South Australia have gone no. You need a majority of states. You don't have a majority of states. It's over.
Yeah, I think it's over for sure. ACT has voted very strong yes, as you'd expect. But as you say, New South Wales, no. I always thought maybe New South Wales could get over the line. I thought Tasmania would get over the line. South Australia was always going to be marginal. And no chance in Queensland, no chance in Western Australia. Victoria, the count's underway, but it looks like 55-45. Victoria is reflecting, Mike, the national breakdown. Yeah. So who's at fault here? Well, we don't know at this point. There's going to be enough
because he didn't
blame
explain what he wanted to do, did he?
He didn't. No, he did not. He did not prosecute his case strongly enough and adequately enough. When all these, tin pots put their heads up and said, you're going to get, you'll do away with Anzac Day, for God's sake. He should have come out with a big hobnail boot and gone smack. But he didn't. He said, I'm sure the people of goodwill, well, hang on, Anthony Albanese, there's bugger all people of goodwill over here tonight. What we saw in this campaign was, in some cases, naked racism. In other cases, well-meaning people said, you know what, we like the Constitution the way it is. We're all Aussies are treated equal. We don't need a special case for Indigenous people. But, I've spoken to you about this. I always made the point, there's been billions and billions spent over decades, and nothing is changing the needle. Indigenous Australians are dying 10 years younger than white Australians, and that's not acceptable. No. So how do you change it? I don't know how you change it. I'm not smart enough.
No, indeed, but you're reasonably smart, Murray, and that's why we keep you on. But having said that, how much damage does this do Albanese?
Look, I think he's definitely going to lose some political bark. He's going to be seen as a bit of a Larry loser. I think there's no one, if you're asking me, is there going to be any move in the caucus to maybe topple Larry loser? I don't think so for a moment. Anthony Albanese is held in the highest regard inside the Labor Party, but I think he will have lost some bark nationally because don't forget, on the very night of his election victory, the first priority, he jumped up on that podium and said, right, we're going to have a referendum that will give Aboriginal people a voice, a direct voice to our elected parliament, our elected federal parliament. Well, 18 months later, Mike, it's fallen flat on its face.
All right, mate.
And to a large extent, I think Albanese has as well. Peter Dutton won't come out looking any good either. It's very interesting that Dutton hasn't put his head up today, nor has he put his head up tonight. He's hiding in his electorate in Brisbane.
Good on you, mate. You go well. Appreciate it very much. What do you make of our result tonight? Big moves.
Yeah, but the polls are always going to point to a Nationals victory.
Yeah, but not as good. This is a huge victory, mate. This is huge. The polls had him at 34-35. They're on 42.
Yeah, but he's a Christchurch boy, old boy, and you know those boys always do well.
Yep, say no more. Well done, Murray Olds across the Tasman. Chris Bishop in just a moment. Napier's going to go to National. Nimmons ahead by 5,795.
And that speaks volumes about what's happened in Hawke's Bay, doesn't it, this year?
100%. They were let down appallingly by the government.
Yeah,
Lynn's going to go to National. Where was I, Helbert? Where's he? I had him up there somewhere.
Northcote?
Yeah, there he is. Northcote Bidwar's going to win by a mile.
Yep.
So Helbert's gone. They're falling.
I don't think he'll be missed.
No, he won't be. They're falling like flies. Let's take a
Hey, a
brief
lot of feedback on the text about your salad. Are you enjoying your salad? Looks like a nice salad. You realise your salad's in shop?
I was trying to keep it.
My daughter texted me about my drink bottle, so I had to move that, but I forgot about your salad.
I'm eating, I'm drinking, I'm revelling in the night. It's Chris Bishop in a moment. 13 away from 10.
Okay, welcome back to the NZME newsroom. I'm joined very shortly by our editorial director of business,
with a few mic issues, but that's fine.
And Murray Kirkness, our editor. Before we do, we're going to turn to Chris Knox, our head of data, to quickly take us through a couple of electorates and then the hangover.
Yes, so I thought it was just worth quickly looking at Tamaki, where Brooke Van Velden is clearly in the lead, but if we go and look at the party vote, you can still see that it's a very strong national seat and that the voters in that electorate have clearly decided they want Brooke as their MP. Another one that we heard interesting things are happening is down in Dunedin. You can see the Green Party vote's just about equal to the Labour Party vote, which I think that's probably...
What does it look like for candidates? Greens definitely aren't at the top, are they? How interesting is that? Wow.
So that's a interesting. But then if we step back to our kind of parliamentary view, you could say actually the interesting thing of the night is what's happening with Te Pāti Māori. Definitely. Currently they are sitting on ahead in 4 seats. They've been up as high as 6, and so when on 4 seats in Parliament, 121, they 123. And that's with National and ACT sitting here on 63, then the difference between 120...
Winston Mays to the equation, right?
Can't wait to talk about it. I just think the is the unsaid thing of tonight in terms... National clearly had a great night at 41.1. We're polling at high 30s. That's what we've seen. Labor 6%. Despite a 3-seat overhang, if National ACT were to lose a couple of seats through specials, at that point, suddenly there is a conversation tomorrow or over the next couple of days.
And Fran, if Winston does come back, I mean, what are you at home?
Winston has been talking about Lee Contier, who of course 81. I don't indicated he possibly has another run beyond this. And
we'll be back with you shortly, and we're going to turn back now to the Newstalk ZB studio with Hosking.
Chris Bishop is ahead of Ginny Anderson by 517 votes, and Chris Bishop is with us. Evening.
Good evening, mate.
What's more exciting, winning Hutt South or winning the election and having run the campaign the way you have?
It's definitely the latter. But look, there's still a few thousand votes still to be counted, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But it's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, I reckon.
And what will be in the Hutt. It's always tight there, and if I win it, that's fantastic too.
Fantastic. So you're sitting on 51 seats at the moment. At times in the night you've sat on 52. You've been up around the 42% mark. Did your internal polling have you at that number?
Talk about a very strong mood for change, particularly in the last 2 weeks of when the advance vote opened. We had bus going around the country with the leader, being mobbed in shopping malls and Labour Party campaign. And so, look, there was a very strong mood for change out there. I think people got to the ballot box and they looked at the last 6 years and went, gee, can I really handle another 3 years of this, particularly with the Greens and the Maori Party there as well? Just went, no, actually, we need a strong, decisive result. And it's looking pretty good for us in the ACT Party at the moment.
Has ACT been punished by you tonight or more by New Zealand First, do you think? Because they would have expected more than 9.
Well, this is the best result in ACT's history. So I was always keeping that in perspective. The most they've ever got before is about 7 point something or other. So, they are still getting the best result they've ever got. And actually, 40% or so for National is a very good result in MMP terms. So it's pretty exciting so far. We've still got many thousands of votes still to come. The on-day votes are being counted now. Labour's had they've got their ground game out today and they've had the buses going around. That's publicly on the record. So let's wait and see. The numbers might come back a little bit. But, look, at this stage, we're pretty happy with how things are tracking.
Do negotiations start for a coalition tomorrow? If it pans out the way it is at the moment, negotiations for coalition start tomorrow, get sorted by Sunday, and we're in business Monday.
Well, let's just wait and see where the seats fall at the end of the night. There's still a lot of votes to be counted, but no doubt you'll be hearing from Christopher Luxon later on in the night. But it's a little bit early to be speculating about that, and it would not be appropriate for me to do so anyway. Those are decisions for the leader.
No, indeed not. How long? What do you need to see before you call it? I mean, you're sitting there at 41. You've got 624,000 seats, whatever it is at the moment. Percentage of the votes 41%. What do you need to see? When are you calling it?
Well, look, it's still early days. We're still at, I think 50% of all the votes counted. There's still a lot of votes still to come in. So let's just wait and see. There's never any one moment you say, alrighty, it's all done and dusted, it's all over. It's more of a gradual process. And some of these seats, like Hutt South, will probably be up to the wire. So you'll probably be off here for the time Hutt South calls. So let's just see how things go.
Good on you, mate. Nice to catch up. Appreciate it. Chris Bishop, who is the campaign manager, apart from anything else, with the National Party and the Hutt South candidate. Of course, Penny Henare is with us. Penny, evening to you.
Yeah, good on how's things?
Very well indeed. 191 ahead at the moment you are. You might be the only Labour Maori MP in terms of electorate alive or standing tonight. What's gone wrong?
Yeah. Look, it's early days, but of course we're a little bit surprised. But like I say, early days, and we'll wait for more of these votes to roll in and the hope that my colleagues get up.
Do you think they will? I mean, some of them are down by a lot, mate.
Yeah, look, I do think some of them will, and we know that once the 1,000 mark comes up, it does get tough, but many of us are seesawing across, spaces of hundreds, so it's still up there.
Yeah, fair enough. What do you make of your result tonight, under 26% at the moment?
Look, we left everything out on the field, went out there, stood by our record. I'm really happy with how the results are coming through at the moment. Like I said, we've got plenty more to go. And I suspect in an hour or two we'll have a clearer picture.
All right, appreciate it very much. Penny Henare, who is with, just to run you through the Maori seats, Nanaia Mahuta looks to have lost. I mean, she's almost 1,000 down, 1,700 down in Ikaroa Rafiti. That's Meka Whaitara. He's not going to win. No one thought she would. Penny Henare is in trouble. He's leading 191, so he might, as I say, survive. Debbie Naurua Paka is going to win, has won, will won, 4,000 up. Kelvin Davis is down by 30. Still call him?
It's too
really
close
tight.
to call. Yeah. I've just updated and he's down by 8. He's up by 8.
He's up by 8
with 50%.
And Tirakartani's still down by 774.
Yeah.
Now is it Simon Watt is with him? Simon, evening to you.
Yeah, very evening. How are you?
Very well indeed. Another happy Nat player. But no one wants to call it yet. What are you waiting for? What do you need to see? Do you feel like you've won?
Well, North Shore's at 65% vote count, got nearly 12,000 majority, so it's looking pretty positive on the shore.
In fact, all of the electorates on the shore look pretty positive. I'm meaning more the party. Do you feel like you've won as a party? You are the government. You're feeling like a government MP.
Look, there's still a few more votes to come in. We're not going to be calling it yet, but I can tell you what, the feeling in the room here is very positive, and everyone's pretty amped up at the moment.
Did you expect to do so well? I've asked every national MP. I mean, none of the polls had you at 42. Here's the point. They had you at 35. TV3 had you crashing the other day at 34, all of that stuff. How do you explain 42?
Look, the conversations that we've been having on the ground have signalled that the appetite for change was higher than what we were seeing in the polls. And I think you even said it, you've got to take the polls with a grain of salt. And I think that's played through very much in what we're seeing. The mood for change has been signalled pretty clearly. And the North Shore in particular is always, there's a strong seat. But there's a real sense for change in the messages that have been sent this evening.
Do you feel very, very confident that if the numbers stack up tonight and you are the government as of Monday, you can get it together and you can actually affect some real change in this country given the fiscal constraints you've got?
We have to, Mike. We've got no choice, and I think what the New Zealand people are sending a signal through the votes that they've made over the last 2 weeks is they want change. And more importantly, they want a government to deliver on that change. And I can tell you what, we're up for that challenge. The team are ready to roll, and I just can't wait till the opportunity to get into that.
Fantastic. Go well, mate, and congratulations on the win tonight as well.
Much obliged, thank you.
Good on you. Simon Watts, who was up against George Hampton in the North Shore seat, he's won by 11,000. It's 55% of the voters in, so I don't think he was particularly bothered in the race. All right,
You're saying the Nats 42, they're actually down to 40.8? So 51 seats at the moment, just refreshed it. Labor at 26. So the Nats are dropping a wee bit.
They are. They've been between this. This would be their. Would this be their lowest number of the night? I think it probably would.
Yeah.
They've been up towards 42. But the seat is the key, and so they're still on 51. You wouldn't want to see 50 and 12. That's
We're
62.
at almost 60% of the vote counted.
So look, is it possible that the reason that they're not calling it just yet is because it's a little too close to be absolutely sure
Probably.
it's just national and act?
Yep, probably.
And they may need to.
They still may
need to
need
put
Winston.
in. Yeah.
If I'm sitting here at 11 o'clock and it's got even tighter, it's overtime and day and lieu.
Days in lieu.
Yeah.
We have to get another salad.
I mean, they could pay us for doing it for a
Certainly-
start because we're
certainly
doing it
another
for free.
salad.
Couple of questions on the text. When are the overseas votes counted in the special?
10
So we've got
days.
to wait,
10
a couple of
days.
weeks.
You got to mail it. What a stupid system
I
that
know,
is. You got
it's
to mail
crazy.
it back to your home electorate.
And the Hamilton, people asking about Hamilton West,
Both
Tama,
won, both
Portaga,
national,
yeah,
by a
Nats,
mile.
Hamilton East Nats
Both
as well.
Hamilton seats are going to go back to
And
national.
Tama was our Tesla man, wasn't he, in Hamilton?
Yeah, he was.
Was he our Tesla
yeah,
man?
yeah, congratulations to him tonight.
Yep.
News for you in a couple of moments. It is 2 minutes away from 10.
I'm going to say it, another stupid point. Oh, well, why don't you tell us what you really think, Maddie?
Well, I actually took mine.
We
we were talking about easy vote cards. I actually took mine, but I think we should probably just scrap them, right? Yeah. But I do want to talk about the Labor loss, obviously, tonight. But there are some candidates in some seats where some Labor candidates actually may be celebrating. O'Hardiu, one of them.
Yes.
Greg O'Connor has actually overtaken Nicola Willis. How crucial is this for Willis?
Well, this has been a red seat, but Nicola Willis is one of National's best performers. There's been so many times where everyone says, well, actually, why is she not the leader? So to see Nicola come in currently behind Greg is interesting. Only 63% of the vote counted, but this is a tight race and an electorate to watch. Interestingly as well, while so many seats have flipped from Labor to National, there's not one seat that has flipped from National to Labor. So that's unsurprising, but probably noteworthy. Another seat, which is one that Labor might celebrate. We'll try to find something positive.
Wow,
here
absolutely.
for Labor.
Yeah.
Is Rachel Brooking in Dunedin. That's a pretty good result. Nearly 11,000 versus 5,000 over Michael Woodhouse. Rachel Brooking is someone who in Parliament I think is really hardworking. She's a lawyer and she's been really instrumental with RMA reform. She's someone fairly new who's come in and actually brings a skill that is really necessary and needed and some expertise, and it's good to see her rewarded in her electorate for that.
And on these numbers, she's absolutely catapulting to Parliament. Shayne, this is the safest seat of the night, you reckon?
It looks like the safest seat of the night. I think one of the factors in Oahu and Hutt South, and I think Hutt South is too close to call, but they have a heck of a lot of public sector workers. But it's going to be a little bit embarrassing that the bright folks of the National Party, Chris Bishop and Nicola Willis, could be a little bit embarrassed when everything else is running their night. Also seems to be a little bit of a shift back to Labour in terms of the Māori seats. It's quite possible that they may hang on to Te Tai Tokerau, Tamaki Makaurau and Ikoro Rāwhiti. Ikoro Rāwhiti is amazing, isn't it? Because, this was the seat that Meka Whaitere went across, and I think she might have been punished for the way in which she went about doing this. But also amazing the fact that they had a candidate 6 who was elected some 6 to 8 weeks ago, who won that seat. And if you compare it, Te Tai Tonga and Te Tai Tonga and Hauraki Tainui are gone. So it's a heck of a win for Chrysler.
We are seeing, Shayne, a slight turnaround though, just in the last hour or so,
Yes.
where the National Party vote has come back somewhat, and a good couple of percentage points. They were up over 42%. Are we starting to see perhaps Winston now really does become a factor?
Yeah, I think he may become a factor. National will not want that, neither will ACT. But I think we're seeing the returns in some of those in some of those South Auckland seats. But having said that, I'm not sure how much is left in the engine there because the votes overall tend to be pretty low. That's one of the big stories of tonight is the turnout. It's horrific.
Horrific turnout. Fran, what do you put that down to, the terrible turnout?
Apathy. In terms of Labor's vote, probably the people who didn't want to vote against Labor just stayed home. And we've seen that before in previous elections as well. Often people don't actually go and vote against your party. You just don't vote. And that's a shame. But the campaign has been pretty negative on the whole. And I don't think the sense of hope has been there, and sort of said earlier tonight, having the Greens advocate so strongly for wealth taxes, which Labor's own finance minister and associate finance minister did all the work on and got scuttled by a captain's call, I mean, that is just madness. Yeah. You know.
Hindsight is a lovely thing.
It wasn't hindsight. I said it at the time.
No, but I'm saying, with hindsight, what do you think Chris Hipkins will be wishing he did differently? Possibly
I think he'd be wishing he'd listened to the finance people, because he wouldn't be sitting, he may still have been down, but he wouldn't be sitting quite where he is. Because one of the things that was interesting in the polls, when polled on the wealth tax, a substantial proportion of National Act people also thought it was a good idea, not by any nowhere near 50%. And personally, I think capital gains tax would have made more sense. But people kind of quite like the idea of hitting the top 5% or so, because and they did all right out of it if they got more money into fund tax cuts.
I moderated 9 debates throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I can tell you that I had members of Parliament from Labour saying we should have gone with some form of a wealth tax.
Wow.
The revolt, particularly over the last 3 or 4 weeks, was quite out there and quite brutal.
So we may see the night of the long knives happening pretty quickly in the next few days.
Yes.
Shayne?
Oh, very quickly. Chris Hipkins down in that very empty hall now in Wellington will be thinking, when do I go? It's only a matter of time, and whether it be tonight over the next few
I do
weeks.
feel quite sorry for him.
I like the guy.
He just got absolutely sandbagged by, those dipstick ministers and people like Whaitiri, in the middle of an absolute crisis on the coast, the East Coast. She, gives the party the bird, doesn't even have the courtesy to say she's going to ring up the leader. I mean, there was some really bad, horrible behaviour by some of those ministers.
Fran, I absolutely agree with that. The bonfire of policy was not replaced with anything meaningful. And if Labour thought that getting rid of GST on fresh fruit and vegetable was going to be a winner, that was a very bad mistake.
We're expecting to see Christopher Luxon any time soon. What's going to be, do you think, his message tonight?
Well, I hope he does a big victory roll one way or another. He deserves it.
Is he going to be gracious?
He might be more cautious, actually.
Cautious.
Well, it's not totally won yet. I mean, we've got the specials to come in. He knows that there is an outside possibility. He might still need Winston Peters there. I think he'll be, he should acknowledge he's in the position to form a government, but there's a few steps to go through.
This has been a very spiteful campaign. It has been one racked of division that I haven't seen in my 57 years. He will need to show some leadership and call for unity.
No second election, though. We're not online for that.
No second election.
No, but also, a gracious nod to Chris Hipkins. You would. You should. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that would be good sportsmanship. Interesting.
Yeah, and what about the Greens? I mean, where do they go from here, Shayne? And they're just polling at just over 10%.
Whenever the sort of the big party on the left or right goes badly, people say, well, it's all over. I remember people saying it's all over for National, and people were saying it's all over for Labour. Labour and National are institutional. Labour will grow and learn beyond this. The Greens will be celebrating because they've won Wellington Central, they've won Auckland Central.
Close to winning, they might win
Rongotai.
Can we go to Rongotai? Do you know?
But the big picture is 10.4%, and they should have done better than that.
That's right. They were polling up around 12 to 13%, and so not quite as many MPs as they might expect. But there you can see, Janae, can you bring us in on Rongotai?
What do the candidates look like?
Yeah, here we are.
And Shayne, you've got to, in the cold hard light of day, you've got to say the same thing about ACT. They were up 15, 16, 17%. They lost 4 to 6% in the last 2 weeks.
And where did that's obviously gone to Summer Winston?
Some has gone to Winston, but no, back to the mothership, National.
Yeah, and here we have Rongotai, Julian Genter just ahead, but that's still really neck and neck with Fleur Fitzsimons. Pretty tight race there. I wonder as well, actually, in Rongotai, whether people are a bit cut about Paul Eagle and the way he treated that electorate. So Paul Eagle put his hand up and ran in the mayoralty campaign in Wellington, and I think locals were pretty kind of miffed about that because, you know, he was in a position where he was the local MP and, you know, that's still a powerful position, and it just seemed like he wasn't taking it seriously by putting all of his energy into a campaign for something else. It just seemed like he was ungrateful. I wonder the extent to which Labor's being punished for that.
It's a really great point, and some interesting trends about what's going on in different electorates around the country. We'll be back very soon, back in the newsroom, but right now we're heading back to Newstalk ZB. Mike Hosking, Kate Hawkesby and Heather du Plessis-Allan.
Don't be afraid of your freedom. 'Cause I'm free.
Welcome back to the program, 7 minutes past 10. Kate Hawkesby, Heather du Plessis-Allan, Mike Hosking. Simeon Brown's with us in just a couple of seconds. Heather, you're telling me that Kieran McAnulty has...
That's the word through the grapevine. Kieran's gone and conceded to the Mike from the Nats.
Mike Butteridge, who we had on the program a little while ago, he's a very salt-of-the-earth sort of bloke, isn't he? So it's been, because Ron Mark had it for a while, of course, and so it's been up and down, you can argue, but that's a good win. That's a good Nat win on a good Nat night. Anyway, Simeon Brown's with us. Simeon, morning. Evening, rather.
Good evening, Mike. Feels like morning sometimes.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Hey, listen, really close race there for you in Pakuranga. You only won by 12,000.
Oh, yeah, swing seat of Pakuranga. Very grateful for all the support I've received. But also the enormous party vote response in East Auckland is just amazing. And actually across Auckland, I think it's a real mood for change here in Auckland, which we're very grateful for.
Good. I don't want to be a buzzkill, but I've watched your number come down during the night. You're down at 40.6 currently. You're at 51 seats. Do you worry the voters drifting?
Look, I mean, the different votes do change through the night, and obviously there's still a lot of votes to be counted, and we're keeping a very close eye on it. But at this stage, it's a very strong result, much better than was expected. But it really reflects the mood on the ground that New Zealanders were telling us as they wanted change, they wanted a new direction, and they wanted us to get us back on track. So we're very grateful again for all the support we received across the country. But look, if you look across Auckland tonight, Mount Roskill, that seat was absolutely not expected to be coming our way. We're ahead by 1,600 votes there with our fantastic candidate, Dr. Carlos Chung there. So amazing results across the country. We're very grateful for the support.
Not just Mount Roskill, but I mean Mount Albert. Melissa Lee has led all night with over 50% of the vote, and she's at 460 ahead. Mount Albert, Simeon.
Mount Albert, Mount Roskill, Te Atatu, Takanini, Northcote, Upper Harbour. These are a whole range of Labour Party seats across Auckland, which have shifted to national, and I think it's a reflection that Labour's policies weren't resonating in Auckland. They locked us down for a very long period of time. They promised things like light rail. Well, clearly the people of Mount Roskill were carrot constantly being put in front of them. They want change, and they've voted for that in droves tonight.
Good on you, mate. Do you feel like the government yet, or are you still a little bit early?
Well, look, there's still more votes to be counted. We're watching those votes very closely, but look, we're very excited for what we're seeing happen across the country. Grateful for everybody who's put their trust and confidence in the National Party, and we hope to deliver for them.
Good one. Go well, mate. I appreciate it very much. Simeon Brown. By the way, Chris Hipkins has left his house in the hut and he's going down to, he did tell me where he's going, to the Hut Hall or whatever, the local Hut Hall, Lower Hut Hall.
Yeah, it looks glum.
And very glum. And so he's in now. He won't be far away. So he's going to give a speech in 5 minutes or so, which concedes, which means Luxon won't be far behind, and he'll be dropping in from Parnell down to, where are they? Where are they downtown?
They are down at the Cloud.
They're at the Cloud,
yeah,
are they? So that's this time of night downhill, 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's nothing.
And so we're out of here by 11 o'clock. This thing's done.
Depends if there's Ram Raiders in the way, though.
Very good point. How much violence downtown Auckland tonight could hold them up?
If he gets through,
But I tell you what, Mark Mitchell's probably cleaning them all up as we speak. Wants to get an early start on the job. Erica Stanford's with us. Erica, evening to you.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
And well, warmest congratulations. Like Simeon's seat, you ran it real close. Another one of these swing seats that you've got. So congratulations on that win tonight.
Thank you. We worked pretty hard. I've got a huge team of volunteers that were working for me because I was around the country. So I owe them a huge amount here. It's a great result in the East Coast Bays.
Fantastic. Are you down at National Party headquarters or will be?
I'm going to leave as soon as I've hung up the phone from you. A few of my birds haven't come in yet, and I always wait for my scrutineers to get back before I leave. So
Fair enough too. Are you being coordinated by head office in any way? In other words, are you leaving now to go down because you know that Chris Luxon's on his way shortly as well, or are you just hanging out for a drink?
I only knew that because you said it. So no, there's no coordination. No.
Let's hope you run the government better than that, Erica. Maybe a bit more coordination.
Yes, this is true. Like I say, I always like to make sure I see all my scrutineers before I leave. So that's the most important thing.
I know these are difficult things and you won't answer properly, but you will be the Minister of Education?
Well, I hope to be. And Chris Luxon certainly knows that I'm really passionate about it. So, all fingers crossed, but I'll do whatever Christopher Luxon asks me to do in terms of portfolio.
And what about immigration? Because I cannot get my head around this thing that we've got 100,000 plus people coming into the country, and there are still people saying we can't get people to get jobs. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a monumental cock-up, if we're honest. Look, 55% of the workers we've brought in have been of the lowest two skill levels, which is what the government said that they were going to, or previous government said that they were trying to avoid. They haven't been strategic. They haven't got the policy settings right. They don't understand immigration, and that's all about to change.
Good on you. Well, congratulations on you winning the electorate. Congratulations on the winter. What about Melissa Lee in Mount Albert? I mean, how do you explain that? Mount Roskill, how do you explain that?
Well, firstly, obviously there's a swing, but secondly, Labor look, it's like us, right? Like Labor don't get to decide who goes into which electorate seats, but I think there is a couple of strategic decisions they made wrong. I don't think Ibrahim Omar should have been running in Wellington Central. He wasn't the right fit. He's a great MP, but he's not the right fit for that seat. And I don't think Helen White was the right fit for Mount Albert either, and I think that's why you're seeing those results here.
Good stuff. You go well tonight, Erica. I appreciate it very much, and I'm looking forward to dealing with you as a minister. How bright she, eh?
Yeah, sounds great.
She's a very big
Nelson's
star.
just flipped the other way, so Rachel Boyack is now
No, she's going to win that one.
Maybe so, but it's still it's a really slight margin. It's 180 with 78% of the vote counted.
I've got
Just refresh again. Just hit enter.
Okay, sorry, I'm behind
Yeah.
you. 180. You're right. 78% of the they were
Explaining
very
how to
bullish that she was
refresh
going to win that.
for the boomer.
But you would be depressed about that if you were Blair, wouldn't you? Because on a night where everything's going Nationals' way.
Yeah, you'd say so, but Nelson's weird, Mike. I
It
mean,
is weird.
It is a weird place. It was weird. It was weird. Like I
it's
say,
not
with
all- not all of
love,
it.
but
Yeah, not all of it. But you've been to
it
Ruby
was-
Bay. Ruby Bay.
Yeah, it was weird that Nick Smith held it, right?
Yes, it was. But he's weird.
And he is weird, which is why he held it.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Julianne Gent is with us. Julianne, evening to you.
Kia ora.
Give us the numbers. What have you got? Are you going to win this thing or not?
Well, we're definitely in the race, and I'm super proud of the campaign that our team ran. It was positive, it was principled, and we smashed records in terms of the number of voters we talked to on the phones and on the doors.
So you're going to win Wellington Central. Have you called that, or you feel good enough to say something like that yet, or not?
I'm very confident that Tamitha Paul will be the next MP for Wellington Central.
Okay, and so you've got 40% of the vote in and you're ahead by 267. Does it materially change the Green Party if you've got suddenly 3 electorate seats as opposed to 1 electorate seat? I mean, you've still got the same number of seats, haven't you?
Yeah, in MMP, it's the party vote that determines the makeup of Parliament. In this case, Tamitha Paul wasn't on our list, so her coming into caucus would be a huge asset to us. But I think it speaks to the fact that the Greens are becoming a serious political movement, and that in some parts of the country anyway, people desperately want to see more of what we have on offer.
Problem is, it's going to be on offer in opposition. Are you disappointed in that? Wellington's not going to get moving. Not that you got it moving in the first place, but it's officially off now. That sort of stuff is going to be dealt with differently under a new government, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, it'll be interesting to see where the numbers finally fall. I mean, I don't think we'll know for sure until all the specials are in and it's a long ways before they have government negotiations. But I think that the city of Wellington is sending a strong message about what it wants for its future, and any government should be listening to that.
Good on you, Julianne. Go well tonight. Appreciate it very much. You know Wellington better, Heather, than certainly the other. I mean, I lived there for a decade. What is the matter with it?
Well, it's extremely liberal.
I mean, if you look at Tory
They're
Whanau,
greenies.
if you look at that, I mean, if they win 2 seats tonight and Tory Whanau, I mean, it's a green town.
It is a green town. It's remarkably green.
I don't know how you
Remember,
lived there that long.
I have no idea how I survived. I must have lived in an enclave of
But it's
normal
not. It's not
people.
just green. It's socialist.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not environmental. They're socialist.
Let me give you an example of what we're dealing with. Tamitha Paul, who is now winning Wellington Central, who was on Wellington City Council, famously wanted to ban all non-electric cars from the
right.
city centre by 2025. I mean, that's pretty wacky. That's a couple of years from now.
And people vote for that.
And people have voted that
And Andy Fowler, who equally is Foster, my apologies, equally as unusual. And now in New Zealand First.
Yeah. In a different way. But see, Andy is weird because people in Wellington have a tolerance for non-performers just retaining jobs, because that's basically the entire city, right? And that's how he slipped through. This, on the other hand, is just a tolerance for weird ideas.
It's interesting, isn't it? All right, brief break. More in a moment. 10 past.
He's safe now.
You're on.
Pardon?
Okay, we are now going to look at the tightest electorate races, and there are many of them in one city especially. Janae, where is it tightest?
Well, Maddie, this is an amazing graphic that we have here that ranks the tightest electorates. And what really strikes me is that there are some of these national electorates that were red that are maybe going blue, but they're still really tight. So you can see here
Mount
Albert, that's the Jacinda Ardern's old electorate, Helen Clark's, that is really tight. So is Te Atatu, that's Phil Twyford, Tamaki Makaurau. These are all among the tightest electorates. So we'll just actually click on Mount Albert and see where that is.
Melissa had this in the bag at the beginning of this night.
Exactly, and there is Helen White, it's neck and neck.
What's that? 37 votes.
It's quick,
Shayne.
It's
I hope I'm
tight.
right.
And how's Phil Twyford? Yeah, he's also grappling there. So, you know, it is still finely balanced. Another electorate here, the tightest one is Te Tai Tokerau. That is, how many is that? 2 votes.
2 votes in there.
2 votes.
And that's flicking in and out of dark red being Te Pāti Māori and then also being lighter red being Labour. Shayne, what are your thoughts on this one? Did you expect to have it this neck and neck?
I expected Calvin to hold the seat reasonably well.
He hasn't.
No, he hasn't. And probably the reason he hasn't, if you have a look, if we break down Te Tai Tokerau, the big voting centres are West Auckland, North Shore and Whangarei. A lot of young people. And I think, as I said earlier, this is about the kohanga reo generation, and they voted. It's neck and neck. And the other thing is that even if Calvin does win, does he really want to stick around?
Surely, if he wins, he has to.
Well, he does have to. But I had a lot to do with him during this campaign. And I got the feeling that we used the word hoha. He was over it. He was over the career, and I just didn't see a level of energy that you would expect at a senior member of Parliament.
Wow, interesting insight, Shayne. Thank you for that. Matthew, I just want to take a step back a little bit and look at this national slide. It's getting closer and closer to that 40% mark. Are you thinking it might actually drop under 40?
Probably with specials, but they're still national, still there with ACT with 63 out of 122.
And 63 was your magic number, right? You said if they fall under 63, that's danger territory.
Yes, but back then I was thinking 63, including New Zealand First. So but at this point, and Winston Peters' party's come up a bit. At this point, you'd have to say it's probably trending towards a 3-party monster, with Winston Peters being needed again.
This is the first eye
I'm going
to
have to go and change my column because I wrote it for the other scenario.
I'm so sorry, Matthew, we have to go back to ZB, but we will go back to your eye rolling later on in the night.
Record number have voted for real change. You know, I've long said that getting elected is not an achievement, it's an opportunity to do good. And for all of those people who ticked the box and lent their vote to ACT, putting their trust in us to make this country more affordable, to make it safer, and perhaps most of all, to make it a more united place where each and every person is included. Thank you. We will work tirelessly and will not cease from the effort required to make sure that this country delivers the promise it has made to so many people, those who were born here, those who were born far away and chose to be here, those from north, those from south, men and women, rich and poor. We are all New Zealanders who seek 1/5 of the opportunity this country has to offer. And that is what ACT promises. The idea that we are each alike in dignity and can choose to make a difference in our own life. If those are your values, we are here to support you.
Very good, isn't he? And that didn't come off notes, but he sounds tired.
He sounds exhausted.
Tired. Chris Pink is with us now. He's won as well. He is in Kaipara, which is just north of Auckland. I mean, Kaipara is not, but the seat is just north of Auckland. He's won successfully, 73% of the vote in 14,000 majority. Chris, good evening to you. Congratulations.
Good evening, Mark.
Got to feel pretty good in the National Party headquarters at the moment.
Yeah, the atmosphere is pretty phenomenal. It's actually quite difficult to hear you as a result, but as various results getting flashed up on the screen, you can imagine the reaction's pretty ecstatic down here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've won everything as far. I mean, we've talked a lot about it throughout the night, but Mount Albert looks to go your way. Mount Roskill looks to go your way. I mean, Auckland as a city, a wider city, is just a spectacular night for you guys, isn't it?
Yeah, spectacular's right. In a way, it's so unexpected to be ahead in some of those seats, but at the same time, you think back to that 107-day lockdown in Auckland not that long ago, and it's just, in a way, it feels as though you have come full circle. We've come back to a situation where people actually want a sensible approach to governing in the city, in the country, and so it's very pleasing to actually see that borne out in the results.
Are you pleased you don't need New Zealand first?
Oh, well, negotiations are above my pay grade, but look, a more simple path ahead was always what Christopher Luxon has been talking about, and asking people to provide that stability with a big major party in government as part of an MMP setup, where obviously we're going to need at least one other party, but as straightforward an arrangement as possible will be helpful, we think, for the country, not just for the National Party.
Did tonight's result feel like it when you were campaigning, 41% of the vote, when the poll said 35%?
Yeah, honestly, this is much more reflective of what we had felt on the ground, to be honest, these past 18 months, never mind the past 6 weeks. So, in a way, it's vindication for all the times I've said to people in response to them saying, well, look, we think you're well ahead, don't worry, you're going to win. And we say, well, of course, the polls only have us at 30-something. But nevertheless, to actually be on higher than that when the results coming in does feel like vindication. And it just goes to show you can't listen to all those pollsters and everything you believe in terms of people writing off your chances prematurely.
Good stuff. Go well tonight, mate, and congratulations again. Appreciate it very much. Chris Pink, who's won Kaipara. Hipkins has arrived at the Lower Hutt Hall. We'll go with him as soon as he speaks, of course. But Katie Nimmons won Napier and won it spectacularly. Katie, evening to you.
Good evening, Mike. How are you?
Very well indeed. What a win.
Oh, really cool, eh? You know what? We've just had an awesome night. The Magpies won the semi-final. We've been watching that live. Cheering for the results as well. It's been pretty cool.
I don't want to put a downer on the night, but that Ranfurly Shield thing is, that's highly questionable, isn't it, Katie?
Hey, well, we're just focused on the finals now, so we'll just look at that one.
Chris Pink, I don't know if you heard him a moment ago, he was talking about the Auckland lockdown and there was some payback in the vote tonight. Was there payback for you guys or for the Labor Party or the Labor government, the way they treated Napier after the weather?
Yeah, look, it's been a really hard one. I've been working really hard with the community ever since the cyclone, and they just haven't been getting the support that they deserve. So I'm excited to get in there and help them because, it's their lives, it's their livelihoods, and, it can't be treated the way it's being treated. So we've got to crack on.
And does Luxon understand that they've got to do better in those sort of regions like, Gisborne, Napier, etc.?
Oh, gosh, yeah. And that's been very visible by the amount of times he's been here to visit. He has listened to Catherine and I every single time. We've talked to him about the issues, what's important. He's listened to people himself. He's been in the community. He gets it. And he knows, and we've got to get the land back to being productive. We've got to get infrastructure built. And the policy that was announced in Hawke's Bay just a few months ago just shows exactly how much he understands it.
But you're looking forward to getting to Wellington Monday. When are you going to Wellington? Tomorrow? Monday?
I actually have no idea. I'll find out tomorrow, I think. Yeah, but yeah.
Good on you.
I guess we'll find out.
Good on you.
Hey, and one thing I'm just going to mention too is, by the way, I do live in Napier. I just want to clarify that.
What, are they suggesting you don't?
Yeah, I think Nash was on the radio the other day saying I didn't, so I thought I'd just clear that.
Oh, he did too. He did say that.
Yeah.
Actually, he did too.
He said he cast aspersions that you don't live in the region.
He sure did.
Yeah. Well done for clarifying.
Are you on Napier Hill? You got a view? What do you got there?
No, I'm in Marewa. I'm actually just down the road from the Deputy Mayor, in fact.
There you go. Katie, well done. Must be a great night for you. You've got to be feeling good, and you're in government, and it's all worked out well for you.
Yeah, it has, and hey, my support has been amazing, so it's just nice to celebrate with them.
Fantastic. Good. Go well, Katie. Appreciate it very much.
Fake news from Stuart Nash.
Yeah, no, Stuart and I have got a vexed relationship.
They both mentioned lockdowns, and I got someone here writing saying, I'm in Mount Albert. Yes, you guys are right. We are rejecting Labor. We were furious with Jacinda abandoning us and the excessive lockdowns. So that's a real thing.
It's one of the things I'll never forget, that she stayed in Wellington.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
an Auckland MP
abandoned her own electorate.
Stayed in Wellington before she naffed off to Harvard. And you wonder why Mount Albert and Mount Roskill are going
that
blue
race
blue
is
tonight.
tightened up, by the way. Melissa Lee's
don't
in
do
the.
that,
No, I'm sorry to say, Melissa Lee's in the lead by only 80 with 64% counted.
Oh, jeez, is it? Hang on.
It's
I
tight.
need to refresh because I got her in the lead by
80.
Yeah, it's 80, 64%. I mean, even if she loses, eventually it's all all the message you need, really, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Hey, a question for you, Mike. What happens with the specials? Which way do you reckon they go?
Well, when reading the polls, I thought maybe they would be traditionally going left, but I do believe there must be a little bit of MIQ pushback.
Yeah.
I was surprised, first of all the people overseas. 1 million people overseas, 750,000 can vote. There's only about 80,000 registered.
Yeah, not many
so that's
do.
not many
Wow.
people actually voting.
Yeah.
Of those people, you've got to have some MIQ pushback.
Yes.
And so therefore...
But don't overseas votes tend to go green?
Traditionally.
They love that clean green.
Yeah, of course,
I don't live there, I don't care about it, but I love it to think it's
I
clean and green.
refuse to believe that if, first of all, there's hardly anyone enrolled overseas to vote, so why would you enrol? Because you're sort of engaged with the country, so maybe you're a Labor, a Greenie, whatever, but you surely want at some point to... There must be some in there that go, I couldn't get home, my mum couldn't get home.
Traditionally, you would say that whatever we end up with tonight, the specials push it a little bit more left.
Yes.
But this time we can't say that,
Yes,
can we?
I personally don't believe so. And the other thing I'm forgetting, of course, I keep forgetting, is that at 51 for National, you've got to tack the extra one on, the list seat.
Yes.
So it's actually 52. So whatever they end up plus one, and geez, Hipkins, is he talking? Is he ready yet? I mean, how long does it take to concede, for goodness sake? He stayed in the hut, he hopped in the car, went... Oh,
I thought that was him. I was going to say, what's he wearing?
That's not him. No,
Thank
that's not
goodness.
him. They're going to introduce him. I mean, why would you introduce him? Just
Could be a lengthy introduction.
Might go on for a while.
Dare I suggest that this could have been part of the problem?
Yeah.
The only thing I want to hear from him, apart from a gracious defeat, is whether or not he quits. What's you call? Let's call it now.
I think he quits. Yeah.
You think he will quit?
I think he quits today or tomorrow, but he quits this weekend.
I want to agree with.
I want to.
You think? Well, I want to agree
he's
with
going
you,
to.
but I wonder if he's just one of those all-in party guys. He knows by quitting tonight, they haven't got the slightest idea what to do about it.
Well, they must have had a discussion.
Therefore, he hangs around.
I mean, if he's busy telling you that he's thinking of quitting, he's surely told his party.
I mean, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but the reason I said that
Pretty
was
sure you shouldn't have.
no, because when they're in the studio,
We've taken
you
a
know
vote out
what-
here. He definitely shouldn't have.
No,
they voted outside.
Yeah, but when they're in the studio saying that stuff to you, they always. I mean, normally what they do is go, "I tell you what, the search is on. I tell you what, we're actually going to win." They're full of it.
No, but when the microphone is off, they think they're talking to you off the record.
off-air. No, they're
yes.
not.
Yes, they are.
This is the off-air stuff.
This is what I'm saying. You've got to keep it. If it's off air, it stays off air. You put it on air.
Is that why Grant didn't come on tonight? I haven't told that story. I haven't told that story
Unless they
tonight.
say explicitly it's off the record.
Yeah, I
think
don't
you're
want you
okay,
repeating
You guys are
this.
savage.
I just
you
want to
guys
know
are
how
savage.
much you're sitting on not telling us.
It's
because the
too
mic
much.
was off.
The stuff she knows, Heather.
I'm not
Jeez,
revealing
that
anything.
she's
You want to know something?
what?
Mount Albert lead of 1.
Yeah, it gets too.
Literally a lead of
There's a booth that's come in.
Yeah.
That's favouring Labor, isn't there?
Down the road from Jacinda.
Yeah, so here's my thinking. He doesn't quit tonight based on the fact that he leaves the party in
Maybe
such
he doesn't
a
quit
lurch.
tonight because he says you've come out and outed him as quitting, so now he won't.
He's got another introduction. He needs
There's too many introductions?
Oh.
I think it's buying him time so he can write his concessions.
Maybe he's finishing a sausage roll. He's got a mouthful.
You notice, look, I don't want to kick a man when he's down, but you notice the shirt's tightened up during the campaign. He did tell me that he'd put on, I think it was 5 or 6.
Off-air gossip.
No,
Stop
it's not gossip. He told me he put on 5 or 6 kgs during the campaign.
Oh, for goodness sake. I bet he regrets coming in here. No wonder Grant Robertson won't come in.
The story for Grant Robertson, I'm really disappointed in Grant
Oh,
Robertson.
have we shared this?
No, we had this.
No,
Is
we
this
haven't.
off-air information?
No,
Can we
this is
share
on-air
this?
information.
Have you checked with the
This
boss?
is Grant was going to talk to somebody, and then they heard it was us, and he said, "No, I'm not going to."
He said.
It was
He said no NZME.
No NZME.
No NZME.
No
which
Z.
is our
So
parent
he's
company.
blacklisted NZME as an organisation.
That's childish. That's
it's
pathetic.
And I'm
It's
really
childish.
disappointed because I quite like him.
I think it was probably his experience on your show that.
I don't think so, Heather. I think it's
I
your
don't
show.
think it's a mutual thing. I think you think that you like him and he doesn't like you, though.
I've said on air, and this hasn't been off the record, I've said on air, I like you, Grant. And he's not come back immediately. He's not come back immediately. He didn't come back and go, well, I don't like you. So I took it as a positive
thing. Did he say something like, and I know you, Mike?
No, he didn't say that either.
Sort of,
No, he sort of laughed. Maybe he was laughing at me.
I think it's you and Heather together.
I think we probably
He will not
destroyed
be
it.
enjoying that combo, and so he won't
He'd
be
like
coming
Simon
in.
Wilson, wouldn't he?
Oh,
I mean, is he
We'll
going to
get
miss?
Simon Wilson from the newsroom.
Is he going to talk to Simon Wilson though? I mean, how can he ban Simon Wilson?
Well, this is a good question.
Is this intro still going?
I mean, this is another part of the Labour's problem. It's all talky, isn't it? There's no action.
Yeah,
the action of the night is Chris Hipkins.
Oh, this is the party president who's speaking at the moment, Claire.
Is it?
Is it Claire? Is that her name? Or has she changed? Jill Day. Oh, who even knows? That's part of the problem.
We don't know who any of them are.
Are we being disrespectful by not listening to the president of the Labour Party? Actually, I don't think so.
It's a quick decision.
But can I just say though, just so that we don't exclude, like isolate Grant, and this Tamitha Paul from the Greens also decided not to come on because it was us.
Who?
Tamitha Paul from the Greens. She's won Wellington
Oh, that's
Central.
right.
So yeah,
That's all right. No, I'm disappointed in Grant because Grant's been on and
You've
we've
taken this
formed a
personally, haven't you?
relationship and we've agreed to disagree on many, many, many different occasions, but it's always been cordial and it's been with some humour. And it just goes to
Do you think
show.
when you say we've formed a relationship, that's just on your side?
Maybe it is, but it's like the Hipkins line the other night with the leg. You know, the bed leg.
Yeah.
Yes.
Deep down, they're a bit nasty.
Yeah.
It's convivial on the
It's
surface.
desperation,
In real life,
Yeah.
I'll never hear from Grant again. Clearly, I mean that's what's happened, isn't it? He's never going to talk to me again.
Read the room.
If Penny Henare is ahead in Tamaki Makaurau by 400,
Yes.
with 70% counted, can we call it for him?
I want to because I want Labor to have something good to go with tonight.
Just a little something.
Yeah. So what do we get it down to? 5 Maori seats, 5 and 2? Is it 5 to the Maori Party and 2 for Labor?
No, it'll be so Penny Henare and Ikaroa Rāwhiti, that's the Meka Whaitiri seat, they'll both go to Labor.
Yeah.
And then maybe if Calvin wins, then they get 3 and the Māori Party
Calvin
4.
is in front at the moment.
By 85.
By only 85, yeah.
That's not a bad night in the end, given the disaster. So where does that leave your overhang at 4?
One overhang plus the one from the by-election.
So only one overhang for the Maori.
122.
So 122. So they only need 61 to govern.
Yes.
So that's helped.
62 to
immeasurably.
govern. So
By
you have a
Labor
majority,
being more successful in the Maori seats, that's national
Yes.
to govern because it's pulled back the overhang.
Yes. So
That's
they
probably
need
one of the most
62,
important points of the night,
and
isn't it?
they will have 63 on the current numbers as long as it holds. And National's coming back, Mike. They're a 39.99. They just keep coming back.
Down again.
Panicking. We need to get John Key back on the program because he said the numbers wouldn't move.
Well, they haven't moved too much.
My main concern
They're
is
just a
working
smidge
past
under
11
40.
o'clock. I don't want to have some sort of
Oh,
weird
no.
slide going on.
I have bad news for you, but I think we are going to because Jill's going to speak for the next 26
Yeah,
minutes.
still
This is
enjoying Chris Hipkins.
unforgivable. I mean, doesn't she understand that the nation is ready, 1, for a drink, 2, to go to bed? Maybe we need to get up early for the rugby. I've got, by the way,
yeah.
earlier on, I know we did this, but I've got the All Blacks. So I've got a 2-party coalition plus the All Blacks. The odds on that as a combination at the start of the night
You should have put money on that.
would have been very long money.
Yep.
And so it's not over, obviously, because they haven't played the game yet, but a 2-party coalition would have been very long money by itself, and the All Blacks as underdogs to win. If I get that right, that's surely...
We're never going to hear the end
That's
of
high
it.
fives all
bragging
round. I
rights.
think even Grant Robertson would ring me and congratulate me on that.
I think you need to kiss that goodbye.
I may be wrong.
That Grant Robertson.
What has she got to say that's so grippingly important that they can't get the leader of the party, the former Prime Minister, on to say something, for goodness sake? Go and wind her up just a little bit.
That role with determination and focus, and grace and courage.
Nanaia Mahuta
Not
has
even
conceded.
COVID and being isolated
So that's the end of her.
in a hotel
She got
room.
thrashed.
She's out of politics.
She might have wanted to stay at home and
You have
campaign
fought so
actually,
hard
rather
and
than being
championed our
overseas.
Was that the silliest decision?
well.
Jacinda Ardern,
To go
Foreign
see
Minister.
her.
Weirdest decision in the
Yeah,
history of
bizarre.
all appointments.
Absolutely
What a
bizarre.
weird decision.
Never even to the
Made no
last,
sense.
last week of her job was unconvincing in it.
New Zealand.
I'm
That
concerned
leader
about the
Party,
violence.
Chris Hipkins.
I'm concerned about Oh, thank goodness she's gone. Okay, where is Chippy? Will Chippy will ever talk to me again? Maybe not either. Come on, where is he?
There he is.
Oh, there's a hug. He's hugging her. He's coming on stage. He's waving. Oh, how defeated does he look?
Looks down.
How deflated does he look?
I actually feel sorry for him.
He looks shocking. Good campaign. I mark him up because he got a hospital pass. He worked hard, got COVID, told me some cool secrets off air, ate a lot of food, and lost badly.
Well, they've transformed all their ideas.
Yeah, no, go, calm them down. I don't think he's going to quit. Quick call, Heather, quitting or not? Go.
Yes.
Katie, quitting or not?
No.
I say no.
Okay, I'm on my own.
Being here tonight, and thank you for everything that you have done over these last 6 weeks. We have run the biggest ground campaign, knocking on doors and calling people on phones that we have ever run. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Unfortunately, the results tonight showed that that wasn't enough. Earlier this evening, I called Christopher Luxon to congratulate him on National's results. While it's MMP and the numbers are likely to move around a little bit before the final count, as it stands, Labour is not in a position to form another government. The result tonight is not one that any of us wanted. But I want you to be proud of what we achieved over the last 6 years. Because despite governing through some of the biggest challenges our country has ever faced, we kept New Zealand moving forward and we protected those who needed help the most. Kids out of poverty despite we reduced our emissions 3 years in a row, bending the curve on climate change. We built 13,000 new public unemployment below 4% last 2 years, and we moved record numbers of people into work. One that's very near and dear to me, we introduced the Food in Schools program to ensure we rebuilt the numbers of teachers, nurses, and we increased well. We sought to bring people together to unite. We moved towards better honouring of the treaty, and I am incredibly proud of it. It hasn't been easy. I honestly think the gods ran enough curveballs to throw at us. Terrorist attacks, volcanoes, cyclones and floods, and of course the COVID-19 global pandemic and the global cost of living crisis that followed. Despite these huge forces against us, through it all, we made a difference. We saved lives and recorded the lowest number of COVID deaths in the developed world. Now that is a real outcome. We kept Kiwis most. We lived our values, and I believe New Zealand is a better place for that. So I want you to stay proud of that. We put people first. We cared. We refused to leave people behind. Because that is what we do, it is what the Labour Party does. My friend and former Prime Minister, the late Mike Moore, remarked that the highest honour a democracy can afford a citizen in a free nation is to be elected as a Member of Parliament. To those who have served but are not returning to Parliament, particularly to my Labour Party colleagues, thank you for the service you have offered to the people of New Zealand. I know you gave it your all and you deserved a better outcome than this one. To all of those who have been elected tonight, I offer you my warmest congratulations. To the people of the Remutaka electorate, I offer my sincere thank yous. You have consistently placed your trust in me, and it continues to be an honour to represent you. To the Remutaka Labour campaign team, thank you for waving the flag, though your candidate was seldom there in this election. Becoming Prime Minister earlier this year was the honour of my life. Following on from my good friend and colleague Jacinda, it was not going to be an easy task. I did know when I took on this job that it was going to be an uphill battle. No government has replaced a Prime Minister in an election year and carried on to win. And we've had the added challenges of flooding, living crisis election year and carried on to win. And we've had the added challenges of flooding, a cyclone and a cost of living crisis to contend with. I'm proud of the progressive platform we put forward in this campaign, one that supports everyone, not just the well-off. I gave it my all to turn the tide of history, but alas, that was not enough. In the coming days, we will ensure that there is a smooth transition to a new government. Until that new administration is sworn in, the current government will operate in a caretaker mode, and the ordinary day-to-day business of government will continue. And then the Labour Party will take some time to reflect and to refresh. We now have a new and important role in opposition, to hold the government to account and to fight for those who stand to lose from their proposed cuts. I can promise that we will keep fighting for working people because that is our history and our future. When the tide comes in big, it almost invariably goes out big as well. That is the nature of politics. But the Labour Party is still here, we're not going anywhere, and we will get up again like we have many times before. Thank you, New Zealand, for the honour and the opportunity that you have given us to serve and to move New Zealand forward. And finally, some special thanks to all of you, our Labour team, our Labour whānau, our volunteers and supporters up and down New Zealand. Thank you so much for everything you have done. To Jill Day and the team at Labour Party HQ, thank you for all of the support that you have given me
and all of our MPs and candidates during this campaign. Finally, to my family, for everything that you have done for me. To my mum and dad, for all the love that you have given me and for all of the gaps that you have plugged over the last 9 months, I really want to say thank you to you. There is someone else special that I want to thank tonight, someone that most of you won't know, and that is my partner, Tony. Being Prime Minister is not the only special thing that has happened for me this year, and I want to thank you for being with me every step of the way over the last few months as we have gone through this campaign. And finally, to my kids, who have sacrificed more than anyone will ever know, I know that they're going to be happy that they're going to get to spend a bit more time with their dad now. Kia kaha, everybody. Thank you once again for the enormous privilege of serving as your Prime Minister. Thank you to our Labour team for everything that you have done. We have a new job ahead now to regroup and to rebuild and to come back fighting stronger than ever. Thanks very much.
Good speech. Well-constructed speech.
Tony?
Yeah, that's
I
the
mean, mic
that's
drop
the
moment.
That's the talking
We're all
point of the night.
frantically Googling Tony,
we want to
Tony,
work out
Tony.
who on earth is Tony.
Tony? Man or
meantime,
woman?
while we work out, well, I know that's what we're trying to work out.
Well, okay, so somebody on the grapevine has told me
Come on, Heather.
I don't even know if this is defamatory or not. Might be his secretary.
Oh. Okay.
Is that defamatory? Have I just
Well,
done a
how
second?
can it be?
know.
Well, I don't know. Find that out. Let's talk to David Seymour, who's with us. David, evening. Congratulations.
See if David knows.
Hey, Mike, and thank you very much.
Now, we talked with Brooke earlier on, so you've got to be pleased about that, apart from anything else.
Oh, look, Brooke is a real talent. She is in many ways the future, and the fact that she's gone out there and made herself unmissable in Tamaki over the last 6 months. And what's more, when people have met her, they like her, and I think that bodes very well for ACT and actually very well for New Zealand, because it shows that you can be a progressive on social issues and want to pay less tax, and there's a candidate you can vote for, and for me that is the future.
You're a smidge over 9, you've got 12 seats, you happy?
Yeah, look, if I was running any business and I was up 20% in 3 years, you'd be happy. You wouldn't be thrilled, but you wouldn't be unhappy either. You'd be happy. That's exactly where we are.
Where'd your vote go, New Zealand first or national? Because they've had a good night.
Well, if you look at our votes, I mean, our votes increased. If you compare that with our vote a wee while ago, you could say, look, some people were having a look at us, didn't vote for us in the end. That doesn't bother me in the sense that we told the truth. We said the treaty needs an honest discussion, the government's out of money and cuts are needed, you can't trust New Zealand first, and ultimately we're going to hang tough to get our positions. Now, telling the truth isn't always popular, but we've done that, and a lot of people have backed us, and that means New Zealand has a chance, not just for change, but real change now.
How good is it you don't have to deal with Peters?
Well, let's just see what the final result is, but our commitment is to make sure that the change that's happened is real change, because New Zealand has some real big challenges to overcome, and we're here to actually make sure that we serve the people who see that and want to see it dealt with, and that's why ACT is here, to take that opportunity people have given us by trusting us with their vote, and make sure that the policy change occurs.
Let's assume it's a two-party. How quickly... Have you talked to Luxon tonight, by the way?
Yeah, I've been speaking to him a couple of times during the day today, including about an hour ago. So obviously they're just watching the numbers very closely, but what's important is a lot of people would have seen on the TV
Luxon's house, what they might have seen as half of the house I used to live in was there too. So we've been neighbours, we have a good personal relationship. Our parties come from slightly different angles but with the same ultimate destination, and I think we can work together well.
And assuming it's two-party, how quickly can you stitch this thing up and get on with it?
Look, I think you'd want to look at the special votes, just to be really clear. I mean, it's not like we're, 5 or 10 points ahead, we're a couple of points ahead. So out of respect to democracy and the voters, you'd wait till all the votes were counted first. But once you've done that, hopefully done the work in that 2 weeks tentatively to be able to get going as soon as possible. Because look, the challenges this country has to overcome are severe, and there's only 3-year terms, so we've got to get stuck in straight away.
A couple of interesting comments tonight. National's done really well in Auckland, apart from Tamaki, obviously, and there's a bit of a lockdown vibe about that. Napier's gone big on National, and there's a weather vibe on that. This special vote you talk of, would there be an anti-MIQ thing going, do you think, or not?
Well, a lot of people have speculated that, and certainly anecdotally, people are pretty angry they got locked out of their own country for a long period of time. If you've tested positive in New Zealand, you had to isolate at home, but if you'd tested negative overseas before you flew here, you couldn't isolate in your home. And that's the kind of illogical, impractical, high-minded, holier-than-thou approach this Labour government's taken. And if there's one clear result, is that New Zealanders have rejected the legacy of Jacinda Ardern big time, even if she herself didn't quite have the courage to stick around and hear the verdict.
What job do you want?
I'm not into getting jobs for myself. What I do want to see is a reduction in government spending to get your living costs under control, swing the pendulum on law and order back to consequences for criminals and actually make the victims the point, and an honest conversation about our treaty, because dividing this country by race has never been a smart strategy. It's never worked anywhere else. Once we've dealt with those are the policy challenges we have, along with quality delivery of health and education, then we can start thinking about, who gets what job. That's secondary for me.
Good on you, mate. Well, go well tonight and enjoy it, and congratulations.
Thanks, Mike.
Good on you. David Seymour, the ACT Party leader and a happy man tonight. They currently sit on 9.17%. They've stayed, they're rock solid all night, and they sit with 12 seats. It is 7 away from 11.
Welcome back to the newsroom. We are going to talk about that Chris Hipkins speech and whether or not he should or shouldn't have resigned. But first off, we are just going to look at that National slide. You've been watching this live, Matthew. It's actually now deep in the 30s.
Well, yeah, it's and ACT's come down a little bit. And basically together they would have 62 seats, which is under my 63.
On those numbers, you think New Zealand First is going to have to get a call tonight, or at least tomorrow?
No. I think what these figures mean is we will not know whether it's two-way or three-way government until at least the 3rd of November.
Right.
Can we have a look at that, Janae? We have our Wellington business editor here on the numbers. Can you show us just how close it actually is? It looks like there's just one yellow seat in it. Show us where that is.
Yeah, that's right, Maddie. So there's not much, there's not much of a buffer there for people who are keen to see National and ACT govern without New Zealand First. As Matthew has said, they would have really liked to have been a bit more comfortable. And at this point, we're at 84% of the booths have been counted. So we're getting there a bit more. It does seem like the likelihood of that three-way situation is seeing increasingly likely. And also, as we've just pointed out here, National at 39.7, that's quite low. We've sort of seen them above 40% most of the night.
That's getting closer to those polls, though, isn't it?
It is.
Well, National's still going to be absolutely thrilled with 39.7.
I think one of their best performances was just over 40% in one of the polls. But there's great intel coming through. Thanks, Shayne. I mean, as the night's gone on, we've seen that number go from about 42. I just want to bring in Shayne Currie because we've just watched Chris Hipkins. How did you rate that kind of performance, that speech?
I thought it was a little bit tone deaf, to be honest. I don't want to kick the man when he's down, but, he was saying all the great things that
sounded like an electioneering kind of
his government had done, where they've been absolutely rejected by the populace, lost half the vote on the last election, and to blame the voters for not being sort of bright enough, or that the policy wasn't attractive enough. I think it was a little bit tone deaf.
Should he have conceded tonight?
Yeah, well, I do. I just cannot see how you can lead a party into such a devastating defeat and think that you can survive beyond election day. You know, and Helen Clark had the sense to do it in 2000 and when
2005,
was that?
yeah, that's right.
So,
does he get rolled now? What's going to happen?
Well, Labor needs stability.
Yeah.
And they've lost some of their talent. I think they're best to stick with him. I think our two main political parties change leaders too quickly, and they're better just to have a deep breath till the new year.
Yeah, and that might be the reality. But here is the thing: the big policy that Chippy played this election with, in terms of being very timid on taxation, had no traction in Heartland Labor, let alone the rest of New Zealand, and you won't be able to change that policy without changing the leader.
Matthew, I want to ask you about this because we were talking about this just when we were on before we were on Hipkins earlier. You wrote a piece for the Herald on the 17th of February, and you said that Hipkins should call a snap election over a wealth tax. You stand by that tonight?
Yeah, he would have won it easily. I mean, I don't know why this happens. You look at Gordon Brown in the UK, you look at Jenny Shipley. If you take over as Prime Minister in those situations, you should immediately call a snap election because you'll probably win it, and they never do.
He started with a hiss and a roar, and a lot of that was down to the cyclone. I mean, in his very early weeks, he was quite the Prime Minister in terms of the response, and probably had a little bit of momentum hanging over there from Ardern. But
people wanted change towards the left 3 years ago. Now they want it towards the right, but they wanted to change. Of course, the Labor Party should make the tax system more progressive. That's what Labor parties are for. And they didn't do it. They didn't do anything in 3 years. They let all their supporters down, and half of them have left them.
Shayne, can I also say, yes, ACT picked up Tamaki. They've picked up 20% on where they were at the last election, but the reality is they've probably lost 4 to 5% over the last 2 or 3 weeks. Those numbers would have been significantly different if they had polled much better today. And, you know, deep down inside themselves, ACT will be asking themselves some hard questions.
And is that partly because Christopher Luxon did let Winston in the door, and a lot of that vote did go in from ACT to New Zealand First?
That's part of it, but I just want to run the scenario. Perhaps all along that was Luxton's plan, but perhaps he did need a level of moderation, because if ACT had been in the position of absolute power, they would have turned National further to the right than they would have been comfortable with, and they could well pay for it at the next election.
Now, speaking of Christopher Luxon, we have just got word that he has left his home with a police escort, so he is going down to Shed 10 in Auckland's waterfront. So we'll probably hear from him in the next, 50 minutes. Just an update on concessions tonight. We didn't get one from Chris Hipkins, but we did get one from Kira McAnulty. Oscar Sims in Auckland Central has called Chloe Swarbrick to congratulate her. Nanai Mahuta has conceded, and we heard from Chris Hipkins saying that he's actually called Luxon. Do you think we could get any more of those tonight, and if so, who from?
Well,
hardly matters.
It hardly matters because we're going to know the actual results very, very soon. There's only a few where it's very, very close. And in the cases where it's very, very close, they will want to wait for specials and whether judicial reviews and God knows what else.
On those tight electorates, maybe you should show us where they are super tight. I know that Helen White, there was sort of in Mount Albert, looks like against Melissa Lee, there was just one seat in this. It is still the tightest race of the night.
Yeah,
Helen White's lead, ever so slightly.
That's right. Well, that'll be a relief for Labor. We'll try to find some bright spots here, and that's potentially one. So Helen White's only slightly ahead. Nelson is still super tight. With Rachel Boyack from Labor just ahead. Te Tai Takaro still really tight. Te Atatu as well. Let's see if Phil Twice.
How's Julianne Ginter going in Rongotai?
Right, she is also still marginally ahead. And I think the other interesting thing to remember here is the specials, as we said at the start of the show, tend to favour left-leaning parties, the Greens. National, through history, has lost a couple of seats. So if that does happen, that'll be interesting to see what role New Zealand First once again might play.
700 votes at this time of the evening is a pretty decent lead for Julianne.
So that's
she'll be happy with that.
Amazing performance for the Greens, really, to have 3 electorate seats. When you think about that, amazing performance by Chloe Swarbrick 3 years ago to get Auckland Central. I just want to return to Luxon, because Matthew, you wrote quite a scathing column about him in the Herald yesterday. But what kind of Prime Minister are you expecting?
Especially if it's a 3-way coalition, I don't think he'll be very successful. I know that John Key has put a lot of his mana into promoting Christopher Luxon. but I think we saw through the election campaign that he is unimaginative in his thinking, uncreative. He's quite slow, and he can't, he can't tell an interesting story about New Zealand and the world the way John Key could.
Right. So what influence is David Seymour going to have in terms of how far right does this New Look government actually go?
And what does he ask for?
Well,
What job do you think he
that
asks
really is the problem. What you have to ask yourself, does Luxon have the negotiating skills to form a coalition and then hold it together for 3 years? Because Winston is a wily fox, and he will think to himself, what happened at the last election in 2020 when he stayed in government? And I think he regrets sort of not pulling away from them the last year. I think there's going to be a bit of instability if it's a three-way coalition. A lot of instability.
Imagine how well National could have done if they hadn't put forward a ridiculous tax plan and then started smearing the nation's premier economists. And there was no need for them. They would have that tax plan put them back in the polls.
Yep.
Lost their economic credibility, and what for? No, Milton Friedman, Ruth Richardson, Margaret Thatcher. None of these people would have cut taxes at a time of high inflation and massive borrowing. And that shows how unimaginative this man is. That as soon as he became leader of the National Party, it was all he had to offer with tax cuts. And he doesn't seem to be able to respond to circumstances at all. I don't think he'll be very successful.
And that is an issue that Winston particularly would die in the ditch over. He will not allow it to happen. He will not allow the foreign ownership in terms of houses to get traction. I just
so
go
then
back
how
to my central point.
how
did they hold
pragmatic
it
does
together?
Luxon become then? And he's made a promise to voters, right?
Yeah.
No matter how bad it is for the economy. But Winston's in there as a handbrake.
Well, ACT would have been as well. I mean, ACT is a sensible party that puts forward sensible policies that have costed and ludicrous. ACT had said that they would not support that national tax policy. It was unimplementable anyway. I mean, it wouldn't have delivered any of the numbers that they were claiming, and they knew. I think the worst thing about that whole episode was they knew what they were saying was untrue about it, and this is one of the results that now is looking increasingly like it will be a three-way government.
So with a three-way government, do you think the Nats will actually now pull back on the tax promise?
Well, I think both ACT and New Zealand First will say no to it.
They're going to fight at the polar position of each other. Look, income and taxation and how you generate revenue is a fundamental component of how you form a government and how you govern. And I don't think that Luxon has the negotiating ability to pull it together and to hold it long term. And as I get back to Winston, I think, regretted not distancing himself from the government a year out from an election. We're in for a bit of turmoil here, folks. This is the honeymoon for this government will not be a long one.
This is what Luxon was fearmongering about this three-way coalition. He was really pushing for people to party vote National. Has that ultimately failed then, do you think? That message didn't get through far enough?
He should have ruled him out right at the beginning of the year, as I said in the Herald on Friday. But, National's line has been correct that the current Labor government is addicted to spending, or the outgoing Labor government is addicted to spending. It has trashed the nation's economy. It has trashed the nation's books. It has fueled inflation. It has made, the inflation is forecast to get worse now. And yet National's line is, if we just do a little bit of tax cut, all that will go away. No, the tax cut will make it worse.
Stimulate.
And they know that. And yet I suppose they don't have any economists in their caucus. They don't have really any macroeconomists on their staff. And either they didn't know what they were saying, which I think would be worse than if they're lying. I mean, I prefer they were lying than that they really are that ignorant of economics.
Three issues that they'll have difficulty confronting is inflation on the way up, unemployment levels on the way up, and housing, even without the voodoo economics that Willis put forward. Housing prices are on the way up, and they're going to have to confront those issues. Good luck to them.
I'm going to lean in on this fiscal conversation and bring in our Wellington business editor here, Janae, as well. How do you think National and ACT's fiscal plans stack up? Do you think that this will actually work out as planned?
Well, I'm not too sure. I think what National put forward is really disappointing on the fiscal front for some of the reasons discussed. I mean, and I think but the fundamental issue is cost of living crisis, right? That's what everyone's struggling with. How do you make the cost of living crisis better? You get inflation down. How do you do that? You suck money out of the economy, right? You make it harder, you suck it out, and that's what makes it better. You have to take your medicine. But no political party wants to go to an election and say, look, we're going to solve this inflation problem by taking money out of the economy. So instead they do the opposite. They go, we're going to help with the cost of living crisis by making inflation worse, by giving you money, by giving you tax cuts, that type of thing. So it's a really tough political issue.
Thank you so much, Shayne. And we are about to hear from Luxon soon. We'll throw back to the ZB studio now.
It is 6 minutes past 11. We're looking to wrap this up shortly because we're standing by to talk to Chris Hipkins, who's one of the few remaining Labor people who will talk to us. Because Megan Woods wouldn't talk to us, and Grant Robertson wouldn't talk to us, and who else blacklisted us and blackballed us?
See if Chris will put Tony on. I'm more interested to talk to Tony at this point.
Very much so. Is it inappropriate of me to the opening question? Who's Tony?
No, I think that's absolutely
okay.
bang
It's
on.
what we want to know.
And then you have to follow up with, is she your secretary?
Oh.
Do I?
Yeah, well, because
No.
I just texted his guy and I said, is it his secretary? And he said, didn't you work with Barry before you hooked up?
Okay.
Good. This
okay.
could be getting ugly.
Like, is that a...
Either are you burning contacts?
Jeez,
that was definitely an off-mic conversation that was happening on the phone.
Tell you what. So we'll talk to Chris. We're standing by for Chris Luxon. Then we'll talk to Chris Hipkins. And then I think we'll call it quits and then get set for the All Blacks.
Well, yeah. Cool. We need to go to bed at some point.
Unfortunately for the National Party, it doesn't look like, just some of these races we've been following tonight, Mount Albert doesn't look like it's going to fall. So the Labor Party are going to get there. So that's interesting. Mount Roskill will, though. And that's interesting in itself. I mean, Mount Roskill's, so Michael Wood is gone. Now, what is happening with him on the list? So does
Is this Michael Wood?
Yeah, Michael Wood. Does he come back on the list? Because the Labor Party at the moment have 18 electorates. So 16 list seats to make 34 in total. The Greens currently on 13 and ACT on 12. So at 50 and 12, it's 62. Plus
he
that
is so far down the list.
Yeah,
mate.
I don't think
he's
back.
45.
Is he? So he's not back.
I don't think
so.
that
So
he
that's the
doesn't
end
look
of
like it.
That's the end of him.
And I don't think they'll miss him.
They. He was touted as a leader.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
And
At
that's
one
the
point.
how is it just?
But he did his chips.
Yes, he did. Does it tell you something about the Labor Party that you can look at somebody like Michael Wood and go, I tell you, like a leader to me?
Yeah.
I mean, how weird's that? Because he's not remotely a leader.
It's a shallow talent
He's
pool, though,
a
isn't it?
strange, odd person who, at best, you could argue is reasonably intelligent, reasonably articulate.
I still think that he was leadership material.
Based on what?
Well, based on him sort of being ideologically committed to the cause, and he wore a suit reasonably well, and he was competent, Mike, which is a rare thing in that party at the moment, right? My problem is not that he was picked as a future leader. I just still can't explain what he did.
No. Well, you didn't know where you did the cycle bridge almost. We're standing by for Luxon. The other thing I listened to Chris Hipkins' speech, and it was quite good. And it was
a bit long.
It was too long, but it just sort of summed up everything that's wrong with that party.
Yeah.
And a close one to me. We fed some kids at school with lunches. Their lunch
and he shouldn't have
program's
mentioned
ridiculous.
COVID.
It doesn't feed hungry kids. It feeds every kid whether they want it or not.
Do you know what I think? I think the problem that they've got right now is that, let's be honest about it, between 2008 and now, them winning 2017 was an accident.
Yes.
And therefore them winning 2020 was an accident. At no point was the Labor Party actually electable by the people of the country.
Very well said.
So if they can't admit right now and in that speech what actually has gone wrong, are they going to be able to
and
fix
they
it?
may never do. They may never do, and that's very.
Then how do you become electable?
It's a very good point, and that's the main reason. As we sit here tonight, I'm very, very pleased that New Zealand First isn't in government, is because of that 2017 result.
Are they not?
No,
definitely?
they're not, because at 62 seats plus the list seat from Port Waikato,
luckily,
that's 63. Did I or did I not say the other day, what if that rule turns out to be the difference in government? That weird rule that nobody knew about. What if it turns out, and it might well be tonight, the one seat that prevents Winston Peters being involved in the government? How crazy is that?
Will you write another column on that?
I think I will write another column on that. I think I will, because as you heard from John Key earlier on this evening,
your columns are so
plenty
memorable.
of people are asking for more columns and more minutes, aren't they? But how insane is that one seat from a rule that nobody knew.
It's crazy.
Could be the very difference between,
Maybe we should keep it.
Keep the rule.
Keep the rule now.
What have been the rule?
It's stood us in good stead this election, hasn't it?
Well, we don't know that yet, but I mean, for goodness' sake.
From Winston.
But it's a strange old thing. So we're standing by for Plessis-Allan, who doesn't look like he's going to need any introduction. Just a lot of people, Have they got any Atmos? We got some Atmos at the Blue Hall. There it is. Bit underwhelming, isn't it?
It's not as good a party as Winston's having up north.
No, it's not.
Mind you, he'll have gone to bed by now.
I'm confused by what we're seeing. So what we were just seeing on screen at the Blue Hall is sort of a what would you describe it, like a garland of balloons?
Yeah.
Which looked like he was supposed to walk through like some sort of victory lap. But then what happens after
don't
that?
you remember their launch? They all, when they launched, the National Party launched, you see them, they all came out from behind the scene. Here comes Erica Stanford, and here comes...
Does he stand under the wedding arch while he addresses us?
Do you think maybe they're going to raise him up in a pile of smoke like Taylor Swift on stage? He's just going to come on up. I mean, but what a great night for him, eh? I mean, you remember all the stuff. How many stories work out, Plessis-Allan's no good, and Plessis-Allan's useless, and no one likes Plessis-Allan.
And all the calls that he lost the debates, and he was terrible, and everyone hates him.
Do you think that if I apologised at 11:12 at night, when most people are asleep, I'll have done it, but nobody will notice?
What do you want to apologise for?
That maybe I was too hard on Chris Bishop in the National Party campaign?
Oh, 100%.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, good.
Done.
Do you mean it? Do you mean it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, no,
we'll
they ran a very good campaign.
Done.
What happened tonight? Oh, they are going to have somebody else
introing.
introduce them. Oh, this is so boring. Dude, surely they realise that all that people want to listen to...
Isn't the woman that introducing him the one that cut you off earlier?
Sylvia Wood. No, she's an old player.
Right.
I think that's the current president. But don't they realise that all we want to hear from is the new Prime Minister? We don't need an introduction. Everybody knows who he is. He's won tonight. Just get him up on stage. Surely that's what we're... Give us a little bit, Glenn, to see if she's interesting. Oh, you can't?
No.
Oh, really?
She's obviously not.
Has she not turned her microphone on? Is she speaking? Can they not hear her? Can't hear a word of it. Anyway, so where are we at? Let's just review.
We've got 88.2% of the results counted. The Nats 50 seats, 39.4. So you want to call that? Oh no, it's
39.54. They've got 50 seats.
Yeah.
The Labor Party on 26.5. They've not moved all night, really. The Greens. Here's the interesting thing. No one's moved. Labor Party, Green Party, ACT, New Zealand First have gone up a little bit, maybe, but that's about it.
The minor parties picked up a wee bit there?
2.5 for Maori Party. They've been on that all night. Opportunities Party's gone up. They were on 1 point for a bit, but they're over 2%, 2.03%. New Zealand Loyal, is that Liz Gunn's party?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
1.13. She got 23,567 votes.
Anti-vaxxers.
I don't think she was an anti-vaxxer, was she?
I think those are people who want her 1% tax. Just a question.
She was anti-vax, was she?
Oh, 100%, yeah. Oh.
I sat with her for a year on television breakfast. You think I'd know better than that?
26% for Labor. Is that the second worst result they've ever had?
26 point.
It's a good question.
Close,
I think that
close.
25 being the worst, or 24?
Yeah, close. Well, see, National
that,
got 22. Remember with Bill English, they got 22. That was a catastrophic night. Oh, this is the National Party president, isn't it? She's clapping herself.
Microphone. Okay. Rookie mistake.
And our untiring campaign chair, Chris Bishop.
Yeah, no, he deserves a clap. He ran a good campaign, Heather. Despite your campaign against him.
The numbers would suggest that he freed people out sufficiently.
He did very well.
Is anybody, Mike, when you ask who Tony is, do you think your follow-up question maybe was Tony a distraction?
Yeah, is that why you weren't prepped for interviews?
See, then you're going to get me in trouble because what I'm doing is kicking a man when he's down.
That's true, but he was distracted, and we now know why.
Yeah, the number of Tuesday mornings I interviewed him where he literally had no idea what was going on.
Yeah. Maybe Monday night was date night.
Oh my gosh, they've got to take us off here soon. It's going to get really dangerous.
The record, no one's drunk any alcohol.
No, not at all.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
It's just we're delirious.
So
there's some random...
we're not used to being up this late.
We're taking the mickey, but let's be serious about it. If you take over, this is your dream job. This is your dream job to be Prime Minister. So you're Prime Minister, you've got 2 preschool age kids or like primary school age kids. Is it really the right time? And you're trying to win an election to get a girlfriend.
Yeah. No,
what if the girlfriend came to him? I mean, he wasn't out there looking for a girlfriend. She just came to him and all of a sudden said, "Chris, I love you." And he goes, "Oh God, okay. What do I do now?" You know, it's like that. I don't know.
I mean, she might have.
Is the whole family's there? Oh, that's good.
Wife and kids are coming.
Yep. Now do we got no noise there? Where's the crowd? For goodness' sake, give us some crowd.
That got 33.
No, we haven't got that either. We lost the audio to the... Don't tell me we've lost the audio to the government hall.
To the winning party.
Well, Luxon's walking in and...
shaking a lot of hands.
A lot of high fives.
It's packed. Absolutely packed.
Well, wouldn't it be, come on, if you're a National Party
I think his
supporter.
wife looks more excited than he does. She's got a bit of a Taylor Swift in the box watching Kelsey going on, doesn't she?
No, that's a good description, actually. Here we go. What's he coming into music-wise? Oh, that's the National Party music from the ads, which I actually thought was the music of the campaign. As far as the music on the ads was concerned, I thought the National Party music was good. It was upbeat, it was pacey,
It was,
and it had a vibe of we're moving forward and we're looking to do some good stuff. I like the music and I like them. That's good stuff. He must be absolutely stoked, eh?
Yeah.
What a win.
He's taking a long time to get up the front,
Well,
hugging and shaking
wouldn't you?
hands.
Just going through the crowd.
Oh, he's not going to hug every single person, is he?
This is going to take a while for him to talk.
His security detail in front of him that you can see there, he's the least friendly of the security detail of the people I dealt with during the campaign.
Oh, really?
The chap with the moustache.
The chap with the moustache, very, very cool.
Might need to...
He could hate me for all I know, but
Probably
the
like
others
Grant
were really,
Robertson and
others were exactly. The others were really nice, but he was very.
Oh, he's stopping to do selfies.
Yep.
For goodness
Why
sake.
wouldn't you?
So he's made it to the edge of the stage, right? And it hasn't been the longest walk. He's almost there. We just have to.
Doesn't he know we've all got to get up for the All Blacks tomorrow?
Just needs a little. See, the trouble is he doesn't drink, so he's not going to feel like the rest of us, is he? He's just going to be perky in the morning.
I'm not even sure he's close to the stage, is he?
He's just sort of lost in a sea of people at this point.
He's walked longer than the music.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, you're just gonna have to
Get
jump
on
up
stage.
one
What happened to the sound?
I would have gone with something more anthemish if I was them.
No, it's the music. Sorry. So Katie, at the start of the night.
Yes.
At the start, is he going to actually stand
There's
up and do
JK.
anything?
He's getting to the Guard of Honour now.
Yeah. Katie, at the start of the night, you called the Nats on 38, they're on 39.5.
Yep.
Labor 26, you're spot on.
Yep.
ACT, you said 11, that was bullish.
Yeah.
New Zealand First, you said 5, a little short. Greens on 12, I think you are spot. No, you're a bit short. You're a bit bullish on that. And Tabati Nari 2.
See, I fell for the polls like everybody else. I fell for the polls.
That's the question around polls, isn't it? Polls lead to conversation.
Yeah.
And if you're not sure, suddenly you think, oh, well, the polls say this, maybe I think that as well. And that's why the polls are so damn dangerous and why they've been so shockingly wrong tonight.
Yeah.
And there needs to be a conversation about it. Anyway, here is, at last, in blue tie, dark blue suit, crisp white shirt. Oh, he's decided to wave some.
Come on.
Talk to us, man. Let's go. I don't see an auto cue. Oh, yes, I do. He's got an auto cue, so at least this is going to be eloquent.
Thank you. Thank you so much, team. Thank you so much. And thank you, New Zealand, because from all over your country, this great country, you have reached for hope and you have voted for change. And I am immensely proud to say that on the numbers tonight, National will be in a position to lead the next government. And my pledge to you is that our government will deliver for every New Zealander. Because we will rebuild the economy and deliver tax relief. We will bring down the cost of living. We will restore law and order. We will deliver better health care. And we will educate our children so that they can grow up to live the lives that they dream of. And that's what you voted for, and that's what we will deliver. Now, earlier this evening, I took a call from Labour leader Chris Hipkins conceding the election. And I thanked him for the call, and I thanked him for serving New Zealand as Prime Minister. And I wished him well. And I wished him well because it's obviously a tough night for Labour, and I want to acknowledge that. I also spoke to ACT leader David Seymour, and I congratulated him on his own win in Epsom and ACT's result. And there are many votes still to be counted, but on current numbers, it looks like National and ACT will be in a position to form the next government. And I also congratulate Winston Peters on New Zealand's first return to Parliament, and I appreciate his comments this evening that he is willing to help where needed. And as a result of voters' choices, and with special votes still to come, it looks like National will on Monday be welcoming many new MPs into our caucus. And although this campaign was long and negative, New Zealanders listened to National. But more importantly, National listened to New Zealanders. And we listened to the people needing interest rates to come down so they can pay their mortgages. And we listened to the people that need tax relief to help pay for the grocery bills. And we listen to the retailers who want to know that the justice system is putting offenders' interests first. And we also listen to the patients waiting 11 hours at the emergency department who know that the front line needs support. And tonight you have given us the mandate to take New Zealand forward. And in all our conversations with you, we heard a description of New Zealand that can be so much better than it is. And we know it, and you voted for it, and together we will make this an even better country. Now, turning around the country may take time. It's a big job, and we have to get it right, and it's going to be hard work. But the government, community groups, iwi and businesses will together get the job done, because that's how I want to lead this country, together for every single New Zealander. And one night about midway through the election campaign, I was on a late flight home to Auckland. And I was sitting looking out that plane window, and I looked out at the dark land below. And there were huge black spaces, except where at times the darkness was broken by a single isolated light. And it was probably a farmhouse, and sometimes there were small groups of lights in little settlements and occasionally towns or a city. And I looked out and I thought about the responsibility of leading this country on behalf of every New Zealander, wherever they are, whoever they are, and whatever their life circumstances. And regardless of ethnicity, and whether our families arrived generations ago or are new migrants, we all share an interest in living in a safe, stable country. Celebrates a country that celebrates fairness and wants the very best for every New Zealander. And we also share an interest in having a strong economy that is providing opportunities. Because the promise of New Zealand is quite simply that if you work hard in the best country on planet Earth, you should be able to get ahead. And it's what unites us that matters most to me. And that will always be the ethos of a government that I lead. Now, before I finish, I do want to express my tremendous gratitude to so many people who have made tonight's outcome possible. And first, of course, are you, the voters. To all of you who voted for National, thank you. We won't let you down. And to all of those who didn't vote for National, we won't let you down either. And to the people of Botany who returned me as your MP, can I say thank you? Because it is my great privilege to represent you in Parliament, and the place that I spent so much of my childhood. It is the best electorate in New Zealand. And to the National Party, from President Sylvia Wood and right through to every volunteer and supporter in every electorate, thank you. Because your commitment to National did not waver, and tonight's outcome is yours to celebrate too. And I want to thank my fantastic Deputy Nicola Willis, our incredible hard-working campaign chair Chris Bishop, and all of our caucus and candidates for their relentless campaigning over the past 6 weeks. You have given it your all, and we have splashed blue across the country. Thank you. And I want to thank our great campaign director, Joe DeJoux, and all of our campaign team. Because they have left no stone unturned, no press release unwritten, no social media meme unposted, and no tick untopped in the effort to reach as many Kiwis as possible with National's message. And I also want to thank my amazing, amazing Chief of Staff, Cameron Burrows, and National's incredible team. Because you have had weeks without weekends and nights without sleep, but tonight it's all been worth it. And before I thank my own family, I want to thank the children, the spouses and the partners of every MP, of every candidate, and of every member of our campaign team and our staff. Because all of you have sacrificed a great deal to support us, and that support is greatly acknowledged and greatly appreciated. And there have been many late nights and long absences, and I genuinely hope that tonight's victory is some repayment for your sacrifices. So thank you. And finally, to Amanda and William and Olivia. Amanda, I have to say, while being Prime Minister, elected Prime Minister, is a great honour. I have always said marrying you will be my greatest achievement. I love you, and I am so grateful that I get to do life with you each and every day. And I want to say to William and Olivia, thank you so much for all of your support and encouragement right from the moment that I said I wanted to enter politics and public service. So thank you, team. I love you lots. And tomorrow morning, New Zealanders are going to wake up to not only a new day, but the promise of a new government and a new direction. And this great country of ours has so much potential, and our new government will help realise it. And I have to tell you, I am humbled by tonight's support, but I am so energised by it too. And I cannot wait to get stuck in and to get to work. Because New Zealanders have chosen change, and our new government will deliver it, and we will get this country back on track. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Very good speech. He already looks prime ministerial, doesn't it? You win, you feel good, you're full of energy, and he's up and running. Christopher Luxon, brief break. It's 11:30.
All right, well, there you have it. You've just heard from who is now our Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon. Shayne, what a night. Is this the result you were expecting?
What a night. Well, obviously National has done extremely well compared with some of the pre-election polls. And well, although they've slid back a little bit just over the last 2 or 3 hours from that initial 42%, it's still a significant percentage of the vote that they've gained. Might be time to throw actually over to Chris Knox to give us your take on the evening, Chris, and what you've been observing over the last 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a roller coaster in a lot of electorates that we've seen. I think that a lot is going to come down to what size overhang we'll end up with once the specials are in, and particularly if you look at Te Tai Tokerau, it's moved a little bit, but it could easily swing the other way under specials. And similarly, Tamaki Makaurau was pretty close last time I looked. So if those both go, then that'll change things. I think I was also looking at the poll.
And Chris, how many of the votes have we actually got in tonight? Obviously not 100 because we're still waiting on the specials, but what's voter turnout been like this year?
So it's actually slightly better than initial indications were suggesting. So there's almost 2.2 million votes counted so far, and that's with 92% of polling places. Last time there were about 488,000 specials. So if you add a number like that on, we sort of get to somewhere between 75 and 80% turnout.
And the specials typically lead to a bit more of a slide for National and ACT, correct?
Yeah, I mean, National has never gained a seat on the specials. The last 2 or 3 elections, they've lost 2 seats. Well, it's not lost, it's but it's changed from the and typically the left-leaning parties pick up seats on the specials.
Well, Chris, thank you so much, our data guru. You actually put this entire algorithm together and it has worked immaculately. It went from grey at the beginning of the night at 7 p.m. and it has filled up with probably more colours than I think anyone was expecting, especially on that electorate map. So thank you so much for your work. Shayne, it's been a very big evening. And I think
night. That's the front page of the Herald on Sunday. Alana Erickson, the editor's just throwing that in front of us. Bolt from the blue.
There you go, there you have it.
So
it looks
look out for that.
like you, if you throw up a thumbs up.
Great night for the bald men.
And from us, good night.
Good
and
night.
all we have
Thanks
left to
for being with
say
us.
is go the All Blacks.
Go the All Blacks, and we'll hand it over to Mike Hosking to finish things off.
Did that take you to write, and when did you write it?
Wrote it this evening, Mike, and thank you. That's probably the nicest thing that you've said to me all year.
Oh no, I think we've done better than that, haven't we?
He's a big fan of yours, Chris.
Did you come close to quitting?
And look, I think the Labor Party will need to take some time and take stock, and I want to make sure that the party gets the opportunity to do that, and I need to take some time to, take stock as well. I was absolutely genuine when I said over the last few weeks that I haven't been contemplating a Plan B. My focus has been on Plan A, and so, clearly Plan A hasn't worked out as intended, and so now we need to take a bit of time to reflect on that.
And so, in that sense, you're not ruling out leaving as leader, and just it's a transition time, or you want to stay?
Look, I just haven't even really had the opportunity to reflect on that or think about it, and also I want to have the opportunity to speak to my colleagues about that. And so, we don't have to rush anything in the next few days, so we've got the opportunity to take stock and think about that.
Mount Albert tonight looked troublesome for a while. Mount Roskell's turned really ugly. You've lost some fairly long-term MPs tonight, haven't you?
Yep, there's certainly some results that are pretty disappointing for us, and so one of the things that we'll need to do in the next little while is reflect on exactly what's happened in each of those instances.
Would you have done anything different?
Oh, look, there'll be plenty of opportunity to stop and think about that over the next little while. I think at the moment we just need to let the results settle, and we'll take stock.
Okay. At 26%, I've got you at 26.5 as we speak. Did you think it would be this bad?
Certainly, I felt that we were getting a bit of momentum in the last few days, and we'll see how the last of the votes coming in, whether that shifts anything. But clearly, it wasn't enough momentum.
No,
and it hasn't shifted the dial. Those early votes. The advance votes were the first to be counted, and that clearly, set in a trend that was going to be difficult to shift, even if we had got significant momentum in the last couple of days. Will the specials
tend or trend your way, do you think?
The Labor Party generally has done pretty well on the specials, and so, we'll be watching those very closely.
Yeah. What do you think happens with Grant Robertson and David Parker? Would you expect them to go?
Oh, look, I mean, that'll be a question for them. I think everybody after an election defeat takes the opportunity to take stock. I don't think anyone's going to rush into anything.
No. Who's Tony?
Tony is a very special woman who has supported me enormously over the last few months.
And why tonight?
Because it just wouldn't have felt right to thank my family and not thank you.
Fair enough, too.
Congrats. That's really lovely for you.
Thank you.
There we go. Go well, mate. Take care. We'll talk again soon. Hey, by the way, if you see Grant wouldn't want to talk to me tonight because he got all pissy. Can you tell him to not be like that?
I'll pass the message on faithfully, Mike.
Good on you, mate. Thanks for turning up. I appreciate it very much. Chris Hipkins defeated... Geez, sound flat as a pancake, didn't he?
I feel so sorry for him. He's probably about as tired as we are, maybe just a bit more.
Yeah, but he didn't... We've had a good time.
We haven't been.
I mean, we've had a nice night, and he didn't have a nice night, and so what a miserable experience for him.
Yeah, but he didn't quit.
I took from his comments that he's going to.
He's going to quit.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think he is. I think that he's a...
So maybe tomorrow.
He's a lifer for the party, and he wants to do the right thing by it. I mean, look at the hospital pass he took.
Oh, yeah.
To start with. So therefore, what person takes that job on unless they're really in love with the party?
Yeah.
So now he's going to have some sort of transition. They'll sit down, think about it, whatever. Then he'll move aside and say, I'm going and Bob's in, or we're going to have a contest, or whatever the case may be. So he's not going to be the leader much longer.
I feel we owe an apology to Nelson for calling them as being kind of weird. 100% of the votes counted.
That was
it was me.
No, I didn't call them weird.
I owe them an apology.
I did
Your
say
second
Ruby Bay
apology
was
for the
unusual.
night.
Yeah, so 100% counted. 54 is the lead that Blair Cameron of the Nats has. Really? So at least they went in the same direction as everybody else.
You go recount, wouldn't you? If you're Boyack.
Yeah, I'd
you'd
say
have
so,
to go
absolutely.
recount. 54 is interesting. All right, brief break, and then we'll have Chris Luxon for you. 11:37. Newstalk ZB, it is 21 minutes away from midnight. This program's gone on 41 minutes longer than I thought it would.
Too long.
And indeed should have.
We need 2 days in lieu.
Yeah, Te Ata, at least two. Te Ata 2, which is Phil Twyford's seat, is at 93% vote counted, and the Nats are winning by 170 votes. So Phil Twyford may well be gone. The other one that was still in play, I thought we'd sort of written it off, but not so. Mount Albert, with 90% of the vote counted. Helen White, who for Labour, is only in the lead by 79. And did you say on air or off air the Nelson one?
Yeah,
we said that on air.
So that was on air. So you'd go for a recount. So Nelson at 54, you'd go for some sort of recount. Mount Albert, if it stays at 79, 80,
I've been watching that actually, and Helen White's lead has just decreased and decreased. So there are some booths coming in that are obviously swinging towards the Nats there.
A lot of people texting, and so
thanking you for raising Tony and getting to the bottom of that. That's on the text.
Oh, was it?
I mean, can I just say this out loud? That for a hot minute there...
You've said a couple of things out loud
worried
that we're probably going to go back and,
That's okay. They put us on air. It's their fault. For a hot minute there, the country did wonder if Chris Hipkins had come out.
100%.
Oh, yeah. I thought that's what was happening.
Everybody was Tony with a Y or Tony with an I.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
So thank you for clarifying.
And a fair... Now, is it a fair question to ask, or are we being a bit... So in this day and age, it was like, oh, he's gay. Who cares? Or would we have gone, geez, he's gay?
Oh, no,
I think the only reason you would do that is because he was married previously. That's the only reason. Anyway, we shouldn't really be having this conversation.
Why? He raised it.
All right, microphone's on.
He raised it. I tell you what I feel good about, and another thing he told me off air.
Oh, please don't.
Please
stop
because
it.
This is
Stop it. It's defamatory.
This is nice. It's no,
you're too tired.
It's not defamatory. It's not remotely defamatory. What it was his kids were looking forward to seeing him again, and they were in a way hoping he would lose, based on the fact that he'd be home more often. And who can blame them for that day? Because I mean, being a prime minister in the situation he was in. Was shocking in terms of, he had kids to look after. And
he had to balance work and the kids and Tony.
I mean, it's not.
Now Tony.
Every female MP listening to this will be going, well, I've had to do that. And of course I get it, I understand. But when you're the Prime Minister's different, isn't it? I mean, nothing is
I'm hearing
more
other
demanding
networks
than
had to also confirm
Who?
the gender of Tony. People are texting other networks also confirmed the gender of Tony.
Of course,
so clearly it wasn't.
You'd be negligent in not confirming that. And if he'd said Mark, and they went, is that a woman? then that's just stupid. But Tony is a genuine, it's up in the air. Right, Christopher Luxon, please, the good Lord, let him be available after the break, 17 to midnight.
Please make it finish.
It is 11:45 here at Newstalk ZB, and our coverage of 2023 almost wrapped up. We're just standing by for Chris Hipkins to sort himself out, and we'll have a quick word, and then we can all go home. I'm sorry, Luxon, I've done.
We're so tired we no longer care. One of the Chris's.
Wasn't Chris nice? He
Which
says,
one?
the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
I don't think that was a compliment.
Oh, it wasn't not? Oh.
I don't think so.
Say
I've
that
fallen
recently?
out with all of them.
You said that recently in an interview where you said it's been a pleasure or whatever or go well, and he said something like that's the nicest thing
What
you've
I
ever
haven't
said to
d-
me.
yeah,
I think
no.
he basically feels scarred by the months of being interviewed by you, and you were just kind of being nice at the end there for a minute.
Well, at least he
for a
didn't
hot
run
minute.
away.
Oh,
Some of them ran away. 857. I haven't given you these numbers, just to give you an indication of what's happened tonight in terms of the actual numbers of votes. 857,000. A little over 857,000 the National Party's got. Compare that to the Labor Party at 580,000. So it's an almost $300,000 gap, 300,000 vote gap. Green Party, 234,000 votes tonight. They've had, you got to feel sorry for them, a good night, their best night, but in opposition, so what's it matter? ACT, 198,000. They've had, I mean, yes, as David said on the program a while back, yes, they've had a good night. They've got more MPs than they did have. And yes, they are in government. But if you look back to what they were doing, they were...
Hey, ACT's just come back a seat.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that too.
Oh,
I'm starting to worry now.
Hold on. We're going to have to extend the program for another hour.
Oh, no,
it's
here
not
we
really
go.
a change of government at all. 61 seats.
Yeah.
Plus the list seat for Port Waikato is 62.
No, it's still in the lead. Still a majority.
Yeah, exactly. New Zealand First, where was I? 141,000 seats. See, if you look at 141,000 votes. See, if you look at ACT at 198,000 votes, and you look at New Zealand First at 141,000 votes, you know, that's not much difference, is it? Anyway, Christopher Luxon's with us. Chris, evening to you. Congratulations.
G'day, Mike. Thank you very much. It's been a great night.
Yeah, it has. Wonderful speech. And when did you write that?
Over the course of today, that was really, I had some thoughts in the back of my head as I've been travelling over the last couple of weeks, and just wanted the country to know, look, we have a fantastic country. We should have great hope for our future, but we have to go to work, as you and I have talked about many times before, and I want all New Zealanders, whether you voted for us or not, to know that we are going to do everything to govern for all Kiwis in this country, because it's a fantastic country, but we do have to go to work now and get some things sorted.
How confident are you on your numbers as we sit here? At one point you're at 42%, you're at 39.2 at the moment on 50 seats with ACT on currently 11. It's razor thin.
Yeah, look, I think, Mike, the key message is that, the country's voted for change, and so, we have, been, obviously, the numbers are going to bounce around. We've got special votes still to come in, but, I appreciated Winston Peters' remarks tonight saying that if he was needed, he's there to help, and I appreciate that. But I am also, confident that National and ACT are going to work very well together, and that's, that's what we're going to do, try and work towards in the next few days.
How quickly can you stitch this together? It's just you and ACT. How quickly can you get that together?
Well, look, I think pretty quickly. I mean, David Seymour and I know each other well. We talk regularly every couple of days. We've worked well in the past together. We've got a lot of alignment around, the economy, health, education, law and order. And so the intention from both of us is to work in a very mature, very constructive, very professional way, because frankly, we need to turn the country around and we need to go to work if we're going to move from this reality to a much better one, which is what we're here to do.
At 9% of the vote, how many seats does he get in cabinet? I'm not holding you to it, but just as a feel.
Oh, look, Mike, frankly, we're going to do all of that out of respect with the parties outside of the discussion with the media. I think it's important that we get in the room and work out how we do this together, because what I want is strong and stable government to deal with the challenges that we've got and to face up to some of the problems that we're going to have to deal with. And, we're in a tough spot, and we can get through this, but, we're going to do that. We won't be doing negotiations through the media.
It's an interesting thing. How long a honeymoon do you reckon you've got? Given yes, you've won, yes, you've done well, but we've also got a country with next to no money, less than no money, and you're running a tight ship, and that, after a while wears a bit thin.
Yeah, well, that's why, we're going to work 24/7. We're going to start tomorrow and away we go, because you're right, we need to get things turned around, and I've done a lot of turnaround jobs before, and I appreciate it's different with a country versus a business organisation, but some of the principles are the same, is that you've got to define the problems well, and you've got to put common sense solutions together to deal with our challenges. And so, I think we've got a good platform with some of the policies that we've outlined through the course of the campaign, but to be honest, Mike, I'm very focused on the mission and purpose, which is, we're here to improve the potential of this great country and take it forward, and that's what we're going to do. So we go to work, and as I said, we've got a well-defined 100-day plan. We'll have a very strong legislative agenda. We will work quite close up to Christmas and extend the parliamentary period, because we have work to do, and we're under new management, and we've got to go now and deliver for all Kiwis.
Is there some tremendous personal satisfaction given the way you've been treated by some people over the last few months?
Yeah, well, look, I think I was raised by my parents and my grandparents just to say, you take the high road when they take the low road, and I've tried not to let it affect me too much, and I've tried to model that out to New Zealanders that, hey, listen, I'm here for a bigger purpose, which is the mission and purpose of helping this country achieve its great potential. And if I go back, Mike, and read everything that's been written about me over the last 2 years, and when I took on this job as leader of the National Party, and we were given no chance of winning this election, and we've worked so hard as a team, and we've forged a really strong, high-performing team, and we've held the government to account, and we've had good ideas to take the country forward. So, but this is what we do this for, is to it's not an easy job in opposition to take on an incumbent government and with the power of the office, and we've done an incredible job, I think, over the last 2 years, almost 2 years under our leadership to get the show on the road. So the exciting part of the job now starts, because this is I really want to go to work for the New Zealand people. That's why I came to politics, and that's what we've got to do.
Good stuff, mate. Well done. Congratulations tonight, and I'm sure we'll talk a lot over the next 3 years.
We certainly will, Mike. Take care. Have a good night.
Good on you. Christopher Luxon, who is the Prime Minister-elect.
Can't believe he didn't thank you for your role in the campaign. Just waiting for you to ask what role you get.
Just a thought as we go to bed tonight, which is that I think we're going to wake up tomorrow and we're going to need Winston.
Oh, don't say that.
Heather,
don't end on a downer, Heather.
I just want you to look. If I send you to bed like that and it's not what happens, then you wake up happy.
Here's
right?
what I got. I've got
So
50.
depressing.
I've got 61. I've got 62. I've got 62 with 4 Maori seats and an overhang of what?
122 will be total, right?
Right, 122. So they need 61. They've got 62.
No, they need 62 out of 122.
They've got 62.
Yeah, but they don't need 61 because 61
Well, they
plays
got
61.
Yeah, but they got 62.
Yeah, got 62.
They need
yeah.
62.
So
They got
if
62.
any
Oh
of
my
these numbers
God.
come back, Mike,
Let's
they
not
need
end on an
winning.
argument.
Yeah, so what you're saying, and where your point is relevant, is if the specials don't go particularly well.
Yeah, it's
And
bad
there
news.
are 2 seats in play in the Māori electorates that are too close.
Oh,
Labour's
you
got
reckon?
them, but
I reckon it's 4 and 3. I think it's 4 and 3.
I'm just-
You
I'm
want to
just
hang out till 1 o'clock and argue
No,
about it?
I'm just leaving. Just
Me neither.
Just leaving that in your head. I'm just leaving that in your head.
Go the ABs.
Anyway, it's 8 minutes away from midnight, and then we do this, and then there'll be some highlights, and then somebody else takes over, and
God bless Roman.
yeah, have a good night. And go the ABs tomorrow. We're calling that.
Yeah, well, let's call it for the ABs.
You sure, Heather?
I'm just miserable all night.
Yeah,
so I'm
well,
quite
down
ready
a
to have it.
It is 7 to midnight.